Chapter 951, Night of Blood and Slaughter PT. Two shock and horror appeared on the whip-wielding woman's face as she watched John rise to his feet, demonic red eyes staring unwaveringly at her, as if the attack had meant nothing to him. Combined with his Asura-like appearance, the woman felt pure fear run through her body. The woman felt death staring at her. "WH, what are you?" the woman asked, mumbling her words through trembling lips. The demonic form staring at her was the most frightening thing she had ever seen. Based on the fighting styles and demeanors of his opponents in this chamber, John could tell these people were not talented fighters. They had most likely used their extraordinary wealth and status to purchase the best cultivation aids, and had brute forced their cultivations to their current levels. When compared to a genius of the same cultivation realm, they were quite a bit weaker, and their combat prowess was nothing more than a joke. John ignored her question and sent a sound transmission to Kyrie to keep Galveston occupied for a moment. Kyrie was locked in battle with the man, who was no doubt the strongest one of the bunch. Still, Kyrie was able to hold his own, making it so that escape was impossible for the man. Their battle filled the chambers with constant explosions of lightning and sword battle arts, explosions that washed over both John and the whip-wielding woman constantly. John merely shrugged off the explosions thanks to his heaven-defying durability, but the woman was much worse off. Each explosion required her to expend chi to defend against it, quickly draining her chi reserves. At this point in the battle, she was nothing more than a spent candle, one to be snuffed out momentarily. Boom! The ground beneath John's feet shook like an earthquake as he pressed off the ground, soaring up towards the woman who hovered 100 yards in the air. He appeared before her instantly, scythe disappearing from his hands. The woman's whip was faster than his scythe due to his scythe's immense weight, and so he decided to forego his weapon. The woman sped backwards and whipped outwards towards John. The air crackled with immense power as her whip slapped down on his location, space trembling wherever it traveled. Roar! John roared loudly, unleashing a roar of the jade dragons towards the whip. The roar shook the whip, veering it off its intended path, making it miss him by a few feet. Spatial power flared within him a moment later as John parted the wall between the real world and the realm of spatial chaos beyond, stepping into it. The multicolored glow of spatial chaos surrounded him in all directions, trying to push him in random directions like ocean waves. John surged through the spatial chaos in his intended direction, and upon arrival an instant later, pierced through the spatial wall once more. He stepped back into the real world, a dozen yards behind the woman. "Close enough," John muttered. He had intended to arrive directly behind her, but his grasp of the spatial Tao was still tenuous at best. Still, this was more than close enough. The woman turned around, face aghast at John's sudden arrival. Had she been more combat experienced, she would have had her divine sense pushed to the absolute maximum, which would have allowed her to feel his movement even through the barrier of space itself. However, the woman was definitely not an experienced fighter, and had only had her divine sense spread out at minimum power, so as to keep track of his movements in this realm. Flash! John appeared before her like a ghost, far quicker than the woman could retract her whip and unleash another attack. Her eyes went wide and mouth opened to scream in fright, but a fist slammed into her face before the scream could leave her mouth. A muffled cry of pain echoed out as the woman shot backwards like a bullet, blood and teeth trailing behind her. Boom! She slammed against the far wall of the chamber, forming a small indent into the durable formation-reinforced wall. She bounced off it with a sickening crunch, falling to the ground below. Bang! A fist slammed into her stomach before she could come to, slamming her against the wall once more. Bang, 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 bang. A torrent of punches blasted onto the woman, each punch as strong as her whip attacks, each coming so fast that it was impossible for her to free herself from the barrage. Lightning sprung into existence as the barrage continued, coating John's bloodied fists with ruinous lightning power, adding to the force of the attacks. The woman withstood the first wave of punches, using her chi as best she could to defend against it. That chi ran out quickly, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the ceaseless punches. Punches powered by the might of dragons and Asura, punches so powerful that they would shatter entire mountain ranges with each blow. Zuri watched with mouth agape as John unleashed his torrential assault on the early world expansion woman. She instinctively put herself in that position and wondered if she would be able to withstand that horrifying barrage. She quickly came to the conclusion that, although she would have lasted longer than the woman, had she found herself pinned under that barrage of attacks, her fate would have eventually been the same as that woman. The barrage eventually ended, making the chamber go from shaking like an earthquake was about to destroy everything, to stillness. The lightning faded away as well, revealing the result of the horrifying barrage. John hovered in the sky a yard from the wall, which was splattered in all directions with a thick coating of blood, bone, and viscera. All that remained of the body was a mangled head, which, while unrecognizable, was still intact. The disfigured yet horrified look still lingered on the woman's face, her eyes eternally wide with fear, shock, and disbelief. The head vanished a moment later. Boom. John turned around, his demonic red eyes locking onto Galveston on the opposite side of the chamber. Kyrie was standing before the man, body glowing brightly, lightning flickering over his Kirin form. Galveston looked over towards John, eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to believe the outcome of John's battle. He glanced at the smattering of blood and guts on the wall behind John, and then grit his teeth with anger and resolve. A formation disc suddenly appeared in Galveston's hand, one brimming with powerful spatial energy. Trying to escape with a spatial formation disc, huh? John suddenly vanished, slipping into the spatial void once more. He reappeared a short distance away from Galveston almost instantly, just as Galveston crushed his spatial disc in his hand. His body became wrapped with a powerful spatial energy, about to carry him far away from this location. "You're going to regret what you did today, you fucking brat," Galveston said, a mix of anger and mockery in his voice. His eyes went wide a moment later, shocked at the fact that he had not teleported away. Instead, his spatial energy seemed to be struggling against something, as if trying to break through a formation but unable to. Letter 1A5 alpha, letter 1E47D alpha, eta theta nu epsilon, letter 188 thetum. Galveston's eyes snapped towards John's hand, watching the crumbling pieces of what was once a formation disc fall to the ground. John smirked at the man with cold confidence. The spatial repression formation disc he had purchased from the Mystic Trade Hall master, the one he had intended to use on Parker but had not needed to, had finally become useful. Gee. John appeared before the stunned Galveston, hand piercing forward like a knife, carving directly into the man's stomach, piercing his Danshan spatial realm and destroying it instantly. Chapter 952, Shadow of Agony. Galveston cried out in pain, eyes going wide with panic and terror. In mere minutes, his life went from one of power and luxury to the verge of collapse, and in the blink of an eye, went from near salvation to sure doom. Boom. The energy contained within his Danshan blasted outwards, filling the room with destructive power. Those in the world expansion realm and above had incredible amounts of energy stored within their Danshans, and its sudden destruction resulted in that energy being unleashed on the world. Thankfully, due to a world expansion experts' Danshan existing in their self-created spatial pocket, much of the energy was lost within that spatial realm, which melded into the spatial chaos of the void beyond this world's reality. John braced against the explosion and shielded the now crippled Galveston from his own destructive power. Near the tunnel, Zuri used her own power to defend the tunnel and those within, shielding them from the powerful blast. The explosion blasted the chamber one last time with powerful energy, which eventually faded away, finally returning the chamber to true silence. John and Kyrie reappeared from within the explosion of energy, both standing next to Galveston. Blood flowed out of a massive wound in the man's stomach, unable to be healed due to him no longer being a cultivator. John reached out with a lightning-coated hand and seared the flesh shut, stopping the blood loss. Galveston cried out in pain as he felt his flesh sear, eyes wide and mouth agape. He no longer bore the regal bearing he had previously had with his gold robes embroidered with gems. Instead, his charred, torn, and blood-soaked robe only made him look like a madman, one fallen far from the grace he once held. John said some words to Kyrie, and then moved towards Zuri, who shifted on her feet as she watched the demonic form of John's Asura transformation approach her. Brief thoughts of if he was even an ally anymore flooded her mind instinctually, as the Asura form and aura was far too horrifying to acclimate to immediately. John's form faded away as he unleashed his Asura transformation and dragon god shift, returning to his normal human form. Blood from both him and his enemies covered much of his body, which he could remove with chi, but decided against doing so just yet. There was more blood to spill this night, and cleaning up now would serve him no purpose. He stopped a short distance away from Zuri, who had instinctively assumed a defensive stance. John eyed her for a moment, noticing her raised guard. "We're no longer allies, are we?" he asked calmly. "Who are you?" Zuri asked, guard still raised. "Or better yet, what are you?" John sighed out deeply. This was the reason he wanted to avoid using his Asura transformation art around strangers. Unfortunately, if he wanted to defeat tonight's enemies, he had no choice. "I'm just a youth from a faraway place that you need not concern yourself with," John said calmly, shifting his gaze towards the tunnel behind Zuri. He couldn't see anyone, meaning they were all gathered higher up in the tunnel away from the horrifying explosions within the chamber. That was good. None had seen his Asura transformation other than Zuri. If they had all seen his transformation, then the night would have become a lot more complicated. "As for what I am just someone who was blessed with some lucky opportunities," John continued, giving Zuri a vague answer. "What I really am is a true born human, and still your ally, at least I consider you as such." Zuri eyed John skeptically, studying his face and demeanor for any lies in his words. "Are you related to the devil race?" she asked after a long silence. "No," John shook his head, giving a firm reply. "I am a pure-born human through and through, and my goals align with the human race. That I can guarantee." Zuri studied him for some time longer, then nodded her head, believing his story. It had taken some time to acclimate to his previous Asura form, but with it gone, she had been able to do so. Besides, based on what she saw of his combat prowess, she was not going to try to fight him. She was an expert in stealth and assassination arts, but when it came to straight-up combat, was only above average. Compared to someone as monstrous as John, she had little to no hope in an outright battle. "I believe you," she said, giving up her defensive stance. John nodded his head, and then glanced at the tunnel again. "Did anyone else see my transformation?" he asked. "No," Zuri shook her head. "They all retreated to the top of the tunnel to be as far away from the chamber as possible. The chamber is a place of nightmares for them, one they wish to be as far away from as possible. They would have already tried to flee the estate if they were able to get through the door at the top of the tunnel." "Good," John nodded his head. "Keep it that way for now. Call in reinforcements to help free them from the compound, and when reinforcements arrive, leave with them as well. I will meet you at the entrance of the transportation formation that took us to this area." Zuri glanced at John, and then to Galveston in the distance, guarded by Kyrie to ensure he didn't do anything to end his life. She glanced back at John, a curious look on her face. "When you suddenly took action, Galveston and the others were talking about a young woman from a different world. Was that?" she asked, her words trailing off. John nodded his head, confirming her suspicions. Zuri took in a deep breath. "Then are you also from another world?" she asked. John remained silent for a moment before nodding his head. Zuri had already seen his Asura transformation. Compared to that, knowing he was from another world was much less secretive. Based on the discussion he had with Fury a while back, newcomers from different worlds were incredibly rare, but not impossible or something that would turn the world on its head. "Are you going to interrogate Galveston for information on this woman?" Zuri asked, to which John nodded his head. "You could say that," he mumbled. "Let me help," Zuri said, face firm. John raised an eyebrow at her proposal. My expertise is assassinations, Zuri said, and many assassinations require information extraction first. I have become very good at both over the years, so I should be able to help get information better than you can. Besides, I need to question Galveston on things unrelated to this matter, so I need to interrogate him anyways. Also, making him suffer will be quite pleasurable after seeing the things he put the others through. John felt a sliver of doubt enter his mind, as he had become quite good at extracting information from those he interrogated. However, the offer was only beneficial to him, so he nodded his head in agreement. Zuri smiled and retreated to the tunnel, where the formations of the chamber did not restrict sound transmissions. She sent in calls for reinforcements from the guild, and then instructed the others to remain in the tunnel until aid arrived. She returned to John a short while later, the two moving back to Galveston a moment later. Galveston watched with horrified eyes as Zuri approached him and removed her hood, revealing her face. His eyes went wide with horror, as if he had seen the most horrifying thing imaginable. "Shadow of agony," he mumbled through trembling lips and chattering teeth. Clearly, he recognized Zuri's face and had associated her with this shadow of agony. John glanced sideways at Zuri, who noticed his gaze. "If a member of the guild achieves great feats in a certain aspect, they are given a specialized name, which is a great honor in the guild," Zuri explained, gaze becoming cold and callous as she loomed above Galveston, looking him straight in his horrified eyes. "And the name bestowed to me years ago was Shadow of Agony," she said, crouching down before the horrified Galveston, speaking to both him and John. "I earned my name by my uncanny ability to cause pain and agony, which happens to be a very beneficial thing during interrogations. It seems my reputation, as well as my face, has spread as of late," she added, clearly displeased that her identity had been leaked to the outside world. Her hand touched Galveston, whose eyes suddenly went wide with a look of pain and horror John had never seen before. Cries of absolute agony and misery filled the room as Zuri got to work on the despicable man, while John stood nearby, watching silently. The night stretched on for a long time, cries of agony filling the chamber ceaselessly. By the end, Galveston was nothing more than a desiccated husk of a man, soul snuffed out after the most brutal torture and pain John had ever seen. He glanced at Zuri at the end of it and nodded his head approvingly. She had done an even better job than he would have been able to do. A name well earned. Chapter 953, information regarding Lillian Zuri had truly earned her name as Shadow of Agony. John had initially had doubt that she would do better than him interrogating Galveston, as he had quite an extensive history of interrogation. But he couldn't help but admit that, when it came to such things, Zuri was practically a heaven-defying genius. Her techniques were practiced and mysterious. She worked on Galveston's body like a surgeon, poking, prodding, and invading in seemingly random locations, using a mysterious blend of chi John couldn't exactly identify. He could detect several Taos in the chi she used, and surprisingly even the Tao of life, although at a much lower level than what Leia used. Still, the result was equally fruitful and terrifying. "How did you become so good at this?" John couldn't help but ask as Zuri stepped back from Galveston's dead corpse. She glanced sideways at John, her face becoming downcast for an instant before returning to her normal cold calmness. "Before I joined the guild, I was raised in the Light Tao sect and taught the healing arts by my father," she said, bringing up painful memories of her recently killed father. "My father was second to none when it came to knowing human anatomy. Things like nerves, meridian channels, pain clusters, all of that was taught to me for the purpose of healing. All that knowledge is very useful when interrogating someone." John nodded his head, understand a bit of why she was so frighteningly efficient at torture. "And that chi you used?" John asked curiously. "A homemade blend of several types of chi," Zuri said. "Tao of pain, Tao of blood, Tao of darkness, and to make sure their body doesn't fall apart too quickly, the Tao of life to heal the wounds I made." John sucked in a breath, thanking he was on Zuri's side. Even with his high tolerance to pain, he was sure being interrogated by her would push him to the brink of insanity based on what he had seen. The two fell silent, their thoughts drifting back to the things Galveston had revealed during his torture. He had eagerly given up the information, most likely hoping for a swift end if he was compliant. Still, Zuri made sure he did not have an easy death, as payment for the pain and suffering he had caused to so many others. John's brow furrowed as he recalled the many terrible things Galveston had mentioned. He had mentioned that this chamber's true purpose was to collect human cultivator blood. This blood was separated into 4 different pools in the middle based on the talent and blood quality of the cultivators, and was then to be sold to the devil race, who paid a premium for human blood to be used in their cultivation arts. As for the barbaric torturing of the victims, that was a side hustle Galveston had set up. He had realized that there were quite a few wealthy people out there with sick and twisted desires, but with no means to carry out those desires. By providing them the outlet for those desires, he made money twice on the bloodletting of the victims. This had proven a very wealthy business venture, and had been the sole reason he had amassed so much wealth and political pull to become the leader of Clearmist City. This business of his had been going on for 3 years already, sickening John to his core. Who knew how many people suffered brutal ends before perishing under Galveston's hand? John shook his head, moving on to the other things Galveston had mentioned. Zuri had also asked about the woman Galveston had mentioned, as she knew how much the information meant to John. What Galveston had revealed was not much, disappointing John greatly, but it was still better than nothing. According to Galveston, the place he saw Lillian at was merely called the auction. John recalled thoughtfully, looking over to Zuri. "Do you know about this auction he mentioned?" John asked hopefully. "Very little, I'm afraid," Zuri said with a shake of the head. "I've heard about it, but only through rumors and small information briefs from the guild. The auction is a mysterious group that reaches out to certain individuals and allows them to attend their auctions. Those auctions happen in random places at random intervals, and the only way to attend is to be invited. One cannot ask to join, as no one knows who runs the entire thing. The only way to find out about the auction is to be invited, at which point the method of accessing the auction is revealed." John frowned upon hearing this. According to Galveston, the auction was a place where anything and everything was bid on and sold, from treasures to people. The bidding process was entirely anonymous, with each person bidding from an enclosed room, fully shielded from divine sense and other spying methods. Most likely the only people who knew the identities of the participants were the people running the auction. Galveston had mentioned that a woman matching Lillian's description had been the last auction of the night, and the most fought over bid. Her beauty was irresistible, and her talent undeniable. Galveston had mentioned that Lillian looked a bit injured when she was presented to them for bidding. "It's most likely the only reason she was captured in the first place," John thought angrily, thinking about the fall to this world. Lillian had used her full power to shield John from the horrifying spatial storms, and had most likely been gravely injured in the process. She did not have the healing capabilities John had, and so healing would be a much slower process for her. He was sure that if she had her full power at her command, her capture would never have happened. Uneasiness filled John's body and soul as he thought of Lillian being captured and sold like a slave. He was sure that if she recovered her full power, she would be able to protect herself and escape, but who knows when, or even if, that would happen. She was bid on and sold to a mysterious individual, and who knew what her current fate was. John had assumed that he would be able to take his time to look for Lillian, but that was completely incorrect. Every day he didn't find her and rescue her was another day leaving her to this unknown fate. The thought infuriated him. John's fists tightened so powerfully that the air trembled around him. His murderous aura leaked out instinctively, causing Zuri to feel shock at how thick and bloodlusted it was. The only thing that stopped him from going over the edge was the description of Lillian Galveston had given. When he described her, he had mentioned that she had a light, mocking smile on her face. That was not the reaction of someone who had no hope in their situation. John turned his eyes to Zuri. "Find what you can about this auction and the fate of my companion." His words weren't a request, but a command. Zuri's instincts were to berate him for talking to a superior like that, but the memory of what John had done in the place filled her mind, the scenes of his combat prowess still shaking her to her core. As payment for the good deeds you did today, I will gladly do my absolute best to find your companion, Zuri said sincerely. I will also reach out to the guild headquarters and make this a top priority mission as well. Good, John nodded, his murderous gaze staring off into the distance. Once he found the ones who had purchased Lillian, the slaughter and destruction of this night would look like a joke compared to what he would unleash on those who held Lillian captive. I will bathe this entire world in blood and bring it to ruin if that's what it takes to get her back. Chapter 954, Shadow 4. John watched silently as Zuri walked over to the tunnel on the other side of the chamber. She returned a short while later with another person, a small-framed woman wearing a black robe, the robe of the shadows of death. The woman had brown hair down to her shoulders and appeared to be in her early 20s, although her true age was most likely a decade or more older than that. She was quite pretty, but the scars and blood on her face marred that beauty. John had not seen her face before, but based on her frame and the robe she wore, he could guess who it was. Shadow 4. He had seen her bound to one of the torture devices, naked, with only her head covered by that vision and divine sense blocking bad all the prisoners had worn. Shadow 4 had a haunted look in her eyes, obviously still recovering from the brutal torture she had experienced, if she would ever recover at all. The two walked over to John's location, stopping a few yards away. Shadow 4 looked up from her feet towards John, haunted eyes studying his features. John stared back at her, feeling pity for this small woman who had suffered untold brutalities. This is Shadow 4, Zuri introduced, gesturing to the woman. John nodded his head in greeting. John. Shadow 4 smiled lightly, her haunted eyes lighting up for a brief second, revealing the beautiful and lively woman she had been before this event. Thank you for saving me from this nightmare, Shadow 4 said sincerely, her smile vanishing a moment later, returning the haunted look to her face. Shadow 4 was an experienced cultivator, and although she had not seen John fight, she could feel the aura of the one who had taken action and had battled the others. There was only Zuri and John here, so despite his shockingly low cultivation, Shadow 4 knew he had been the one to save her from her miserable fate. Who knew how long Galveston would have tortured her for information about the guild before he finally did away with her? John nodded wordlessly, unable to form the right words to say. Zuri placed a comforting hand on Shadow 4's shoulder, her mouth parting several times as if wanting to say something. Galveston said that my identity was revealed by you, as well as other details regarding the guild, she eventually said to Shadow 4. During their interrogation, Galveston had revealed that Shadow 4 gave him information regarding the guild, including Zuri's facial description and status as Shadow of Agony. She had also revealed quite a bit more about the guild, including locations of their hideout and members of their branch. Is what he said true? Zuri asked, expression pained as if not wanting the answer. Shadow 4 hesitated for a moment and then nodded, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. It's true, she said with pain in her voice. I resisted for as long as I could, but eventually it was just too much to bear, she mumbled through trembling lips, the memories no doubt haunting her. Zuri closed her eyes and took in a deep breath, face scrunched up in pain. She breathed out and opened her eyes, looking as if she wanted nothing more than to comfort Shadow 4 and tell her everything was going to be all right. She eventually did the first part, embracing Shadow 4 in a tight hug. Shadow 4 melted into her embrace and started crying, her body trembling. The two embraced for quite some time before Shadow 4 somewhat regained control over herself and pushed out of the embrace. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and glanced towards John once more, who stood there silently, arms crossed over his chest. Shadow 4 studied his face one more time and then nodded her head, the radiant smile returning again for a brief moment. I can rest easy knowing someone like you has joined the guild, she said warmly. You're strong, and Boss will no doubt be safe with you around. John nodded, a slight frown appearing on his face. Shadow 4's words seemed to be like words of parting more than anything else. He glanced sideways to Zuri, who wore a grimace of pain on her face. A dagger appeared in her hand a moment later, trembling slightly in her grip. Shadow 4 noticed the dagger and smiled lightly, reaching out towards Zuri. "I won't allow you to do it," Shadow 4 said, grabbing Zuri's hands and then yanking the dagger free. "Tell the others I'll miss them." Chi. The dagger, held by Shadow 4, pierced towards her chest, ramming deeply into her heart. John's eyes went wide with surprise as he watched Shadow 4 pierce her own heart, and then use her own chi to explode it from within. She slumped to the floor, life quickly fading from her body, the sad smile lingering on her face as she died. The chamber fell silent for a long time. What the hell just happened? John finally broke the silence, asking for answers. Zuri's sad and pained eyes shifted to him, and then back to Shadow 4. She bent down and picked up the lifeless woman, eyes filled with grief. "You would have learned tomorrow during your test, but you can learn this part now," Zuri said, staring at her dead friend's face. "When you join the guild, there are only a handful of rules, and this is one of them. If you ever reveal classified information regarding the guild to someone not in it, your life is forfeit. Shadow 4 knew the price of her actions and killed herself so I did not have to do it myself." She shifted her eyes to John once more, then walked towards the distant tunnel. "Let's go," she said softly. "Reinforcements should have already arrived." John nodded his head and followed Zuri. They entered the tunnels where the prisoners had sheltered in, hundreds of eyes locking onto Zuri and John. Some eyes were haunted, some appreciative, some dead inside. The two made their way to the top of the tunnel, and Zuri took out a transmission disc, putting it away a moment later. She tapped her hand on the formation to the side of the tunnel entrance, parting the door leading to the mansion above. The door parted, revealing 3 figures standing at the tunnel exit. 3 figures dressed in the black robes of the Shadows of Death Guild, 2 in the Middle World Expansion Realm, and 1 in the Late World Expansion Realm. Assassins from the guild headquarters. Chapter 955, Grandmaster. The 3 robed assassins stood tall with their hands clasped behind their backs, faces shrouded by the hood, in which darkness seemed to dominate. It was a much higher quality robe than John had been given, and would most likely stop even the most powerful of divine senses from breaking into easily and seeing the face of the one wearing it. Based on their figures, it was clear that there were 2 men and a woman. The woman had a very alluring and curvy figure that even the somewhat loose robe couldn't hide her prominent features. She had a middle world expansion cultivation, as did one of the other men. In the middle stood a rather short man, a full head shorter than John. However, his aura at the late world expansion realm made it so none dared to underestimate him, and there was a natural dangerous aura about him, one that made John's instincts flare with warning. This man is dangerous. The hundreds of people within the tunnel were escorted out of it by other members of the guild who arrived, some of which John recognized as members from the hideout he had visited. They quickly filed out, leaving John and Zuri alone with the 3 mysterious cultivators. "Report," the man in the middle said firmly yet calmly, his voice sounding on the older side of life. He was most likely an ancient monster who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Zuri bowed her head lightly to the 3 mysterious figures. "Grandmaster," she said, bowing specifically to the one in the middle. She then took out a jade piece and handed it to the man in the middle. "The report is contained within," she said. "I have made sure to leave nothing out." She glanced at John when saying that, smiling ever so slightly, her gaze as if assuring him that she did in fact leave something out, his Asura transformation. The man in the middle, the Grandmaster as Zuri had addressed him, took the jade piece and sent his divine sense into it, inspecting the report Zuri had carved into it before they had arrived. He remained silent for a long while, digesting the contents within. "This report is troubling," the Grandmaster said. "Grandmaster," Zuri asked respectfully, "your report of the enemy force far exceeds your combat prowess," the Grandmaster said. You even indicated that the youth besides you had a greater part in the battle than you did. I find that both impossible to believe and disappointing from one of your rank and potential." John remained silent, listening to the two speak. Seems like she downplayed my role a bit, as to hide the nature of my Asura transformation. That's good. I don't know if I can trust the rest of the guild with that information just yet. "It may be hard to believe, Grandmaster," Zuri said respectfully, "but everything in there is the truth." The Grandmaster handed the jade piece to the woman next to him, who read its contents, scoffed lightly, and then handed it to the man on the other side of the Grandmaster. He read it, reacting in a similar fashion. "This is a joke, right?" the woman said, her voice alluring and sensual, like her voice alone could seduce any man. John felt his soul pulled towards her by her words, as if they were a soul art of their own. He raised his soul defenses slightly, resisting the temptation of her words. "Frightening." "I have the same opinion," the man on the right said. "Either you are leaving details out, or the enemy force was not as strong as you detailed in this report." "Everything in there is true," Zuri said respectfully, gesturing to John. "The youth besides me has a frightening combat prowess, one far higher than I have ever seen. His assistance in battle was invaluable." The three glanced at John, who felt the combined weight of their ancient gazes and auras fall upon him. A normal youth his age, even a genius his age, would succumb to the pressure, showing signs of nervousness, fear, or even completely fall apart mentally. John withstood their pressure with ease, raising an eyebrow at the three of them as if he was amused they were trying to play such a game with him. It would take far more than this to make him show signs of cracking. "Impressive," the Grandmaster muttered softly, then turned back to Zuri. "Who is this youth? I have not seen a report of him from you, nor have I seen his trial results. Explain," he said. "This is John," Zuri said. "I met him just this night, and after a long conversation with him, decided to admit him into the guild. His trial was to take place tomorrow, but tonight's events happened to interrupt the official admittance process." "Tonight," the man on the right said, voice aghast. "You took an uninitiated trainee on a mission, one of great importance. That is unacceptable." "I had already shown him the base of operations, and as such, did not want him to leave my sight until the trials were officially completed," Zuri said respectfully. "You showed him the base of operations before he was initiated. Another breach of protocol," the Middle World expansion man said, growing irate. "It was unavoidable," Zuri said, giving John a sideways glance. "Unavoidable? How?" the Grandmaster asked calmly. "He discovered the location on his own, by following the aura of the mark," Zuri said, a slight grimace on her face as if she expected her answer to receive stern berating for how ludicrous it was. As expected, those beratements came swiftly. "Impossible," the man on the right said sternly. "Only one who has passed the trial and has attuned with the mark of shadows can feel its presence. It is far too weak to be felt otherwise, especially by one as low of cultivation as this child." "I agree," the woman said, voice still alluring. "It is impossible to believe such an obvious fabrication. First the report and now this. We had high hopes for you, Shadow of Pain, but tonight has made me question if we should reassess your future in this guild." "Indeed," the man on the right said, nodding. John felt his mood go from intrigue to irritation as he listened to the two guild members berate Zuri for truths. "If the guild finds out about my abilities, what will they do?" John sent a sound transmission to Zuri. "I cannot be 100% certain, but I think that would be fine as long as you proved your worth to the guild." Zuri sent a sound transmission back. "The guild values powerful and loyal members more than anything else, so as long as you prove yourself to be both, they will not hold your abilities against you." Hearing this, John could no longer hold his tongue. "Hey, you too," he said firmly, pointing to the two Middle World expansion cultivators. His words caused the three to shift their gazes to him, while Zuri's eyes went wide as she heard him speak to them in such a brash and callous way. "Zuri has done nothing but tell the truth, and yet you two refuse to even consider if she is telling the truth, John said, arms crossed over his chest. I just joined the guild and had high opinions of it, but if this is what the guild has to offer from its seniors, maybe my assessment was wrong after all. Chapter 956 Lethal Test, John, Zuri exclaimed, eyes going wide with shock. She hastily turned towards the 3 senior guild members, bowing her head quickly. Apologies for his behavior. He had just joined and does not know the guild protocol. Insolence, the man on the right said, while the woman hummed softly, as if amused by John's outburst. To think you admitted such a youth into our guild, the man continued, obviously irate. You will be. That's enough, the Grandmaster said, cutting off the man on the right. The man stopped talking immediately, showing the high opinion he had of this Grandmaster. Young man, Zuri said you found the location of the mark of shadows on your own. Is that correct? The Grandmaster asked. I did, John replied calmly. And did you find it because you could feel the mark, or did you find it because you were provided with its location beforehand? The Grandmaster asked, his words indicating the idea of John being a spy of some sorts. If it was the second, I obviously wouldn't tell you, John said, his words yet again causing Zuri to gasp. The man on the right began to speak, but the Grandmaster waved his hand, cutting him off. Meanwhile, the woman on the left laughed lightly, clearly amused by the entire thing. True, the Grandmaster said, agreeing to John's words. But then we find ourselves in a bit of a difficult situation. You see, it's considered impossible to detect the mark naturally, that is unless you have ascended to the holy manifestation realm, which you clearly have not. So, with that being the case, John's instincts suddenly flared with warning, filling him with the dread of death. The feeling was almost imperceptible, but there was something behind him, about to strike with lethal intent. Without thinking, his dantian flared with the power of the spatial Tao, enveloping him and shifting him through the fabric that separated the 2 dimensions. He entered the void of spatial chaos, his body becoming blasted with the storms of spatial chaos that dominated the realm. As he stepped into the other realm, he felt the shadow of death nearly embrace him, missing him by mere inches. A moment later, he stepped back into the real world and immediately spotted a dagger pierced into the steps before his feet, embedded halfway into it. The dagger was of incredible quality, and a terrifying aura wafted off it, quickly fading away. He felt a chill again, as he was able to tell that if that dagger had landed on him, he would have been gravely injured and perhaps killed. Boom! His aura exploded outwards instinctively, preparing to unleash his full might at the threat. He was sure the attack had come from the Grandmaster, as he was the only one strong enough to threaten John with such overwhelming lethality, and did not know if the man was merely testing him or trying to permanently silence him. He was going to make sure that if it was the latter, there would be a hellish battle on the Grandmaster's hands, even if the battle was a futile one for John. Ho ho ho! Wizened laughter drifted out from the Grandmaster, his laughter diffusing the situation, making John realize it had been a test after all. However, the test had been a real one, and had John not possessed the ability to detect the faintest killing intent like he had claimed, then the dagger would have landed, and he would have been killed. He felt a cold bead of sweat form on his forehead. This Grandmaster is insane. Not bad, young one, the Grandmaster said, voice tinged with amusement and praise. Your instincts are terrifyingly sharp for one of your age and cultivation. His head turned slightly, looking towards Zuri. Perhaps you have been telling the truth after all, he said, but discussing it here will serve no further purpose. Shadow of Pain, you will complete a detailed report, including everything Shadow 48 gave to the enemy. Even if they are dead, they might have sent word of their findings to others before you arrived. It will be done, Zuri said, breathing a heavy breath of relief that the situation seemed to have been sorted out. As for you, young man, the Grandmaster said to John, since you have yet to take the initiation trial, I will bring you to the guild headquarters to personally test you myself. Zuri's eyes went wide at this news, while the man on the right stiffened as if he wanted to protest, but didn't, while the woman hummed with soft amusement once more. John realized this was some sort of special occasion or something worthy of the reactions he was seeing, but remained silent. He would soon find out what being tested by this Grandmaster meant. "That is all," the Grandmaster said, turning around to leave. "Grandmaster," Zuri spoke up. "Yes," the man asked. Zuri glanced at John and then spoke up once more. "I was going to travel soon to the guild headquarters to post a high-importance mission. I figured if you are going to head there now, I would join along for convenience," Zuri said. John listened closely, as he was sure this was related to Zuri posting the mission to find Lillian. "High-importance mission," the Grandmaster mused. "One of your rank can only post a high-importance mission every 5 years. What mission is so important to you?" he said, his words surprising John. He had no idea the cost of posting such a mission, and had no idea Zuri was willing to use such a valuable thing just for him. Clearly, she valued him highly after his display in the chamber, and was willing to eat such a cost to get him loyal to her and the guild. Regardless of the reason, his opinion of Zuri rose greatly upon hearing this. She would have been able to use this credit on something like investigating her father's death, but instead used it on John. "I understand," Zuri said, nodding her head and gesturing to John. "He lost someone important to him, and I want to post a mission to help find her." The Grandmaster stared at her, and then John, and then nodded his head. "You have quite a high opinion of this youth to be willing to spend such a valuable resource on him," he said. "I do," Zuri nodded. "Very well," the Grandmaster said. "Both of you follow me. We shall return to the guild headquarters immediately." John followed closely behind, moving through the estate that was now under the control of the guild. His curiosity rose as he thought of the things to come, such as this mysterious trial that had everyone so worked up. Joining an assassin guild, raiding an estate and finding out a horrifying conspiracy, and now heading to the Assassin Guild's headquarters to partake in some mysterious trial. It seems like my life on this world is about to become a lot more interesting. Chapter 957, the guild headquarters darkness enveloped John's vision, his divine sense also restricted, making him truly blind for the first time in his life. Having neither at his disposal made him feel incredibly uneasy, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. After leaving the estate, he had been blindfolded by Zuri at the Grandmaster's instructions. The blindfold was covered by a profound network of runes, which was responsible for blinding his sight and his divine sense, making it so that he was unable to tell where he was going. Until one has been formally tested by the guild and passes their trial, they are not permitted to know the location of the headquarters. Even then, only certain ranks are permitted to know the locations of the transportation formations that lead to the guild headquarters. Even I was only able to learn the locations of the formations recently, when I was promoted to my current rank within the guild. Only those at my rank and above know the way forward, Zuri had told him a while back. Zuri held a rope in her hand, one bound to John's waist to lead him along and not get astray. He followed along quietly, trying his best to determine where they were going. He could tell they left the city, then moved through the forests nearby, over and around some mountains, then through some tunnels, eventually arriving at the first formation. He had already lost track of his position based on his quick mental image of Clearmist City and the surrounding area, and so he stopped trying to figure out the route they were taking. Such a thing could only potentially be accomplished by someone who knew the land intimately, and he was a complete stranger to this world. The first transportation portal took the ground an unknown distance away, at which point the group moved through the land towards another transportation formation. 6 more formations were taken during their journey, making John realize the futility of even trying to figure out where they were going. Some of the transportations lasted only an instant, while others lasted almost a second. With the combined time spent within the formations, I would guess we've traveled several million miles away from Clearmist City at the very least, John thought, taking note of just how large this continent was. It was far larger than the divine Martial Continent, and was only one of 4 noteworthy continents on this world. When comparing this world and his homeworld, the two were completely different. John stepped onto another formation and felt himself speed through space for a brief moment before arriving at their destination. The still air and soft footsteps in the distance told him they had arrived at an indoor location. "You can take the blindfold off," Zuri said to John, who did so quickly. The lack of sight and divine sense had been suffocating. As he took the blindfold off, a large room came into view. The room was several hundred yards wide, with dark walls, almost black, with Gothic-style vaulted ceilings high above. Formation lights lined the walls in many locations, giving some light to the room, as there were no windows to the outside world to be seen. John turned his head about, taking in the rest of the room. He found himself on a raised transportation formation. Zuri, the Grandmaster, and the other two cloaked cultivators he had seen on it too, as well as several other cloaked members of the guild he had yet to meet. The rest of the room held 5 other transportation formations, 6 in total including their own. To the side of each formation platform was a large table, at which several individuals were seated. He noticed that unlike the other members of the guild within this room, those seated at the tables wore slightly different-looking robes, gray in color instead of black like the others. "I will record our arrival," Zuri said to the Grandmaster, bowing her head slightly. The Grandmaster nodded, waiting patiently as Zuri went to the large stone table near their platform. She spoke with one of the seated personnel at the table, and then returned to the group a short while later. She waved her hand and 8 items, appearing like gilded seals made from some unknown metal, floated back towards each of the other members in the group, who caught the items and put them away. "Let us be off then," the Grandmaster said, and hopped off the raised platform to the floor proper, and then proceeded towards the large double door at the opposite end of the room. The others quickly followed behind, while John fell in step with Zuri. A flash of light indicated the arrival of a group on one of the other platforms, catching his attention. He watched them proceed towards the stone table nearest that platform and converse with those seated at it, hand over some items, and then walk away from the platform. "Everyone's arrival to the headquarters must be logged at those tables," Zuri explained, noticing John's inquisitive glance. "Even the Grandmaster must log his arrival by showing their personal guild seal to the archivists, who are the ones wearing the gray robes. I took the liberty of collecting the seals of the others before we arrived so that the arrival process would be swift and concise." John nodded his head thankfully, eyes still scanning the room for any other things of interest. He didn't find any, and followed the group through the large 20-yard-tall open double doors and into a hallway. The hallway stretched out to both sides and was 30 yards wide and 50 yards tall. The style was much the same as the room they had come from, with the walls made from some dark stone carved with some Gothic designs, and vaulted ceilings high above. Black metallic handles jutted from the wall at even intervals, each holding a formation disc that gave off light to illuminate the hallway. A red rug of some unknown material ran the span of the hallway, giving some color to the otherwise dark hallway. The group turned left upon arriving in the hallway. As they walked, John saw other members of the guild pass them by. Some wore the same black robes as Zuri and the others, while others wore the gray robes he had seen in the previous room. They robes seemed to all be the same, making it impossible to identify someone unless they had the hood of their robe down. About half of the people he saw wore their hood up, the other half having their hoods down, revealing their faces. The faces he saw were a mix of young and old, male and female. The one thing in common was the respect they showed the Grandmaster, stopping what they were doing and bowing ever so slightly towards him as he passed before going on about their business. The Grandmaster's face was obscured within his hood, but his aura and cultivation level were unmistakable. The Grandmaster's aura was incredible, rivaling that of someone like Thunderzin. If the two of them fought, who would win? John couldn't help but wonder. Both of them gave off the same ancient yet lethal feeling. "How high of a status does the Grandmaster have?" John whispered to Zuri, wondering where the old man stood status-wise within the guild. If he had to guess, it was at the top, or at the very least close to the top of the guild. Zuri glanced at John and then towards the Grandmaster, who walked in front, hands clasped behind his lower back which faced the two of them. "You can explain the hierarchy of the guild," the Grandmaster said, clearly overhearing John's question. Even if he was a spy, there's no escape for him at this point, and sending messages to the outside is also impossible, so divulging the information you are permitted to give initiates is now acceptable. Zuri nodded her head towards the Grandmaster, and then turned to John. "The guild is broken into multiple ranks, based on several criteria, the main two being cultivation level and talent level," Zuri said. "The bottom is made up of the recent initiates, like you, which are called the shadow initiates. Above the shadow initiates are the shadows, like the ones you saw in the hideout." John nodded his head, recalling the dozen or so members he had seen just a day ago. "Above them are the shadow captains, which is the rank I currently hold," Zuri continued. "Shadow captains must have at the very least elite-level talent and also an early world expansion cultivation." John wondered about the elite-level talent and what that entailed, but remained silent, as he was sure it would be explained to him before long. "Above that are the shadow masters," Zuri continued, gesturing to the two cultivators who walked just behind the Grandmaster, the woman and the man John had seen in the tunnel earlier in the day. "Shadow masters must also have elite-level talent at the very least, and have a middle world expansion cultivation. Above them are the Grandmasters, who must have both a genius-level talent and a late world expansion cultivation at the very least. Currently, the guild has 7 Grandmasters, of which 2 are at the half-step holy manifestation realm," Zuri said, revealing a bit about the Grandmaster. John raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear they had that many cultivators at the Grandmaster's level. That was like having 7 Thunderzins, which was a terrifyingly powerful combat force. "Above that is the Guildmaster, the leader of our Shadows of Death guild," Zuri said, smiling as if proud to be part of a guild led by this Guildmaster. "The Guildmaster is a terrifyingly powerful cultivator, one that stands on the same level as the Tier 1 sect leaders, with a cultivation at the early holy manifestation realm." "Early holy manifestation realm," John exclaimed internally. Although he was not truly shocked to hear it, it was still surprising nonetheless. Someone on the same level as the Grand Abbot or the Jade Dragon Emperor. A true cultivation powerhouse. Chapter 958, Trial of Shadows. While still thinking about this mysterious guildmaster, Zuri leaned in closely and whispered into John's ears. "There's also rumors that the previous guildmaster, the one who established the guild all those years ago, never actually died, but instead handed the reins to the current guildmaster. According to these rumors, the first guildmaster still lives and operates in the shadows," she whispered and paused for a moment, then continued. "And some of the rumors state that the first guildmaster is even stronger than the current one." John's eyes widened slightly, the thought of someone stronger than an early holy manifestation cultivator. That was someone even stronger than the Grand Abbot, and most likely strong enough to fight evenly against the Jade Dragon Emperor. Even though the Jade Dragon Emperor was wounded and far from his peak power, that was still a frightening level of power. Walking at the front, the Grandmaster smiled lightly, a smile that went unnoticed by the others. He led the group through the maze-like hallways, all of the same design. Unless someone has been here many times before, it would be incredibly easy to get lost in these labyrinth-like hallways, John thought. That's most likely the intention. If a spy ever gets in, or this place ever gets invaded, navigating these hallways would be a nightmare. The group took dozens of turns, went up and down stairways, and cut across large rooms of other purposes to get where they were going. John had peered into rooms with open doorways on their trip through the headquarters, and had seen other members going about their business in a variety of different ways. He had seen classes where a world expansion member was teaching newer members assassination techniques, stealth techniques, and more. He had seen something akin to an acting class, where the members were forced to play roles and act convincing, a skill no doubt useful in the field. Other rooms were filled with members battling each other, either by trying to successfully land stealth attacks on their opponent or playing games of cat and mouse, practicing both assassination techniques and evasive techniques. The hallway they were walking down eventually led to a massive open chamber, over a mile in each direction. Dozens of other hallways led to this chamber, making it appear like the heart of the headquarters, and the hallways the veins. Hundreds of guild members went about their business, a mix of black and gray robes visible. Some of the guild members wore their hoods, shrouding their features, while others walked about with their hoods down, faces exposed. Groups of youths, ranging from what appeared to be 10 years old to late teens, were being escorted by senior members of the guild, most likely teachers and the youth students. John was surprised to see how young the guild recruited, but nodded his head in understanding. The younger they were recruited, the more loyal they would be to the guild, and the more the guild could mold them into the perfect assassins. Other than the groups moving about, John spotted some tables with gray-robed members sitting at them, near the center of the room. The 10 tables formed somewhat of a circle, with a large board located behind each table. The boards were all covered with pieces of paper, which were missions from what John could tell at this distance. "Keep up," Zuri said to John, who came to and realized he had stopped to take in the scene. He quickly caught up and followed the group, noticing that almost everyone's eyes drifted towards them, no doubt because of the Grandmaster's presence. Those expressions changed from curious respect to surprise, and then excitement as many of the younger guild members in the chamber moved towards John's group, as if knowing what was going on. "They're heading towards the trial halls," John heard a youth around his age say to a nearby companion. "Who is being trialed? Is it that boy in the back?" "Must be. He's the only one I don't recognize." Hushed conversation filled the chamber, as many curious guild members followed behind John's group. Some of the groups consisting of students in class tried to follow as well, but were quickly rebuked by their teachers. Groans of disappointment drifted out from those groups as they left the large chamber, unable to witness the newcomer's trial. "It's not often a Grandmaster will watch over a trial of shadows," Zuri said to John. "It means that the one being trialed is strong enough to have someone like a Grandmaster interested, which no doubt means an interesting trial." "Will the others get to watch my trial?" John asked curiously. He thought it would be a bit more secretive, being an assassination guild and all. "They will," Zuri nodded her head, and then noticed John's frown. "Each member who can watch is already sworn to the guild's secrecy codes, and even then, one will require a certain clearance level to watch your trial. Only those who can be trusted fully, even under capture and torture, will be able to watch you." "How can you be certain they won't reveal any information they see if they are captured?" John asked curiously. Shadow 4 had given up information regarding the guild, so why couldn't others? "Because," Zuri said, frowning, clearly recalling the bitter memory of Shadow 4. "Unlike Shadow 4, everyone with the proper clearance has gone through countless torture training scenarios, and each has proven themselves to be willing to withstand anything before giving up information. Shadow 4 was unable to pass those trials, unlike those stationed here." She glanced at John, a mixed expression on her face. "If you want to obtain a high enough rank, one that can search through the guild archives for information about your companion, you will have to endure such training as well," she said with a heavy tone. John shrugged, a calm expression on his face. "I'm sure I've endured worse." Zuri raised an eyebrow at his nonchalant attitude towards enduring torture trials, and then sighed. "We'll see," she said, clearly not believing John. By now, the group arrived on the opposite side of the large chamber, where a large double door guarded the way forward. The 2 guards posted on either side opened each door as the Grandmaster approached, nodding at him respectfully. John followed the group into the room, where a large theater-like room came into view. Thousands of seats stretched downwards before him, all looking at a large blank wall of some obsidian-like material. At the base of that wall was a large door, leading to another room. The Grandmaster stopped and turned to John, gesturing to that door. "Your trial awaits beyond. Good luck." Chapter 959, Heaven's shadow John glanced at the door a short distance away, and then nodded, moving towards it. "John," Zuri called out. He turned to look at her. "Remember, these dangers of the trials you will face are real," Zuri cautioned him. "In fact, the genius trial has a death rate of over 40%, so do not underestimate what you encounter within the trials." John raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear how brutal the trials were, and then nodded his head. While he didn't voice his opinion, the dangers of the trial were not of a concern to him. "I've faced demons and asuras and lived. What's an assassination guild trial compared to that?" As John walked downwards towards the large door on the opposite side of the room, a large group of guild members flooded into the room. Those able to enter the room were cleared by the guards, ensuring they had the appropriate clearance level required to enter. As such, most of the entrants were on the older, more experienced side, although some of the younger geniuses of the guild were able to enter as well. Expressions of curiosity, excitement, and doubt were visible as each quickly found a seat, a buzz of conversation filling the theater-like room. The Grandmaster, Zuri, and the others watched the guild members take a seat. The Grandmaster turned to Zuri. "Which trial do you think you will take?" he asked her. "The genius trial," Zuri said without hesitation. "Oh, and how do you think he will do?" the Grandmaster asked. "I think his performance will surprise even you, Grandmaster," Zuri said respectfully. A scoff of disbelief left the man next to them, the one who had been a pain towards John and Zuri the entire time. The Grandmaster glanced at the man, silencing him, then back to Zuri. "In that case, I am quite interested to watch his trial. It's been dozens of years since I last watched a trial of shadows," the Grandmaster said, moving towards a nearby seat and gesturing for Zuri to sit next to him. "Come, sit with me. Let's watch the trial of the one you initiated together." Zuri nodded and took a seat next to the man, heart thumping within her chest. John's performance would directly impact her status within the guild, due to her accepting him before an official trial. If he passed with flying colors, her actions would be forgiven, and her status would rise as a result of finding a promising genius. If he failed, she would suffer a stiff punishment, one that might even strip her of her current ranking. The scenes of John's battle within the chamber entered her thoughts, and her thumping heart calmed down. From what she had seen from John, failure was not a possibility. John arrived at the bottom of the theater-like room and stopped before the large door leading to the trials beyond. He pushed on the double door a moment later, parting it open. A screen of light came into view on the other side of the door, swirling with white and golden brilliance. John stepped into the screen of light, disappearing from sight, the doors closing behind him. As he stepped through the door, the large black wall at the front of the theater lit up brightly, showing an image of an empty location of some unknown place. John suddenly appeared within that location, followed by a buzz of excitement from the gathered crowd. The trial had finally started. Immediately after stepping through the screen of light, John found himself standing in a large, empty room. The walls of the room were unable to be seen, as the black-tiled ground seemed to stretch into infinity. He peered upwards and saw a void of blackness stretch on forever. Wherever he wasn't in the Nine-Dao world anymore. "This is most likely a spatial realm," John muttered to himself, "one constructed specifically for the trial." His head swiveled about, trying to see if there was anything important. The rushing sound of wind filled his ears, and he watched 3 massive archways of light rushing towards him from the distance, suddenly stopping 100 yards away from him. The archways were each 100 yards tall, and each swirled with a different color of formation energy. Portals. John's gaze shifted upwards to the top of the archways, where words were carved into the stone archways. Standard trial, elite trial, genius trial, 3 different trial difficulties, The archways reminded John of his time in the Yuan Continent ancient city, where he had entered the divine trial. These archways no doubt worked similarly, leading to the trial proper one he chose which one to enter. After inspecting the 3 trials, John turned his gaze in other directions, his instincts suddenly kicking in. It's that same feeling, John thought, head swirling about, trying to determine the source of that feeling. He could feel the faintest killing intent, just like that of the mark of shadows he had found in Great Crest City, in this place, and it wasn't coming from any of the 3 trial archways before him. John's divine sense flared outwards, trying to pinpoint the source of the aura. He couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, but his powerful soul and divine sense gave him the general direction, which was away from the 3 archways. He started moving in that direction, towards the aura. Outside the trial realm, in the theater area, a commotion broke out as the guild members watched John walk away from the trial archways. "What is he doing?" a younger male guild member asked, a look of amusement and confusion on his face, as if he were watching an idiot go about his day. "He's walking away from the trials. Is he giving up?" another younger member asked, equally amused. Similar discussions broke out, as many were not expecting this to happen. They were debating which trial John would choose, and against all expectations, he started walking away from them. They couldn't recall such a thing ever happening before. While the younger members chatted amongst each other about the amusing situation, the older guild members, those part of the guild for thousands of years or more, became silent, stern expressions appearing on their faces. Zuri was quick to notice this, and glanced sideways at the Grandmaster, eyes widening slightly as she saw the Grandmaster leaning forward slightly, his expression slightly surprised and also. Is that excitement on his face? Zuri thought. She never thought she would ever see a Grandmaster excited. But it wasn't pure excitement. There was another expression veiled beneath the Grandmaster's expression. Regret. No, that's not exactly it, Zuri thought. It was hard to pinpoint, but it seemed like the Grandmaster was both excited and somewhat saddened at what was happening. While the theater was abuzz with conversation, John navigated through the area, trying to pinpoint the source of that aura. As he moved, he felt the aura grow stronger, and after moving several hundred yards, he eventually stopped. A frown appeared on his face as he looked all about him, but saw nothing before him, just more empty space. I can feel the aura coming from directly in front of me, but there's nothing there. Trying something, John reached outwards towards where he felt the aura coming from. His eyes widened with surprise as he felt his hand hit something solid, although his eyes couldn't see what it was. The moment his hand hit the solid object, the object sprung into existence before him in an instant. A massive archway appeared before him like a ghost, equal in size to the others, but feeling completely different. He took several steps backwards and peered upwards towards the top of the arch, muttering the words he read there. Heaven's Shadow Trial. Chapter 960, History of the Heaven's Shadow Trial. A frenzied commotion broke out amongst the spectators at the appearance of the new trial. Heaven's Shadow Trial, what is that? A youth around 20 years old asked those nearby. I have no idea. I've never heard about this trial, one replied. Has that trial always been there? Why were we unaware of it this entire time? How did he find it? It was completely invisible. Is it a new trial the guild added recently? The discussions ranged from confusion to excitement, while a select few had serious expressions on their faces. They were all older members of the guild, and such as the Grandmaster, the 2 master-ranked guild members who had been traveling with him, as well as several other high-ranking members. Grandmaster, Zuri said, wanting to know what was going on. What exactly is going on? What is this Heaven's Shadow Trial John somehow found? The Grandmaster's eyes remained glued to the screen for some time before shifting to Zuri. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he leaned against the backrest of his seat. The Heaven's Shadow Trial is something from long before your time, the Grandmaster said, eyes distant as if deep in thought. When the first Guildmaster created the Shadows of Death Guild, he also created these trials. The trials were to serve 2 purposes: test worthiness of becoming an assassin and test talent. Initially, there were only the 3 trials, Standard, Elite, and Genius, but for some reason, the Guildmaster eventually added a 4th, the Heaven's Shadow Trial. The reason for him creating this trial was unknown at the time, but eventually the truth came out. It was a trial to find someone worthy of becoming his successor. Zuri's eyes widened with surprise as she heard this. The Heaven's Shadow trial was created to find the first Guildmaster's successor, she repeated, shifting her gaze to the screen which showed John standing before the archway. Why was it hidden away? Did the current Guildmaster pass the trial, at which point it was no longer needed? Yes and no, the Grandmaster replied, face stoic. The current Guildmaster did end up passing the trial, but only barely. However, the trial was not closed after his successful completion of it, and was instead left open for other trial participants to take it should they wish, to prove their worthiness to the Guild. After several decades, the trial was eventually closed and hidden, as the losses incurred within the trial were too severe for the Guild to withstand. The most promising geniuses were taking on the trial and failing. Perishing within. The amount of talent lost in just those few decades was determined to be too great, and so the trial was hidden. To think this boy would discover it. It's that dangerous, Zuri asked. How many managed to pass the trial in the end? By the time the trial was closed, the total participants, all geniuses worthy of passing the genius trial with ease had they taken that trial, was 6,072, the Grandmaster said, shifting a heavy gaze to Zuri. And out of those 6,000, only the current Guildmaster survived. The rest perished within. Gasps of surprise echoed within the room, as it had fallen silent as everyone listened to the Grandmaster's teachings of the trial's history. None of them had expected this unexpected trial to have such a brutal history to it, and hushed discussions once again broke out amongst the Guild members about the trial, and about if they thought John would enter it or not, and if he did, what his fate would be. This boy you found seems quite promising, so I was looking forward to his performance, the Grandmaster said, sullen eyes gazing at John's image on the screen. Should he prove himself wise and enter the genius trial, he can still be saved, but should he enter the Heaven's Shadow trial, then I'm afraid this promising youth you found will lose his life today. Zuri's face scrunched up with a complicated expression. Her thoughts shifted back to John's battle in the chamber the night before, and she relaxed a bit. She had confidence that whatever came his way, he would be able to deal with it. His combat prowess was just that heaven-defying. The hushed discussions broke out into frenzied commotion as several members cried out in surprise. He went in. He entered the Heaven's Shadow trial. A sigh escaped the Grandmaster's mouth as he slouched back slightly. He watched as John's figure appeared in a new room, starting the first trial. A pity, he seemed like a good lad. John stood before the archway for a short while, inspecting it carefully. It seems like the other trials, just hidden for some reason, he mused. The aura coming from this trial is much more severe than the others, so I'm assuming it's the hardest version of the trials I can take. Was finding this hidden trial the first step to be able to take it? After thinking about it for a while, he shrugged and stepped forward. If I wasn't supposed to enter it, I'm sure the Guild would have removed it entirely. With no more delay, he stepped into the swirling portal of energy, disappearing within. A moment later, John found himself standing in a dark room. The room suddenly burst alight, a luxurious estate popping up before him. Mansions, gardens, fountains, ponds, and more popped up into existence, turning the dark room into a lavish estate of exquisite luxury. John surveyed the estate before him, trying to spot if there was any danger he could see. His eyes eventually fell on a singular figure, sitting several hundred yards away from him at the top of some stairs leading to the entrance of the largest mansion. The human figure was seated in a meditative position, eyes closed as if deep in a trance. It was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with long black hair and a luxurious robe. John's head swiveled about, trying to see if there was anything else of importance, but found nothing. He frowned, wondering what the purpose of the trial was. As if answering his thoughts, a deep voice boomed out. "Assassinate," it said firmly. "Assassinate, huh?" John mused, head still swiveling about. He didn't want to send out his divine senses to inspect the area, as he didn't want it to alert the mysterious person sitting at the top of the stairs a short distance away. After seeing nothing, his gaze returned to the man, an eyebrow raising with surprise as he felt the aura of the man. Middle Dao transformation, huh? John thought, frowning with disappointment. Based on the secrecy of this trial and the aura of the portal, I expected it to be a challenge, even for me. I guess I expected too much. Clearly, the trial was scaling the enemies based on his cultivation. And for anyone else, assassinating someone a full minor realm above their own cultivation would be a difficult task. But to John, it was nothing more than a joke. Without giving it another thought, spatial energy wrapped around him as he dashed towards the man, officially commencing the first Heaven's Shadow trial. Chapter 961, First Trials. John sped towards the target, body cloaked in a veil of spatial Dao. Space shimmered slightly wherever he passed, as his control over the spatial Dao was still tenuous, and his ability to fully cloak himself still a work in progress. However, when it came to fooling a middle Dao transformation cultivator's senses, it was more than enough. He disappeared. A younger member of the gathered guild members exclaimed, surprised to see John vanish from the screen they were watching. No, he's just using the spatial Dao to conceal his movements, a nearby early world expansion guild member said, using his expertise to see through John's actions. The screen they were watching was quite marvelous, in that it transmitted everything happening in the realm visually, as well as projected the auras as well. The stronger guild members could feel the faint presence of the spatial Dao coming from John's image, impressing them. His control over the spatial Dao is quite impressive for one his age, the Grandmaster said, nodding his head in approval, but his methods are too straightforward. He approaches this test with the mind of a fighter instead of the mind of an assassin. Zuri breathed out lightly, trying her best to stifle the instinctual scoff she almost let out. The memories of John's battle still fresh in her mind. She wanted to tell the Grandmaster he had no idea just how much of a fighter John really was, but she remained silent. She was sure John's actions in the trials would speak for themselves. As the guild members discussed his methods, John rapidly approached the sitting target. The target's cultivation level was of absolutely no concern to John, and so he approached with the mindset of not caring if he was discovered. The mission said to assassinate, not assassinate without being detected. As long as the target died, it would be considered a success. An instant later, John appeared directly before the target, who still remained seated, eyes closed. The target's eyes suddenly snapped open, finally feeling John's presence, but it was already too late. Chi. John's hand swiped outwards, coated with a layer of lightning. It sliced cleanly through his target's neck before the target could react, severing head from body. The target's eyes went wide for a moment, as if it was a true person, and then dematerialized, disappearing into nothing. Silence filled the trial area as John stepped out of his spatial shroud, eyebrow raised. Despite only being in the middle Dao transformation realm, it noticed me a moment before I landed my attack. How unexpected. John had expected to complete the task completely undetected. His spatial shroud was strong enough to fool most late Dao transformation cultivators, and yet had been detected by his target, who was a minor realm lower. It seems the talent level of the target was set to be quite high. I wonder if that will be the case for all the trials going forward, John wondered. He had thought the trials would be a complete breeze based on the target's cultivation level, but perhaps he was wrong. And this was only the first trial. It was no doubt going to get harder as he progressed deeper into this Heaven's Shadow trial. Outside the trial, discussions continued, talking about John's results and his methods of completing his trial. Some were impressed by his combat prowess, being able to kill his target who was a minor realm higher without using a weapon, while others criticized his straightforward approach, which was not the way of an assassin. Impressive, and also worrying, the Grandmaster said after a long silence. Worrying, why? Zuri asked. Being able to kill such a target unarmed is no doubt impressive, but his approach was far too juvenile. If that is the way he approaches the other trials, he will not be able to succeed, the Grandmaster explained. Zuri remained silent, gaze returning to the screen. John had only just shown the absolute minimum of what he was capable of. She was sure that before the trials were over, the audience, the Grandmaster included, would be shocked to their core. Flash. The scene before John flashed, changing from a luxurious estate to a bustling city. People walked about the streets, going about their business. Towering buildings surrounded him, while a thick smell of the markets, restaurants, and forges hung in the air. John took a step back, wondering for a moment if he had been transported to the real world. Soul power flaring with caution, he realized he was still in the trial. Only the illusions around him were incredibly real, to the point that it almost fooled him. He reached out and touched a passerby on the shoulder, who looked at him with a displeased look and said a few words of warning before walking off. John withdrew his hand and looked at it for a moment. That person was solid, as if they were truly alive. This illusory formation is incredible, he thought. Not only did the city and people seem incredibly lifelike, they were also tangible. What a profound formation, he mumbled before focusing up. He was still in the trial and, despite his combat prowess, would not let his guard down. Assassinate, the voice sounded out again, indicating it was a similar trial. John looked about and then frowned. Assassinate? Assassinate who? He grumbled. There were thousands of people walking about, and no one had been identified as the target. As if answering his question, his instincts flared with warning, and he dodged to the side. Chi. The ground shuddered slightly as a dagger pierced into the place where he had been standing a moment prior, deadly poison dripping off the tip. The attack had been so sudden and unexpected that it would have killed most cultivators of his cultivation level, with only the pinnacle geniuses being able to detect it and dodge in time. John glanced at the dagger, and then towards the direction it had come from, and noticed a cloaked person speeding away on a nearby rooftop. Another Middle Dao transformation, huh? John mused, smiling. When does the real challenge start? Chapter 962, Dangerous Second Trial Combat, Instincts Triggered. John's aura erupted outwards as he shot into the sky, not caring at all for the disturbance he created. The illusory people in the area shouted with displeasure at him for creating such a disturbance. However, as far as he was concerned, this trial was not real, and all he had to do was kill the target. Who cared if he did it the proper way of an assassin? That was not his way. John shot into the sky and appeared above the building where the assassin had been. He caught a glimpse of the figure slipping behind a distant building and shot off in that direction. Quite fast, John said, and then smirked, but not fast enough. The spatial Dao enveloped him once more, and he stepped through the barrier between his world and the dimension of spatial chaos, where distance was a much different concept. As long as one knew how to read the waves of spatial chaos in this dimension, one could utilize them to not only move faster, but also shorten the distance as well. In this realm, space expanded and contracted like waves, making it possible to move far faster than in the realm world. He quickly read the way forward through the chaos, and then moved. John slipped past a wave of spatial chaos that approached him, dodging it as it would have pushed him away from his intended destination. As he did so, a storm came from behind him, pushing him towards his intended destination. As it did so, the ever-changing space contracted before him, shortening the physical distance he needed to travel. Here, John said, arriving at the point he wanted to exit and return to his realm. Spatial chi flaring once more, John broke through the barrier once more, appearing back in the illusory city. The cloaked figure was only a dozen yards away, only his eyes not hidden by clothing, eyes that widened in surprise at John's sudden arrival. Chi. A blast of ruinous lightning left John's outstretched finger, slamming into the target, blasting him against the nearby building wall. The blast had pierced directly through the target's unguarded chest, killing it instantly. A moment later, the city vanished, returning the space John was in to the empty void when he had arrived. The building beneath his feet disappeared, and he fell down to the ground, landing with a thud. A moment later, another scene appeared, this time a tranquil forest. Assassinate. Scene after scene popped up, each with a different setting, target, and challenge. Some were sneak attacks he had to avoid and counterattack. Others were in dangerous locations, with dangers coming from the assassination target, as well as the surrounding area itself. Each scenario tested a different skill set of the trial participant, although to John it was all the same. Find the target, and then eliminate. To him, these assassination trials were nothing more than a joke. The guild members watched with mixed expressions as John breezed through the trials. Some were shocked at how easily he completed the assassinations, despite the target cultivations being a full minor realm higher than his own. While jumping a minor realm in combat was not unheard of, it was something that only the peak geniuses of the world could do. And from what they could tell, he was doing it with relative ease. "He's yet to even use a weapon," one youth around John's age exclaimed, awed by the realization. Letter 1A5 Alpha Letter 1E47D Alpha S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. Sure, he's freakishly strong, but his methods are crass and too straightforward. Eventually, he'll run into a target he can't beat, at which point he's as good as dead, another youth said, obviously jealous of what he was seeing. Rho Alpha Ped Alpha S and Letter 1D0F Nua SOM. While the youths argued amongst themselves, the older members watched with mixed expressions as well. They were obviously impressed by what they were seeing, but some also had looks of concern on their faces, as if they assumed John's streak of victories would run out. The Grandmaster watched as John killed his target, and then sighed deeply. His sigh caught Zuri's attention. "What is it?" she asked curiously. "This boy you found is truly a genius," the Grandmaster said. "If he had grown up in the guild, his assassination techniques would have been amongst the best." "But," Zuri asked. "But," the Grandmaster said, "these assassination tasks were only the first trial of many. Most of the trial participants who perished within were also able to pass these trials with relative ease, although their methods were far more covert." "All these assassination tasks only make up the first trial?" Zuri asked, surprised by this fact. "Indeed," the Grandmaster nodded, eyes narrowing. "He's now moving on to the second trial, which had the second highest death rate of all the trials." "The second highest death rate? How many of the 6,000 perished in the second trial?" Zuri asked. "Over 2,000 perished in the second trial," the Grandmaster said. "And from what this youth has shown, his methods are not compatible with the second trial. Unless he changes tactics and uses his head instead of his fists, he will not survive." Zuri felt her heart tighten, worried eyes returning to the screen which was showing the next trial appear before John. A dark forest had appeared all around him, an ominous air permeating the place. It was as if death was lurking in every shadow, ready to pounce at him. Even Zuri felt a tinge of danger come from the forest, despite her cultivation level. "What is this trial?" Zuri asked softly. "The first trials focus on assassinations, testing the ability to successfully kill dangerous targets," the Grandmaster said, voice heavy. Trial after trial was about killing, and so most youths would have heavy killing intents built up by now, focusing on killing the next target, instead of assessing each and every situation carefully with a level head. He paused and glanced at Zuri, then back to the screen. "This trial is not about assassination," he continued. "It is about survival. A danger lurks within this forest, one that is impossible for him to fight. If he is discovered, he will perish, as did the 2,000 others who were unable to achieve the true purpose of this trial, blending into the shadows and escaping the forest unnoticed. An assassin must not only be able to kill unnoticed, but leave unnoticed should the mission become impossible to complete. This trial will test his ability to remain undetected, and with his straightforward approach in the first trials, I'm afraid he's not adept in such a thing. His spatial control is impressive, but not good enough if he wants to complete this next trail. But perhaps this old man is wrong, and this boy will surprise us with his ability to remain undetected." Zuri listened silently, feeling worried for the first time. She had assumed John would be able to breeze through the trials thanks to his combat prowess, but had realized she was completely wrong. Her heart tightened with worry as she watched John start his next trial. a trial which killed a third of some of the most promising geniuses the guild had ever seen. Chapter 963, Impossible Trial. John looked all around him, taking in the dark forest that surrounded him completely. Only a small amount of light came down from the fake moon above, enough to give light, but not enough to make navigating by sight a safe endeavor. His instincts flared with warning in this place, telling him that there was a danger that even he needed to take seriously within. Survive, the monotone voice sounded out, giving him instructions for this next trial. Survive, not assassinate. It seems like this trial is different than before. After surveying the area, John moved carefully through the forest, withdrawing his aura as best he could, making no noise as he moved. He thought about using his spatial Tao to move about, but using it gave off more of an aura than he did moving physically without using any chi. He had no idea what he had to do to survive, and so he decided to see if he could make his way out of this forest. I have no idea what surviving this trial actually means, John thought while making his way carefully through the dark, ominous forest. Do I just need to escape this forest? Is there something I need to fight and survive against? Is the forest the danger itself? These trials would be a lot easier to take on if I knew what the true task was. After moving through the forest for a short while, John heard a sound coming from the brush ahead of him. He tensed up and paused, remaining completely silent. It sounded as if something was approaching his direction, breaking through trees and bushes, something scraping on the ground as well, like a weapon being dragged through the earth. John felt his instincts kick in with warming. Whatever was approaching him, it was something that he needed to take seriously. Whatever it was far stronger than the targets he had assassinated in the previous trials. The space in front of him was a clearing in the forest, about 100 yards wide. John crouched low behind a thick bush, aura completely withdrawn, peering through gaps in the bushes. If whatever was coming used their divine sense to clear the area, he would be discovered, but that couldn't be helped for now. My best method of hiding is my spatial Tao, but I still can't use it without my aura leaking out. Letter 1A5 alpha, letter 1E47D alpha, S eta theta nu epsilon. The crashing sounds became louder for a short while, and then a figure broke out from the forest on the other side of the clearing, stepping into the open for John to see. Although it was almost pitch black in the forest, he was just barely able to make out the shape and features of the figure. Zuri stared at the formation screen, watching John crouch low behind some bushes. She glanced sideways at the Grandmaster and noticed his heavy expression. Her heart tensed up as she saw it. "What's wrong?" she asked the Grandmaster. Clearly something weighed heavy on his mind. The Grandmaster remained silent for a short while, staring at John's image, and then sighed. "It seems like the heavens itself wants this boy dead," the Grandmaster sighed, shaking his head. He turned his gaze to Zuri, who was looking at the Grandmaster for answers. Rho alpha pedi alpha s in letter 1D0F nua som. During the few decades that the Heaven's Shadow trial was open, certain pieces of information was allowed to be known to those who entered, the Grandmaster explained. Every Heaven's Shadow trial was a massive event, just like this one, and was watched by countless guild members. While the viewers were sworn to secrecy for the most part, some information was allowed to be disseminated to the rest of the guild. This made some of the trials much easier, although easier is a relative term. Knowing this information beforehand merely changed the trials from impossible to incredibly difficult. And this trial was one where information was known, Zuri asked, connecting the dots. It was, the Grandmaster nodded, expression heavy. Each trial starts with a single word instruction. The first was assassinate, and this trial is survive. This trial was proven to be impossible for anyone to pass without more information, and the death rate in this trial was over 90% before the guild allowed some information about it to be leaked, so that future Heaven's Shadow entrants could have a better chance at passing it. The information that was leaked regarding this trial was that there is a creature within the dark forest, one with senses beyond compare, the Grandmaster sighed, as if he had resigned himself to watch the youth perish before his eyes. Once you are within 500 yards of the creature, there is no escaping, and there is also no fight back. Every enemy in the Heaven's Shadow trial is scaled based on the entrance cultivation level, and this enemy is designed so that no one can fight back without perishing. The only way to survive is to have sharp enough senses to avoid it entirely, keeping a great distance from it while moving without being detected. The exit of this trial is located at the edge of the forest and can only be found by those with extremely sharp senses. He paused for a moment, then shook his head lightly. He shifted his gaze back to the screen, watching John look at the creature that just appeared in the opening. Gasps of surprise filled the room as everyone saw the creature, and also its cultivation level. "A devil," Zuri said, completely stunned. John watched the creature step into the clearing, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. "An Asura," he thought, then shook his head. "No, that's not an Asura, it's a demon." Asuras and demons had similar features, and also similar auras. Both were creatures of nightmares, although the Asuras were an entire realm above demons when it came to power, ferocity, and terror. The creature that stepped into the clearing was most definitely a demon, but was not exactly like the demon John had seen and battled in the past. This demon was far smaller, less muscular, and looked more like a human than the abyssal demon he had fought. It was about a head taller than him and had dark red skin. Its eyes glowed with a soft red glow, and some horns jutted out of its head, 2 of them curving upwards towards the sky. Its face was quite human, only elongated slightly to look sharper and more menacing. A long, red tail shot out of its lower back, and pitch-black armor covered its chest, legs, and shoulders, revealing only its face and arms. Its arms bulged with powerful muscles, adding to the menacing look. It was truly a creature of nightmares. Chapter 964, Devil, not a true devil, but a near-identical replica created by the trial's formation, the Grandmaster corrected. To this boy, though, it might as well be a real devil. Now that the boy has been locked onto by the devil, his fate is sealed. "Why isn't he trying to escape?" a confused guild member asked those near him. "Maybe he's frozen with fear," another guild member replied. "That's obviously the case. Any sane person would have fled by now. Since he's frozen in fear against a devil, he's as good as dead." "A shame," another said, shaking their head. "I wanted to learn a bit more about this mysterious trial, but it seems the experience ends here." The Grandmaster listened to the others talk, then sighed. "Perhaps he can still survive, although the chance is beyond slim. He will need to flee immediately and hope he travels in the right direction. If he can find the trial's exit through luck before the devil reaches him, perhaps he can." Letter 1A5 Alpha, Letter 1E47D Alpha, S Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, the Grandmaster instantly fell silent, eyes going wide with utter shock. The same reaction was on the face of every other person in the room, as they watched John do the most unexpected thing imaginable. "A devil," John finally realized, recalling the descriptions he had been given about the devil race by Lurie and Suri. John's blood rushed instinctively, preparing for the battle to come. Ever since he heard of the devil race, he had wanted to fight against one of them. Just before he started to move, he paused, a surprised frown forming on his face. Early World Expansion Realm. The devil was in the early World Expansion Realm, far stronger than the targets he had to assassinate in the previous trials. Its cultivation was so high that it shocked even John. "A full major realm above my cultivation. This Heaven's Shadow trial is insane. How was anyone supposed to pass this trial?" To anyone but John, they would instantly realize upon seeing the cultivation level of the devil that this was not a combat trial. It was utterly impossible to jump 4 minor realms in battle, and so the only logical conclusion was that survive meant to flee the devil and find some sort of escape. There was not a single person in the history of this world that would have assumed anything else. However, when it came to logic, John's very existence defied all logic itself. Where everyone else thought flee upon seeing the devil, there was only one thought that entered John's mind. The devil took in a deep breath, and then its gaze snapped directly towards the bush John was hiding behind. Realizing he had been noticed, the word dominating John's mind boomed like a drum, filling him with resolved purpose. His blood and chi surged through his body, filling him with incredible power. John opened his mouth, no longer hiding his presence, and roared with determined fury. Kill. Boom. John's aura exploded outwards as he instantly unleashed his dragon god shift. Draconic scales appeared on his cheeks, chest, and arms as a draconic roar filled the dark forest, like an ancient slumber dragon had been stirred awake. His black robe was instantly replaced by the draconic armor Leia had gifted him, matching the scales on his body, making him look like a dragon god in human form. His eyes shifted into a golden color, blazing like golden stars. A pitch-black scythe appeared in his hands, the weight of the scythe causing his feet to crack the sturdy ground below him. Rho alpha pe d alpha s in letter 1d0f nua som. The devil let out a loud roar, sounding like a mix between a beast's roar and a bird's screech. Its powerful aura erupted out instantly, drowning the dark forest in a murderous, blood-lusted aura. It shot over towards John with incredible speed, appearing before him in an instant. Razor-sharp claws sliced out towards John, intending to end his life in a single attack. Boom! Lightning exploded from John's outstretched hand, slamming into the devil's chest just before it reached him. A screech of surprise and pain boomed from the devil's mouth as it shot backwards through the forest, crashing through trees, snapping them like they were twigs. It slammed into the ground and carved a deep trench into the earth, stopping only a mile away. Roar! The devil roared furiously and shot out of the trench it had made. It sped into the sky and spotted John, speeding towards him once more. A long, black saber appeared in its hand, which slashed outwards towards John, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful black and red saber image. The saber image surged with the power of several Daos, and seemed like it was capable of cleaving apart anything that stood in its way. A smirk appeared on John's face as he watched the saber image approach, his scythe slashing outwards a moment later to meet the attack. Boom! Saber image and scythe met, filling the dark forest with a calamitous explosion of power. John shot out of the explosion towards the devil in the sky, scythe no longer in hand. Its tremendous weight was a burden for him unless he used his full power, and with all those people watching, he was unwilling to utilize his Asura transformation unless absolutely forced to do so. As he sped towards the devil, his eyes widened momentarily as he saw the creature put its saber away, returning to use only its physical body. "Matching what I use, huh?" John said, realizing what was going on. For whatever reason, the devil only used a weapon if he held one in his hand. With that realization, the bloodlusted smile on John's face widened with anticipation. "It's been some time since my last battle with a demon," John said, "so make sure to give me a good battle tonight. I need to let off some steam after all." He arrived before the devil a moment later, fist punching out to meet the devil's sharp claw swipes. Space rippled where claw and fist moved, the two colliding a moment later. Boom! The dark forest exploded beneath them from the physical power of the collision, blasting trees, boulders, and hills away with the shockwave created. Both John and the creature were knocked backwards through the sky, although it was obvious John had lost out in the exchange, flying farther backwards than the devil. He paused and inspected his fist, the skin on it torn, revealing muscle and bone beneath. The torn skin started to heal at a visible rate, mending the wound in less than a second. A satisfied smile appeared on John's face as he returned his gaze to the approaching devil. "Unlocking the limiter of life was truly a blessing," he said, smiling. "Now I can fight like this, pushing my body to the absolute limits for far longer than I could have before. Time to see what this improved body of mine is truly capable of." His fist shot outwards once more, meeting the devil's claw that had just arrived. Boom, chapter 965. From trial to training. Everyone in the room watching John was stunned silent, filled to the brim with absolute shock. They had been surprised when the devil had revealed itself, and then stunned senseless when John had decided to reveal himself and fight it instead of run away from it. Pandus novel, Everyone had assumed they were about to witness him perish, but the truth was the complete opposite of that. Common sense and all known laws of cultivation were thrown out the window as they watched John, an early Tao transformation cultivator, fight against an early world expansion devil. Just keeping himself alive in such a situation was enough to be considered heaven-defying, but the scene they were seeing couldn't have been farther from that. Everyone in the room watched with eyes wide and mouths agape as John turned this impossible, horrifying trial into his own personalized training session. The devil arrived at John's side, hovering in the sky a few feet below him as well. Its claw shot upwards towards John's waist, intending to pierce through and cause grievous damage. John twisted his body in the opposite direction of the devil and delivered a powerful backwards sweeping kick towards the claw. Foot and claw collided, creating an explosive shockwave of power, sending John upwards into the air, and the devil down towards the ground. The devil suffered almost no damage in the exchange, while a large wound appeared on John's foot. For any other Tao transformation cultivator, even those in the peak of the realm, taking such an attack directly would have led to death, or at the very best, the loss of that entire leg. But for John, thanks to his heaven-defying Immortal Asura body and dragon god shift, the wound was merely a gruesome but not serious one. He looked at the wound, which started to heal at visible speeds, and then looked down on the devil, a large smile appearing on his face. "Ha ha ha, so that's how I can best counter an attack from that angle," John roared with loud laughter as he and the devil exchanged a calamitous barrage of attacks. The devil had managed to get itself on his right side and shot a sharp claw attack towards his lower waist. This was the 12th time that John had allowed that part of his body to become exposed, which the devil expectantly attacked. Thanks to its nature as a formation-built creature and not a true, living devil, its attack patterns were predictable and could even be exploited. The first attack from this angle had come unexpectedly, and John had instinctively decided to dodge it, as he was not able to twist in time to unleash a counterpunch of his own. The angle was too awkward to perform such a maneuver quickly enough. His decision to dodge had allowed him to avoid the attack, with the devil's sharp, outstretched claw just missing behind his back. However, the devil followed up the attack with a quick and sudden elbow attack, digging its sharp, bony elbow into his back. With the natural physical power the devil race possessed, the sudden elbow attack had been quite devastating, opening up a wound on his back and forcing him to the ground below. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. Had the devil decided to augment the attack with Tao's, the result would have been even more devastating. Thankfully, the devil was a rather straightforward opponent, programmed to be a full major realm higher than the trial taker. The creator of the trial, the first guild master of the Shadows of Death, had not expected one to be able to fight the devil head-on, and so had not expended much effort in fleshing out its attacks to be what a true devil was capable of. John grumbled with pain as he recovered from the elbow attack, and then started to fight the creature once more. Using only his dragon god shift left him at a disadvantage, but his current form was strong enough to keep himself alive while fighting the devil. After a long period of exchanges, he had figured out the attack patterns of the devil and had decided to use it to his advantage. By opening up certain parts of his body to attack during their exchanges, the devil would attack those parts, as it had just done with his lower waist. By trial and error, John had figured out the best way to defend against such attacks, and was slowly but surely becoming even more frighteningly competent in close-quarters combat. "Ha ha ha, this training is perfect," John laughed loudly, speeding towards the devil once more. His body was covered in blood from the numerous wounds he had sustained from his exchanges with the devil, but thanks to his limiter of healing, limiter of life, and natural healing rate of his Immortal Asura body, his healing capability was even more heaven-defying than his strength now, and those wounds had already healed themselves. The sky rumbled and the earth trembled as he and the devil fought a brutal, bare-handed battle. The forest below them had all but been destroyed by their calamitous exchanges, and their shockwaves from attacks and bodies colliding into the ground had destroyed everything in their path. John focused on blocking the devil's furious barrage of sharp claw attacks, knocking aside its claws at the perfect moment, while countering with his own quick, yet brutally powerful attacks when he managed to create an opening. It was an incredibly rare opportunity for him to fight an opponent just barely stronger than he was, which was the case with his current Dragon God Shift only transformation, and also an opponent that never tired out. Due to his prodigal combat prowess, John had not had to hone his combat instincts recently, which naturally declined as a result. This battle was the perfect opportunity to hone his combat instincts back to the peak of perfection. After knocking aside another claw attack, John raised his arms and twisted his waist, opening the same part of his body to attack. The devil's claw pierced directly towards it, which was met midair by a twisting leg kick. The kick, powerful enough to shatter mountains with ease, slammed into the claw, shaking the very fabric of space from the powerful collision. The devil shot backwards once more while John was knocked upwards, stopping in the air a moment later. His foot ached with pain as a large wound had appeared on it, so deep that bone could be seen. The wound started to knit and heal at visible speeds, and was completely healed over a few seconds later. "I now know how to perfectly defend against such an attack," John said, nodding his head in satisfaction. "Now on to the next one," he yelled, his smile returning as he shot forward once more towards the devil, resuming his brutal training session. Chapter 966, Finding a Loophole. Boom, boom, boom. The trial realm shook ceaselessly, as if it was about to tear apart and be destroyed at any moment. Two blurs, so fast that they could hardly be seen at all, moved through the sky, slamming into each other with brutal ferocity, shaking the sky and warping the very fabric of space itself. John flew backwards through the sky, blood trailing behind him from a wound just opened. The wound healed in a few seconds, as if a healing cultivator was standing nearby, focusing on healing him as quickly as possible. The feeling of being able to sustain such damage and heal it almost immediately was euphoric, although it was not without its downsides. Each wound took a decent amount of chi to heal, and the larger the wound, the more chi it required. John's Danshin, as heaven-defying as it was, had limits, and would eventually run out of chi. His battle with the devil had been going on for over an hour already, with him sustaining wounds each and every exchange. By now, his chi reserve was running low, and a frown formed on his face as he considered his next steps. "I'm running low on chi, and so I should finish this battle quickly, but it's far too good of a training opportunity to just end like this." His mind raced with thoughts, and an idea formed in his mind. "Kirai, can you come out and stall the devil long enough for me to replenish my chi?" John asked Kirai. "No," Kirai replied. "Something in this place is blocking me from entering it." John clicked his tongue in frustration, but wasn't too surprised. This trial was meant to test the guild member taking it, and using outside help like Kirai was obviously cheating. Boom. Panda's novel Calm the Ground shattered as John dodged an attack from the devil, forming a massive crater that exploded outwards in all directions, sending earth, trees, and boulders raining down onto their dark battlefield. John turned to look at the devil as it reoriented itself to face him, preparing to speed towards him once more. Maybe I can wound it to slow it down, at which point I can focus on dodging while replenishing my chi. It's worth a shot. With the plan in mind, John took out his scythe, ready to unleash an attack towards the devil to injure it. The devil paused for a brief moment and took out its saber, which was something John discovered a while back. If he had a weapon, the devil would use a weapon. If he didn't have a weapon, the devil wouldn't use a weapon. He wasn't sure why the devil was made to operate this way, but didn't care either. His eyes flickered with a thought as he noticed the devil pause to take out its weapon, halting its momentum towards him. He instantly put away his scythe, storing it in his spatial realm once more. The devil had just started rushing towards him, but paused for a brief moment as it put away its saber as well. "I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." John's scythe appeared in his hand once more, and the devil took out its saber again. A boisterous, rowdy laughter boomed out from John as he realized he found a way to stall the devil for long enough to replenish his chi. His scythe appeared in his hand and then vanished, the process happening over and over ceaselessly. Each time he took out his weapon or put it away, the devil would do the same, but would pause for a brief moment to do so. John had no idea why it was programmed to do such a thing, but didn't really care either. Whoever made the devil probably never considered the possibility of someone being crazy enough to put away their weapon during the battle with this creature. John mused, smiling as he gamed the system of the trial to his advantage. He took out a chi recovery pill from his spatial ring and popped into his mouth, augmenting his recovery process. Taking such pills during battle was not possible, since the process of recovering chi through pills required a calm and focused mind and body to guide the chi to his danshin. But with him standing here motionlessly, it was the perfect time for such pills. Like this, the two of them remained in place, both taking out and then storing their weapons indefinitely, turning the once brutal battlefield into a comical farce. The guild members stared with wide eyes at the screen, none of them uttering a single sound. They had become numb to the shock and surprise they were feeling, as each event they witnessed could be considered crazier than the last. They had watched John battle the horrifying devil, a devil a full major realm above his cultivation level, for an entire hour without perishing, all while treating this trial, one that was supposed to be impossible to pass if detected by the devil, as a makeshift training session. Then during the session, John's body had shown a healing factor that should be considered impossible for one of his cultivation level, instantly healing the wounds he suffered in his battle with the devil. Then they had been stunned by just how much chi John had at his disposal, as he had battled and healed for over an hour against such an impossible-to-fight opponent. With how he was battling, as well as the terrifying amount of chi the dragon god shift used, they figured he would have run out of chi after a few minutes of fighting. And yet, the battle had been going on for 10 times that length, and now they watched as John found a loophole in the trial, keeping the devil locked in place, switching weapons ceaselessly. They had no idea why he was doing such a thing, and then some figured he had found a way to run from the devil without it ever catching up. However, those theories were quickly squashed, as John had shown no indications of moving away from the devil. Instead, he stood there in the sky, scythe appearing and disappearing in hand over and over again, as if he would never stop doing it. After a long while, hushed discussions broke out as the guild members were trying to figure out what was going on, and what John was trying to do. Their questions were answered a short while later as John put away his scythe and didn't take it back out, a large smile forming on his face. "All right," they heard him roar loudly, and then watched as he sped towards the devil. "My chi is mostly recovered. Time to start round 2. Everyone's mouths went agape at his comment, unable to believe he had not used the loophole he found to escape, but to instead recover his chi to start fighting the devil again. Despite his impossibly strong combat prowess, he had not once managed to injure the devil, and was fighting the battle on the losing end nonstop. They figured he would want to get away from such a futile endeavor, not start it once again. The Grandmaster's gaze slowly peeled away from the screen and towards Zuri, who met his gaze. How did you find this boy?" Chapter 967. 3 days of battle. John's battle with the devil creature lasted several days, as he fought a life-and-death battle with the horrifying creature, healed, rested, and then started all over again. The shocking sights of him fighting so far above his cultivation level, healing in the blink of an eye, and holding his own against a devil without a weapon had become a normal thing for the guild members watching. Despite the long duration of the trial, none of them felt bored or agitated. The older members of the guild watched with great interest, feeling excitement for the first time in a long time for many of them. A potentially heaven-defying recruit was emerging before their eyes, a recruit that could elevate the guild to an even higher level. Guild members like the Grandmaster watched with a mixture of excitement and nervousness, excited for what he was seeing, nervous for any mistakes to happen, and for such a talented youth to perish. Pandus novel, calm the younger members, in their early teens to early 20s, ranging from the Meridian Forging realm to the Tao Transformation realm, watched with eager attention, studying the battle unfolding before their eyes. Although they were not the ones fighting, They were able to learn a tremendous amount from just watching it. These youths had been raised as assassins most of their lives and had been trained in combat with an assassin mentality. It was kill swiftly or flee. Prolonged battles had been discouraged, as the longer the battle, the more time there was for something to go wrong. While this was the correct approach for an assassin, it left their combat prowess and battle instincts lacking. They were the most lethal group on the continent when operating in the shadows, but once discovered, their advantages faded away, exposing them to danger. No amount of simulated combat training could replace the real thing, real life and death battles, like the one they were seeing right now. Despite John's apparent control over the situation, it was a true life and death battle. A single mistake from him could result in his death, which shocked the youths to their cores. John was doing the exact opposite of their training, and was doing it in such a controlled and practiced manner that they could only stare at the battle with eyes full of wondrous awe. Many of the youths had doubted and even mocked him during the first trials, but none of them did so anymore. John's battle with the devil opened their eyes to the world of life and death battle and how to best go about it. Although John's combat style was only possible due to his heaven-defying body, the way he moved in battle, the way he reacted to certain attacks, the way he maintained his composure during potentially lethal exchanges, all these things and more filled the youths with insights and comprehensions, increasing their combat prowess without them having to lift a finger. In fact, during the last 3 days, 7 youths had gained insights from watching the battle, and had been able to use those insights to push their cultivation levels to the next realm. The theater-like rooms sprang to life occasionally, flooding with the dows of a breakthrough. Everyone else remained silent during these breakthroughs, making sure nothing disturbed them. Only the sounds of battle coming from the screen they were watching filled the room during these times. With everything that was happening, in less than 3 days, John had been transformed in the minds of the youths, going from a new recruit some of them mocked, to a figure they could only look up to, a goal they could strive for, a god they could worship. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. In a secretive room far beneath the shadow of Death Guild headquarters, 2 figures sat cross-legged on simple floor mats, facing each other, a small table with a teapot and 2 cups between them. The room was illuminated by simple formation lights, which flickered and glowed in the same manner as a fire would, bathing the room with a light, orange glow. Simple furnishings lined the exterior of the room, a painting here and there, a chair, a table to hold simple items. It had the same simple style as the rest of the guild above. In the air above the small table hovered a glowing 3-dimensional formation, one that depicted the entire battlefield, as well as John and the devil fighting within. The detail of the formation was incredibly lifelike, as if miniature versions of John and the devil were battling for them personally. The 2 figures occasionally picked up their cups of tea and took a sip, all while watching the battle unfold through the formation in the air between them. One of the figures nodded his head approvingly as John performed an impressive combat maneuver and set his cup down on the table. The man appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s and had long black hair that fell to his shoulders and a clean-shaven face. His features were handsome and sharp, giving him a slightly heroic aura. The man wore a simple black robe like the rest of the guild, although its quality was without compare. It was made of the finest material the world could offer, and would be able to withstand attacks from late-world expansion cultivators without being damaged. The only difference in style of this robe compared to the others in the guild was the crest on the right chest of the robe, the mark of shadows, the insignia of the guild. Lastly, the man's aura was withdrawn, making it hard to tell his cultivation level, but the natural feeling he gave off was an ancient and dangerous one, even above someone like the Grandmaster or Thunderzin. As he placed down his teacup, he laughed lightly as he watched John start swapping his weapon rapidly, causing the devil to stop and do the same. He had done so many times already, allowing him to stall this battle out for days. "I've held my tongue as long as I can, but I have to ask," the man said to the person seated opposite him. "Why does the devil stop and mimic his actions whenever he changes his weapon? Was it merely an oversight when you created this trial, Prime Shadow. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 968, Prime Shadow. The man seated opposite him smiled, taking a sip of his tea, then setting the cup down. The man wore a simple black robe with no details whatsoever, although the quality of the robe was on the same level as the other man's. The man appeared to be in his 70s or 80s and had a warm, elderly face and wrinkled face. He had long gray hair and a short gray beard pointed down below his chin. The man's cultivation was withdrawn as well, but when looking at him, one would feel as though they were looking at the world itself. "You are the of this guild," the elderly man smiled. "Can you not figure the reason out for yourself?" "I'm not the one who created this trial," the middle-aged man, revealed to be the of the Shadows of Death Guild, replied. "You are. So what's the reason? Did you just never consider the possibility of such a thing happening?" The elderly man, the Prime Shadow, smiled at the scene depicting John swapping his weapon back and forth, chuckling lightly at the amusing scene. "When I created this trial, I knew it would claim the lives of many passionate youths, hoping to become the next," the elderly man said, a slightly downcast expression appearing on his face for an instant before vanishing. "As such, I decided to add a small mercy to it. I designed the devil to only use a weapon if his enemy was using a weapon. I figured that without the devil using its weapon, 1 or 2 youths would be able to keep their lives just long enough to find the exit. This, however, is not what I expected to happen when I made it like that. This boy is quite amusing to not only find this exploit, but use it in such a unique way." The two fell silent, sipping their tea as they waited for the battle to resume. A long while later, John finally recovered his chi and resumed the battle with the devil. They gazed for a moment at the elderly man, noticing an interested expression on the man's face. "I have not seen such an expression from you in thousands of years, perhaps more," they said. "What are you thinking?" The elderly man looked at the while pouring himself some more tea, then picked up his cup. "Are you planning on challenging me again?" the elderly man asked, smiling lightly. They sighed at the question and shook his head lightly. "I cannot beat you," he said, slightly dejected. "I have tried many times, but you are too monstrous to defeat." "Oh, the only person to ever pass the Heaven's Shadow trial has such a defeatist attitude," the elderly man said in a musing way. "Both your and my talent and combat prowess has reached its peak," they said. "While I still have some room to grow, I have come to the conclusion that defeating you in the manner you have requested is impossible. I may be monstrous, but you are a monster amongst monsters," they said, then sighed lightly. "Besides, even if I did defeat you, we would need to find someone to take my place as," they continued while watching John's battle. "If this boy manages to pass, he would be the first since me to meet the criteria for becoming the next, but," his voice drifted off. "But," the elderly man chimed in, "you are not yet ready to step down from the position and step into the shadows as Prime Shadow, are you? Think you should take a look at." "No," the eventually admitted, a slight ashamed look on his face. "Being and think I am quite good at it as well." "No need to be so modest," the Prime Shadow said. "You are doing a better job at than I was ever able to. The guild had flourished with you while I was always too busy with the assassination part of our guild to focus on its growth and prosperity. That is why I created the Heaven's Shadow trial in the first place, to find a suitable successor so that I may hand over the reins of and return to doing what I do best." They eyed the elderly man for a moment, a sparkle of realization in his gaze. Questions unanswered for thousands of years finally made sense. "So that's why you relinquished the position to me so early," the mused thoughtfully. "Before you handed me the position, I had assumed I would only become," his voice trailed off. "Upon my death," the Prime Shadow smiled, then nodded his head. The Prime Shadow's gaze returned to the formation hologram depicting John and the Devil's battle. A smile of anticipation, one almost never seen on the elderly man's face, appeared and lingered there. "No," the elderly man said. "You will remain as until you find a suitable successor, but that time will only come in tens of thousands of years, if not more. What I am interested in is finding a successor for myself as Prime Shadow." "What?" the said, taken aback. "You intend to find someone to replace you as Prime Shadow? Is such a thing even possible? Even I was not able to meet your conditions, who could pause the cutoff, instantly realizing the elderly man's intentions." He stared at John, then back to the elderly man. "The position of Prime Shadow has only ever been claimed by you, the most deadly and lethal member of the guild. Is handing it over to this boy even possible?" the asked. "I created this guild," the Prime Shadow scoffed in amusement. "I can whatever I please, and what currently pleases me is watching this child and seeing if he has what it takes to assume the position of Prime Shadow." The Prime Shadow glanced back to the for a moment. "Besides, from what I've seen of this boy, I'm sure it wouldn't be long before he reached my level of lethality. In fact, I think this boy is still hiding his true strength and still has more to show us." "What? How can that be possible?" the exclaimed, but received only a smile in reply. The two fell silent, returning to watching the battle between John and the devil unfold. "This boy is quite amusing, using this battle as a training exercise," the Prime Shadow said, taking out an object, some sort of formation disc, and sending his chi into it. "But I'm afraid it wasn't designed to operate this long, and the formational chi reserves are running low. It's time for this trial to end." 969 Mysterious Old Man Bang. The earth shattered beneath John's feet as he blocked a kick from the devil with raised forearms, using his full strength to resist its might. The skin on his forearms exploded into a shower of blood, revealing the muscle beneath as it was unable to fully withstand the devil's might. Small fractures formed on the bones of his arms as well, creaking loudly as it strained against the powerful attack. Just before blocking the attack, he had shifted his body slightly to the side, facing diagonally towards the devil's kick. The blocking angle not only allowed him to deflect the attack instead of taking it directly head-on, but also allowed him to use the power of the devil's kick to add to his spinning momentum. John turned around instantly, his speed far faster than he would be able to do with his own power. As he spun, he raised his elbow, pointing it towards the devil's head. Boom! His elbow landed on the side of the devil's head with a sickening crunch. The devil's face exploded in a shower of blood, its skull cracking slightly from the power of the blow. The devil flew off into the distance, piercing through the sky as John's attack had shot it upwards. "Perfect counterattack," John said, wincing slightly. 3 days of non-stop life and death combat had honed his combat instincts to an entirely new level. While it was not a direct increase in his physical or essence power, his combat process had advanced considerably with how efficiently and perfectly he was moving and counter-attacking. If John fought his former self of 3 days ago, he would overwhelm that version of himself quite handedly. While his attack had been perfect, it wasn't without its flaws. The devil's body, similar to that of a demon, was incredibly strong and durable. John's elbow had shattered from the force of the blow, causing his arm to go limp for a moment. His limiter of healing and life flared with power, sending nourishing healing chi to his shattered elbow, healing it quickly. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shattered and flew off in all directions as John pressed off the ground, speeding towards the devil in the sky like a bullet. A flash of power suddenly surged in the sky between him and the devil, causing John to stop immediately. He gazed at the patch of emerging power with narrowed eyes, as it was completely different than anything that had happened in this trial thus far. "Is the devil unleashing a new technique?" he mumbled, prepared to block what was coming. Guard raised, he stared at the spot of energy, which quickly grew in power. John's eyes widened with caution as he quickly realized the power of this new energy was far beyond what the devil was capable of. A moment later, space completely tore apart, and a figure stepped through the hole. The hole quickly closed behind the figure, who floated in the sky above John. "Ruh!" The devil roared and shot towards John once more, completely ignoring the newcomer. Snap! The newcomer snapped his finger, and the devil suddenly vanished completely. "What?" John exclaimed, completely shocked to see the devil vanish at the mere snap of the fingers by this mysterious man. Silence returned to the ruined trial as the figure stared silently at John, and John at him. "I think you should take a look at Pandus' novel." Calm. Although the man's aura was withdrawn completely after appearing, making it hard to determine his exact cultivation, John felt as though an entire world was starring him. He had only rarely felt such a sensation before, when he was being stared at by the Jade Dragon Emperor, the Grand Abbot, or the Asura. Holy manifestation. "Who are you?" John asked cautiously. He had no idea if this man was part of the trial or something else. If he was part of the trial, then the trial just went from dangerous to impossible, even for John. "You're quite an interesting fellow, young man," the Prime Shadow said. Who I am is of no concern to you right now." The Prime Shadow cut John off before he could ask his question again. He shifted his gaze about the trial realm, which was once a dark and ominous forest, but was now just a completely ruined and destroyed battlefield. "I took a great deal of care to design this forest," the Prime Shadow said, lamenting its destruction. "Fixing it won't be impossible, but to think it would be destroyed in such a fashion." "You designed this forest?" John asked, narrowing his eyes at the man. "Who are you?" The Prime Shadow ignored John's question, returning his gaze to meet John's. John felt his breath catch in his chest instinctively. It was as if he was being stared at by a god. "This trial was designed to operate for minutes to an hour at most," the Prime Shadow said. "It consumes mountains of spirit crystals to operate for a single hour, and yet you kept it going for 3 days. Even for my guild, that is quite the expense for a mere training session, as you put it." "My guild," the words rang in John's mind. "Your guild, are you the guildmaster?" John asked. Pandus' novel. Calm yet again, the Prime Shadow ignored his question, looking away in a certain direction. "Your battle with the devil buried the exit to this trial in a mountain of debris, making its discovery next to impossible," the Prime Shadow said, returning his gaze to John. "Escape is the intended way to pass this trial. With the escape hidden, how were you planning on passing this trial? Fighting the devil in such a way, dancing on the edge of life and death, would eventually lead to a fatal mistake. Were you planning on fighting it until that day came, hoping it would run out of energy?" John remained silent, mimicking the mysterious man's way of ignoring questions. An amused look appeared on the man's face as he studied John's stoic expression. "Or," he chimed up again, "is what you have revealed today just a fraction of your true power, as impossible to believe as that is?" Chapter 970 Soul Trial. John's gaze flickered for a moment. He could tell the mysterious man already had the answer to that question. When it came to someone as powerful as this man, it wasn't surprising that he was able to see through John's actions and notice that he was holding back. "I see, so that is the case," the Prime Shadow said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I never would have believed such a level of combat talent to be possible, but I would be an old fool to ignore my eyes and senses just because of past beliefs." "What is your reason for appearing here?" John asked. He had no idea who the man was, only a guess, and had no idea of his intentions. He still didn't know if he could trust the Shadows of Death Guild yet, and was not going to reveal all his cards just yet. "My reason," the Prime Shadow mused with a smile. "Like I said, you were expending far too many spirit crystals to power this formation. You know, I designed this trial so that no one could enter it from the outside, to avoid interference as much as possible. Even for me, getting inside was almost too much of a hassle. You really caused this old man to work quite hard today," he said, sighing as if he was truly tired from the task. John titled his head to the side, unable to understand this man at all. The old man smiled, then waved his hand to the side. A burst of power surged from his hand, sweeping aside mountains of debris miles away like it was nothing. John's gaze flickered again at the old man's incredible display of power, done so casually as if it had taken no effort at all. "The exit is over there. Take it and move on to the next trial," the Prime Shadow said. "And do be sure to complete the next trials as expediently as possible. No more of this turning a life and death battle into a training exercise nonsense, am I understood?" After a long silence, John nodded his head, acknowledging this frighteningly powerful old man's request. Good, then off you go, the Prime Shadow said, his body vanishing like a ghost a moment later. John stared at the empty space the man had just been, eyes narrowed again. I didn't even feel in which direction he left. It was like he truly disappeared. How scary. John shook his head at the sudden and unexpected disruption of his trial, and then sped towards the exit the old man had pointed out. He landed, and after a bit of searching, found a stairwell, one that was completely easy to miss, descending into the ground below. He descended down the stairs, at which point he found another formation portal appeared before him, and then entered it. Outside the trial realm, mixed expressions appeared on the faces of those watching as they noticed the mysterious old man appear, instantly erasing the devil with a snap of his fingers. The sound then cut off, leaving the guild members with only the visuals of what was happening within. "Who is that old man?" a youth exclaimed, asking for clarification. "Is this supposed to be part of the trial?" another asked, just as confused. While the youths and even the older members discussed the unexpected event, only the oldest members of the guild, like the Grandmaster, stared at the screen with a look of surprise and also reverence. Zuri glanced at the Grandmaster and could tell that the Grandmaster knew who it was based on his expression. "Who is that man?" she asked curiously. The Grandmaster's expression disappeared, returning to his normal calm expression. "I'm afraid you do not have clearance to learn of that," he said, shaking his head. Zuri looked back at the screen, eyes going wide with realization. Even the guildmaster of the guild was known to her, what he looked like, who he was. There was only a single person this old man could be, the rumored first guildmaster of the Shadows of Death, the one who had established the guild tens of thousands of years ago. Flash. A flash of light appeared and then faded as the Prime Shadow returned to his previous location, sitting opposite the guildmaster. "I think you should take a look at Panda's novel." Calm. "Was that necessary?" the guildmaster asked. "Someone had to put a stop to his horrifying spirit crystal expenditure," the Prime Shadow shrugged, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. "Good tea," he smiled, eyes returning to the screen showing John's movements through the trial. "So will he pass the trials?" the guildmaster asked. "The physical trials, and even the soul trial should be of no concern to him," the Prime Shadow said. "Even the soul trial is of no concern," the guildmaster said, clearly surprised. "That's the trial that was nearly the death of me. Is his soul that strong?" The Prime Shadow shrugged, causing an exasperated sigh to come from the guildmaster. "The only trials that he could fail are the verbal trial and the pain trial," the Prime Shadow said. "The verbal trial? That wasn't too hard of a trial from what I recall," the guildmaster mused, recalling when he took and barely passed the Heaven's Shadow trial. "Youths these days are filled with notions of being heroes, selflessly sacrificing themselves for the greater good, putting themselves in harm's way to save a damsel in distress," the Prime Shadow said. "That is not a bad thing per se, but for an assassin, such an attitude will only result in a swift demise. One must have both the power and the will to do what needs to be done." "I see," the guildmaster said, nodding his head. Neither of them knew John's personality, and so failure in that trial was possible. Just as in the other trials, failure there meant death. As for the pain trial, that was the true and final trial that despite several hundreds making it that far. "Only you managed to pass it in the end," the Prime Shadow said. The shivered lightly, as if recalling that trial was a true nightmare. "You really are a monster for creating such a trial," the said with displeasure. The Prime Shadow shrugged. "Passing the trial meant becoming the next," he said, sipping his tea without a care. "Only those who can withstand the most hellish of pains can be trusted with such a position. If the was to be captured and break under torture, with the information known, it would mean the absolute end for everyone in the guild." The fell silent, unable to argue against the Prime Shadow's comment. "And with the talent this boy has shown, will you interfere if he fails one of the trials?" they asked. "Will you preserve this heaven-defying talent, or will you allow him to perish like all the others?" "The others who died within this trial did not receive preferential treatment," the Prime Shadow said, face calm. Giving him such treatment would be akin to spitting on their graves. The only way he will make it out alive is to successfully pass all the trials, as you did all those years ago. The stared at the Prime Shadow for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the screen as John stepped into the next trial, appearing in an entirely new place brimming with life and light. The soul trial, the said. Let's see if this boy lives up to your expectations. 971 chaotic battlefield. John was quite fatigued from his 3-day battle with the devil, but had no choice but to move on. His chi was mostly replenished, and his power was not impacted, but he still felt quite exhausted, physically and mentally. As he stepped through the portal, chaos suddenly enveloped him. An arrow, strong enough to pierce directly through mountains, sped right by him, slamming into the earth. It pierced deeply into the earth and sent out a massive shockwave, throwing John into the air. His aura erupted as he unleashed his dragon god shift, stabilizing himself a short distance off the ground, preparing for the next attack. Screams of pain and anger bellowed out all around him as he found himself in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. Thousands of other cultivators, mostly in the transformation realm, battled all around him, half of them clad in black robes, the other in blood-red robes. A battlefield trial, John mused, guard raised the entire time, and no instruction from that voice this time. The battlefield was exploding with powerful battle arts, causing the land to fracture and explode, drowning everything in its chaotic power. John's instincts flared as he spun about, instinctively punching out towards the approaching danger. His fist slammed against a massive sword image, one that dwarfed him in size. However, despite its impressive size, the sword image was only at the level of an early transformation attack and was easily blown apart by his physical power. John's eyes locked onto the one who had unleashed the attack, a red-robed cultivator a short distance away. He sped towards that person, appearing before them in an instant. His fist exploded outwards and shattered the skull of the man, killing him instantly. The man's headless corpse crumpled to the ground, while a frown appeared on John's face as he stared at his blood-covered fist. Something feels off. This trial seems too easy after the last one, he thought, noticing that the strongest cultivators on the battlefield were only in the middle transformation realm. Jumping a single minor realm was not too tall a task for a pinnacle genius, which he had come to realize were the intended takers of this heaven's shadow trail. When compared to the dangers of the last trial, this one seemed incredibly easy. Maybe it's testing the combat prowess of the trial taker, he mused, eyes scanning the battlefield. After all, the previous trial was not supposed to be a combat-based one. While thinking, another cultivator sped towards him, spear raised, piercing directly towards John. The spear glowed with a bright blue light, brimming with the of ice and sharpness. Anyone else in the same realm would have a hard time dealing with this spear attack, as its lethality was quite good. Impressive weapon art, John praised, as he punched out towards the spear. While the spear art was impressive to most, it was mere child's play for John. His dragon god shift augmented fist slammed against the point of the spear. Wide eyes in the audience room watched as John's fist won out against the spear, blasting it aside with ease, and without taking any damage at all. They had already noticed his body was heaven-defying from his battle with the devil, but John had never taken any weapon attacks head-on in that battle. Dealing with such a powerful spear attack with a bare fist directly head-on was practically suicide for anyone in the transformation realm, even body cultivators, as such a spear was even more durable than the bodies of late transformation body cultivators. And yet not even blood was drawn in the collision, directly revealing the durability of John's body. His fist continued forward, slamming onto the surprised cultivator, whose body exploded into a shower of gore and blood a moment later, unable to withstand his power. As his attack landed, John's instincts flared again, this time in much more dire warning. It wasn't that the attack coming towards him was strong enough to kill him, but that it was hardly detectable at all. In fact, he couldn't feel it, but his instincts gave warning nonetheless, and he always trusted his instincts. He turned around without hesitation, punching outwards with all his might towards the empty air behind him. A powerful shockwave blasted outwards from his fist, which slammed against something invisible. The shockwave and the invisible attack fought briefly before neutralizing each other, returning the space he had attacked to calm once more. A stealth attack, or was it an attack hidden with the spatial? John wondered, then shook his head. No, I'm skilled enough in the spatial that I would have detected its use on an attack of this level. This is something else I think you should take a look at. Another hopeful cultivator sped towards John, unleashing a powerful blood-based battle art. Tendrils of blood shot towards him from all directions, each one forming a spear-like point, trying to overwhelm him from all sides. John scoffed and allowed the attack to slam into his body unguarded. The tendrils of blood, strong enough to kill early transformation cultivators with ease if not guarded against, shattered like glass, then dropped to the ground, only forming small cuts on his skin, but doing no significant damage. John pointed towards the cultivator and unleashed a beam of lightning, which pierced through his opponent's body before they could react, killing them instantly. As he did so, another attack came from nowhere, igniting his instinctual warning once more. He punched out towards nothing once more, and again blocked an attack that he could not see or feel. This time, the attack had been a bit stronger than the last one, not at a dangerous level yet, but still stronger. The same sequence carried on for some time, with the invisible attacks growing stronger with each attack. A frown appeared on John's face as the attacks were starting to become a nuisance to him, and would no doubt eventually reach a level that became dangerous. Ignoring the invisible attacks for now, John moved about the battlefield like a war god, killing each and every opponent with a single attack. Dozens of attacks landed on him, attacks which he didn't even care to block. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield became silent, as the entire enemy force had been wiped out by him. As the last enemy fell, the allies, the black-robed cultivators, stood motionless, as if they had no instructions of what to do next. The battlefield fell completely silent, and yet did not vanish, and the trial did not end. A frown appeared on his face again, as he considered what to do next. I assumed this trial was to end the battle before the invisible attacks become lethal, but apparently that was wrong. Was I approaching this trial the wrong way again? He mumbled to himself. As he thought about the way forward, another invisible attack approached him from behind, this time with power that he could not withstand with only his body durability. Frustrated by the unclear and annoying trial, John exploded outwards with everything he had, minus his Asura transformation and bloodline ability. His aura erupted outwards like an exploding volcano, drowning the battlefield in his overwhelming power. His divine sense exploded outwards fully at the same time. Trying to find the source of these annoying attacks, his fist punched out towards the attack, unleashing a combined attack of physical power and lightning, shattering the invisible attack, which was suddenly no longer invisible to him. John's eyes went wide, and he blinked several times at what he now saw, an entirely different landscape, one occupying the same space as the battlefield. The two were overlapped with one another, and the hidden one was only visible to him through his divine sense. A world hidden to those who did not have the needed soul power to peer through its illusions. John chuckled softly, a laugh filled with self-depreciation. I'm such an idiot sometimes, he said to himself, shaking his head. This trial isn't a battle trial, but a soul-testing trial. If I wasn't such an overconfident musclehead, I would have noticed that sooner. His confidence in his power had made him slow to react to the invisible attacks, as they had not been a danger to him at first. Only once pressed to do so did he carefully inspect the trial with everything he had, soul power included. I've started to become overconfident again, that my combat power can get me through everything, John said, shaking his head again. This trial is a good reminder for me to not rely on my physical power for everything, and to sometimes use my rock-filled head instead. He then sped in a direction, towards a seemingly unimportant part of the battlefield. However, through his divine sense, he was able to see the exit of this illusory trial. He arrived there a moment later and stepped through the portal, successfully completing the soul trial. Chapter 972, Verbal Trial. The Prime Shadow and Guildmaster stared at the formation projection, both silent for a while. The Guildmaster shook his head in disbelief and then picked up his cup of tea, sighing at what he saw. "This boy is something else," the Guildmaster said. "To think he would approach the soul trial in such a direct way. He's the complete opposite of what it means to be an assassin, and his ability to assess situations and find the optimal solution is quite lacking, if I'm to be brutally honest." "True," the Prime Shadow said. "A true assassin would avoid battle as much as possible and quickly assess the situation. All those who passed the soul trial did so quite quickly, as it's mostly a soul talent test. If you have the required soul talent, you can see through the illusions and find the exit. If you do not, you have no chance of finding it and can only perish within, fighting against an enemy that you cannot see. His power is beyond impressive, but he's not an assassin," the Guildmaster said after sipping his tea. "Even if he passes the Heaven's Shadow trial successfully, I'm not sure he's a suitable candidate to be your successor." The Prime Shadow smiled lightly upon hearing this. "When you were in the soul trial, did you ever consider doing what he did?" the Prime Shadow asked. "Doing what he did? You mean killing everyone on the battlefield while ignoring the hidden attacks?" the Guildmaster asked. The Prime Shadow nodded his head, his light smile still lingering on his face. The Guildmaster thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "No," the Guildmaster said firmly. "I assessed the situation and saw through the illusion quite quickly, much faster than this boy did at least." "And why did you not consider the trial to be a battle trial, one that tested combat prowess instead?" the Prime Shadow asked. "Because if that trial had truly been a battle trial, it would have been impossible." The Guildmaster stopped speaking, instantly catching onto what the Prime Shadow was hinting at. "You think this boy is brutish and too straightforward to be an assassin, because to you, there was only one solution to this trial," the Prime Shadow said. "The thought of killing everyone on the battlefield didn't even cross your mind, or anyone else's for that matter, as it was completely insane to consider. While you would have been able to accomplish such a feat as well, although with much greater difficulty, you didn't even consider the possibility of it being a combat testing trial. However, for this boy, his combat prowess makes such a thing not only possible, but frighteningly easy. He sees the world from a completely different perspective than the rest of us, making impossible tasks look like normal ones to him." The Prime Shadow took a sip of tea while closing his eyes, enjoying the tea fully. "Just be glad this boy fell into our lap, and not the enemy's," the Prime Shadow said. "Imagine if they had managed to obtain such a talented youth and raised him to full power. That would have been quite troublesome indeed." The Guildmaster shivered at the thought, then fell silent, realizing the Prime Shadow was completely right. John's straightforward methods were not because he could not think like an assassin, but was because none of the trials had been dangerous enough to make him tackle them with caution and care. The Prime Shadow chuckled lightly as he watched John appear in the fourth trial area, about to start the next trial. "I look forward to speaking to this boy afterwards, should he pass all the trials. I would much like to hear the story of this youth, to figure out how it's possible for someone to possess such an unbelievable level of talent," the Prime Shadow said. "You think he'll just tell you all his secrets?" the Guildmaster asked skeptically. "No," the Prime Shadow said, smiling softly. "But even then, talking to this youth should be quite interesting. Even if he does not reveal his secrets, what he is willing to reveal should be quite interesting to hear. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." The Prime Shadow's gaze then narrowed slightly, watching John start the next trial. "Now for the verbal trial," he said. One of the two trials the Prime Shadow considered it possible for John to fail. Panda's novel. Calm. John's vision went white for a moment, and then remained so as he found himself standing in a world of white. The void of white stretched outwards in all directions for infinity, with nothing else visible. John frowned, wondering what sort of trial could possibly take place in such an empty realm. Two chairs suddenly appeared before him, and the farthest one, sat a humanoid figure. It was carved from some sort of marble-like stone, and had no features at all, making it quite odd to look at. "Sit," the figure said to John, gesturing to the other seat opposite it. John frowned and inspected the area, sending his divine sense in all directions. He wouldn't be so careless in the trials again. His divine sense detected nothing suspicious. There are no tricks to this trial, the figure said, voice monotonous. This trial is a verbal trial. A verbal trial? John asked. It was the first time he had heard of a verbal trial, whatever that was. Yes, the figure said. A verbal trial. I will ask you several questions and you will give me an answer. State the correct answers and you will pass. State the wrong answers and you will fail and be destroyed. What kind of bullshit is that? John grumbled. I can die just because I say the wrong thing. Fuck that. If you refuse to comply, you will be destroyed immediately, the figure said, its monotonous tone in conflict with the severity of its words. An angry scowl appeared on John's face, as this trial completely ignored his strong points. However, it appeared as if he had no choice, and so he sat on the chair a moment later. As he did so, he felt the chair ignite with chi, surging into his body. There is a formation in this chair, the figure said before John took action. That will determine the truth of your words. Lying is impossible. Is that so? John grumbled, settling back down, still scowling with anger. Well, get on with this stupid trial then. Ask your questions. Verbal trial? What a joke, John thought to himself while he waited for the first question. If they think I'll accept death for failing such a trial, they're fucking mistaken. That mysterious man will have to come here himself to finish the job if they think I'm going to accept death so easily. First question, the marble figure said. What is the most important thing to you? Chapter 973, Answering Questions. John raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear this verbal trial, one that could potentially be his doom, asked open-ended questions like this. He had expected the questions to be questions with only one correct answer, but this question was an opinion-based one. Maybe the test is to see if you are compatible with becoming an assassin, John thought, then frowned. Even if I figure out the correct answers, this chair's formation chi has already fully invaded my body. I'm not sure what it looks for, but the figure before me was quite certain that it would detect truths and lies with absolute certainty. And that lying is akin to failure. If that's the case, then I can only answer truthfully and hope it's acceptable. If not, and I fail, well then, it seems like I'll be fighting my way out of here. Power, John answered without hesitation after making up his mind. To him, power was everything. Power was the ability to protect himself, and also those he cared about. With enough power, he could return to his homeworld and kill the Asura, freeing the world from that terrible creature's grasp. The Asura had more power than him, and thus had forced him to flee to this new world to escape its grasp. His lack of power had caused this, and had also caused those nearby to sacrifice themselves to keep him alive. With power, he could explore this universe, and could find out the truth about his real parents. To him, power was everything. Power, the figure said. Elaborate, power can mean many things. Strength, might. I want to stand at the pinnacle of the martial world, John said firmly, clearly explaining his meanings. The featureless figure remained silent for a while. Your answer is truthful and acceptable. Ho, good answer, the guildmaster mused after hearing John's answer. The prime shadow nodded his head with satisfaction as well. It is a very good answer indeed, the prime shadow agreed. Only with power can one control their fate and the fate of those around them. An assassin should always seek power, as power is the only certain way to achieve their goals. I've seen the list of acceptable answers, and they are quite reasonable, the guildmaster said, but found it to be quite narrow at the same time. Of those who made it to this trial, how many perished to this question? Out of all the trials, this question was the safest statistically, the prime shadow said, thinking back to the answers he had heard in the past. Only 3 failed to answer this question correctly. If I recall, one coveted world domination, one coveted women to the point of salaciousness and ignoring the wills of the women he coveted, and the third coveted murder. That one was the most surprising. The youth only wanted to kill, regardless of if the target deserved it or not. All he wanted to do was wantonly slaughter to his heart's desire. The prime shadow shook his head while sighing. That last one was a pity, he said softly. That boy was one of the most talented youths I had ever seen, and also had the true killing heart of an assassin. Unfortunately, that killing heart was just a bit too intense, and allowing one like that to grow in this world would have led to a calamity. What was your answer? The prime shadow asked, a curious look on his face. I can't recall it. The guildmaster's face turned slightly red from embarrassment, as if he were recalling an embarrassing memory. You already know the answer, you old fart, the guildmaster grumbled. You're just trying to get me to say it out loud again. No, I really can't remember, the prime shadow shrugged, a thoughtful look on his face. Remind this old man, your master, of your answer. The guildmaster sighed, face still slightly red. Pandis novel com love, he said softly, barely audible. I think you should take a look at Pandis novel com. What was that? I couldn't hear you, the prime shadow said, a mischievous smile appearing on his elderly face. You need to speak up for this old man to hear you. Love, the guildmaster blurted out loudly, face red with embarrassment. Now let's move on. I was a young, impressionable youth back then. I'm not the same man anymore. The prime shadow smiled with satisfaction, then returned his gaze to the formation hologram. Whatever happened to that girl? The one who was your most important thing in the world, to the point that you answered love? The prime shadow asked. She rejected me, the guildmaster said, grumbling. A shame, the prime shadow replied, shaking his head. It's her loss, I suppose. Next question, the marbled figure said monotonously, clearly a form of artifact spirit. Spoke. Have you ever killed another human? Yes, John replied, answering instantly. There was no use in trying to hide that truth. How many? The figure asked. More than I can recall, but thousands or tens of thousands, John said, answering truthfully. Between his rampages in the Bloodfiend sect, the Jade, Dragon, Emperor trial realm, and everything in between, the number of people he had killed was beyond his counting. Did you regret any of those killings? The figure asked. Were any undeserving of their death? No, John replied firmly. I don't regret a single one. As for undeserving, some didn't deserve death per se, but their actions left me no choice but to kill them. Those who had been killed by him were either part of the Forbidden Alliance, who cultivated taboo arts which harmed innocents, or targeted him or those around him. As far as he was concerned, each and every single one was deserving of death. Some of them weren't inherently evil, like the assassins who had targeted him on the Yuan Continent, but they had targeted him nonetheless. It was either killed or be killed in those situations, and the choice in that situation was easy to make. In the room deep beneath the guild, the prime shadow nodded with satisfaction upon hearing John's answer. That answer is acceptable, the prime shadow said, nodding his head with satisfaction. One must be firm and committed whenever they take a life, and only those who are just in their killings and have done so with a clear conscience are worthy of being my successor. The figure remained silent for a short while, as if waiting for something. Your answer is truthful and acceptable, it finally said. Third question. If you were to find yourself in a situation where you and someone you cared about were in danger, and only one of you could escape alive, would you choose to live, or sacrifice yourself so that the other may live? Chapter 974, Frustrating Questions. What type of question is that? John replied, surprised to hear such a question. How could someone find fault in answering either way? How could someone deserve death by answering this question? In his mind, there was no wrong answer. To save yourself was natural, and to save those you care about was also natural. Neither were wrong answers depending on the individual's priorities, and neither were worthy of death. Answer the question, the figure said. Who designed this dogshit test? John grumbled. Was it that old fart that appeared earlier? He mentioned creating the devil race trial, so if he also created this trial, then he's a clown for creating a trial like this. Answer the question, the figure said, monotonous as always. John breathed in deeply, a frustrated look on his face. He knew his answer, but didn't know if his answer would be the one the trial creator was looking for. If this was the question that caused him to fail, he would destroy this entire guild before accepting death in such a manner. "I'd save myself," John grunted. Although the decision would be an excruciating one, John valued his own life more than anything. If he was dead, he could not obtain the power he desired above everything else. If he was dead, he could not save his homeworld or find out the truth of his parents. As much as it would pain him to leave someone like Lillian or Leia behind, in the end he would make that decision. "And then I'd come back later when I'm stronger and kill the motherfucker who dared to target someone I cared about," John continued, frowning with anger, as if he had really made such a decision. The question reminded him of fleeing from the Asura, of having others sacrifice themselves for him, which only made him simmer with anger at his weakness, and also his friends' and mentors' deaths. While he had not seen any of the elders protecting him die, he knew for certain that the Alliance leader, as well as the Grand Elder, had most certainly perished. Those vitality-siphoning arts they used were too brutal to do anything but kill them in the end. Thinking of this, his rage ignited again. He needed to find Lillian, raise his strength as quickly as possible, and return to his homeworld before the Asura destroyed it completely. "Is the answer acceptable or not?" John asked impatiently. The more time he spent in useless places like this, the less time he spent on increasing his strength, and that was unacceptable. "Ho," the Prime Shadow hummed, an amused smile on his face. "To think this boy dares to speak about you that way," the Guildmaster said, frowning. "If he manages to live through the trial, a stiff punishment is coming his way. If he manages to complete the trial, he will become my successor and disciple," the Prime Shadow said. "He will not be yours to punish at that point." The Guildmaster nodded his head, falling silent. "Still, this boy is quite amusing," the Prime Shadow said. "He's much more hot-headed than you were back then. If he does manage to survive all the trials, then my life will most likely become quite interesting for the first time in a long time." The Guildmaster raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, returning his gaze to John. "I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." "Your answer is truthful and acceptable," the figure said, while John sighed with agitated relief. If the correct answer had been the opposite, then he would have burned this entire guild down. "Panda's novel, Calm, next question," the figure continued without missing a beat. "Have you ever allied yourself with an enemy of humanity, the devil race, the beast race, or any race that wishes for humanity's destruction?" "No," John replied calmly, the answer easy. He had allied himself with non-human races and creatures, but none of them were against the interest of humanity. While he did possess the power of an Asura, which could be considered their greatest enemy, he was not allied with them. He felt the chi from the chair's formation swirl within him, moving with more power through his body than before. It swirled all about him, permeating his body and even touching his soul, which he allowed to do so. He could resist it, but knew that would be a futile effort in the end. "It seems this question's answer is of extra importance to whoever made this trial," John mused, feeling the chi subside after a while. "Your answer is truthful and acceptable," the figure said. "Final question," it said, causing John to sit straighter in his seat. "This stupid trial is almost over," he cheered internally. "Which powers, sects, clans, guilds, etc. do you belong to? If you belong to any other powers, are you a spy for them? Lastly, do you have any harmful intentions towards the Shadows of Death Guild?" John frowned and did his best to hide his slight grimace. He had expected the question to be easy based on the previous one, and for the most part it was. He knew he would be able to pass this trial, as he did not have any harmful thoughts or designs towards the guild. However, he needed to answer truthfully, and doing so would reveal the sects and clans he belonged to. Sects and clans not of this world. His answer would reveal one of the secrets he hoped to keep. "Let's hope this guild doesn't care about my past, as long as I don't have any harmful intentions towards it." John sighed once more, then answered the question. "I am part of the Fenix clan, the Heavenly Lightning sect, and the Honorable Alliance," he said, not hiding the truth. He could feel the formation energy swirling through his body and soul, and a lie would be detected immediately. As for being a spy, I'm nothing like that. As for harmful intentions, as long as this guild can help me grow stronger and also help me find someone I'm looking for, then I will have absolutely no harmful intentions towards it. Silence filled the white void John was seated in as he waited for the figure to speak. After a long silence, longer than the previous ones, it finally spoke. That answer is truthful and acceptable. A portal of formation energy suddenly appeared near John, glowing with white and green energy. You have completed the verbal trial, the figure said. You may move on to the last trial. Chapter 975, the final trial, the guildmaster said, clearly surprised. The next trial should be the combat trial, and only then should he proceed to the final trial. Do you really think it's a good use of time to have this boy complete the combat trial? The Prime Shadow asked. The combat trial makes one fight an opponent 2 minor realms above their own cultivation level and kill it. From what we've seen, the boy would easily pass such a trial. The guildmaster thought for a moment, and then nodded his head. I suppose you are right, he said. Besides, the Prime Shadow added, if we allow the boy to take that trial, he'll most likely turn it into some sort of training session like he did the other trial. He's already cost this guild countless spirit crystals from his previous stunt. I'd rather avoid that happening again. The guildmaster sighed at the thought of John using such a horrifying trial as a training ground once more, his gaze returning to the screen. The last trial is the pain trial, the guildmaster mused, eyes narrowed. This trial pushed me to the brink of insanity, and I almost failed. You really were a bastard when you made this last trial. The Prime Shadow did not refute the guildmaster's words, his face growing heavy with emotion for a moment. I knew this trial would be the hardest when I made it, he said with a heavy tone. Of the 2,000 that made it this far, only you were able to pass it in the end. It's true that this trial is beyond hellish and unfair, but it was an unfortunate yet necessary evil. If I had selected a successor who was unable to withstand pain and was weaker in will and temperament, who knows what would have happened to the guild by now? Perhaps it would still be the same as it is today, or perhaps it would have been destroyed. It was a risk I was unwilling to take. And so you damned 2,000 youths to death just because they were unable to withstand torturous amounts of pain, the guildmaster said, voice heavy. I did, the Prime Shadow sighed. The life of an assassin is a brutal and uncaring one. Hard decisions must be made at times to ensure the success of the mission. And the mission of this guild is a singular one, ensure the survival and prosperity of humanity, no matter the cost. The guildmaster said nothing, and only sighed as he watched John step through the portal. Good luck, boy, he said softly. In the audience room, everyone watched as John completed the verbal trial. Among the youths of the audience, there were excited discussions taking place, discussions about John's answer and also about what their answers would have been. You may move on to the last trial. The artifact spirit's voice echoed through the room, causing another wave of discussions to take place. As he heard this, the Grandmaster's face turned heavy once more, something Zuri instantly noticed. The final trial, she said. I'm guessing it's a difficult one based on your expression. There should have been another trial before the final one, the Grandmaster said, but it seems he's moving directly to the last trial. I suppose that makes sense. Think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. Zuri raised an eyebrow when hearing that John was skipping a trial, but ignored that and instead asked about the final trial, as that was all that mattered at the moment. If John could pass, he would be elevated to an incredible status, and Zuri's own status would rise as well. The Grandmaster noticed her lingering gaze and sighed. The final trial is a pain trial, testing one's will. A pain trial, Zuri said, like the ones we have taken before. In order to get into this room, everyone, from the youths to the Grandmaster, had needed to obtain a certain level of clearance within the guild. One of the requirements to obtain that clearance was to pass a pain and torture trial, revealing that they could be trusted with guild secrets even if captured. The Grandmaster shook his head. "The two trials are nothing alike," the Grandmaster said. "The trial you and everyone else here took is but a rock, while the trial this boy will be taking is an entire mountain. The pain he will feel inside is far, far greater than anything you've been forced to endure thus far. The level of pain he will feel will not only drive him mad, but literally break his soul in half should he fail to resist it. Of all the trials in the Heaven's Shadow trial, this one was the most lethal. Of the 2,000 plus that reached this stage, only one endured and survived." John stepped through the portal, breathing a sigh of relief that the verbal trial was finally over. It had made him feel powerless, as his combat strength had no bearing on whether he passed that trial or not. "Thankfully, I passed in the end," John mused, sighing again. "At least the trial was not a strenuous one, so it allowed me to recover a bit both physically and mentally." A new room appeared before him an instant later, one completely devoid of any light, any objects, anything at all. He found himself standing on a stretch of pitch-black ground, which stretched into eternity. Above him was pure nothingness as well, making him feel as though he was standing in a true void, filled with nothing but himself. He frowned as he tried to figure out the next trial. "Endure," the monotonous voice sounded out again. "Endure and live, succumb and die. This is the final trial. Good luck." John's frown turned into a grimace as a horrifying energy slammed into him, pressing him down towards the ground. He braced himself against the sudden and unexpected energy, which was strong, but not strong enough to force him to his knees. However, the strength of the energy was the least of his concern. "Panda Snovel." A groan of pain escaped his lips as the energy invaded his body and soul, bathing him in a wave of horrifying pain. John felt as though he had been plunged into the depths of hell. Every inch of his body cried out in agonizing pain, like he was being stabbed by a million searing knives. His mind trembled with anguish, as his soul felt like it was being grabbed by an invisible hand, then twisted and crunched. The unexpected pain had nearly overwhelmed him, but after a short while, John managed to recover, catching his breath, calming his mind as best he could. Pain was not an unfamiliar acquaintance of his. In fact, with how much he had dealt with pain in the past, it could almost be called a friend by now. John's pained grimace turned into a teeth-baring scowl as he roared loudly, voice reverberating through the endless void. "Why the fuck is there always a pain trial?" Chapter 976, a lesson on pain. The pain washed over John, leaving not a single inch of his body untouched. Both his body and soul felt as if they were being cooked alive, flayed in a million pieces, and burnt to ashes. It reminded him of the time he cultivated in the Elysian lightning world, practicing the celestial lightning script. He had charred his body both inside and out multiple times while cultivating the script, at the time filling him with excruciating pain. The pain he felt at the moment was even worse, filling him with furious anger. "It's always a fucking pain trial," John grumbled internally, though the excruciating pain, sitting down on the ground. While his tolerance to pain could be considered one of his most prodigious talents, and even his most heaven-defying one, the pain was still felt, nonetheless. Having pain tolerance did not mean he didn't feel it, it just meant he could endure it better than others. The pain he felt was just as excruciating as everyone else who entered this trial before. "My body feels as though it's exploding and imploding at the same time, turning to ash and freezing completely, being chopped apart into a million pieces every second. It's almost exactly like the Divine Source Monastery's pain trial, filling me with a different sensation of pain every second, endlessly." John thought with difficulty, though his pained frown deepening. "And yet, this trial is even more painful than the Divine Source Monastery's pain trial, which guarded an entire fucking world dimension seed. Whoever created this trial is a fucking sadist." Despite the excruciating pain he was feeling, John endured it without breaking, not even for a moment. From absorbing the blood drops in his palace realm, to enduring the sinister aura, cultivating his celestial lightning script, battling against the most brutal heaven tribulations, absorbing ancient dragon blood that broke his body and reforged it anew, the Divine Source Monastery pain trial, to being overwhelmed by spatial storms and crashing into a new world unguarded. John had been baptized in more pain the last few years than most cultivators experienced in their entire lives. His mental will and soul had been tempered to a prodigal, heaven-defying level, making such a trial troublesome and annoying, but not impossible. Time ticked on, with John enduring the ceaseless pain, waiting for it to end. Time lost all meaning here, as there was nothing to see or hear. The only thing that existed in this pitch-black realm was him and the pain he felt. He figured a day had passed so far, but couldn't be exactly sure. Teeth gritted, he endured in silence. "How long is this going to take?" John roared out into the void. This was a complete waste of his time. While this trial was good for tempering his will and strengthening his soul, he had other methods at his disposal to accomplish the same, methods that he used daily. The trial had its benefits, but also its drawbacks. "What I need right now is strength, not a tempered will and soul," John thought through the pain. "Every hour in this trial is an hour I'm not cultivating, not battling, not raising my strength. Pain tolerance will not help me find Lillian. Pain tolerance will not help me kill the Asura. I need to cultivate, now more than ever." John's thoughts shifted to the Asura, the horrifying creature that had forced him to flee to an entire new world. Memories of his escape, of the Asura's battle with the others flooded his mind, of the Asura's unstoppable power, of the Asura's horrifying aura, one that nearly drove cultivators as strong as Thunderson to madness, who could only resist with the greatest of efforts, and even then he could tee. "Aura," John mused, an insight forming in his mind. "No, the Asura's aura and my aura should be the same in nature when I unleash my transformation. The only difference should be the sheer power of it. And yet, his aura was far more frightening, far more dangerous. It was an aura, but not just an aura." John's mind raced as he recalled that battle through the pain, his eyes alighting with a sudden insight. Pain, that aura from the Asura, was not just an aura, it was a tempest of Taos. The Tao of pain, as well as other Taos, naturally emanated, strengthening each other to form a domain created not by essence or body chi, but by one's very aura. Pandas novel. Calm in the audience room, the screen showed John sitting in the endless void, eyes closed, teeth gritted. Although the space John was in was pitch black, the guild members were able to see him in the void as the screen altered the image. "I think you should take a look at Pandas novel." Calm. They saw him sitting on the ground, a day already passed by. Cultivators were able to maintain focus and calm for durations far longer than a mortal was able to do, and yet they were starting to get impatient. Compared to the exciting trials from before, this one was quite boring and dull to witness. "How long is this trial going to take?" One of the younger members, a woman in her early 20s, asked loudly. Others chimed up as well, turning to nearby elders of the guild to ask if they knew. Only several in the audience knew for certain, and they finally acquiesced to the questions. "A month. We have to sit here for a whole month, watching this," many of the youths grumbled after hearing the answer. "Also, why an entire month? If he can endure the pain for a day or two, surely he can endure it for a month. Isn't this just a waste of time?" a riled-up guild member asked, antsy to get back to their lives. They were not allowed to leave the room while the trial was taking place, and could only wait for it to be completed or failed. A soft sigh suddenly filled the room, barely audible, and yet more powerful than any of the loud voices filling the room. All eyes turned to the Grandmaster, who stood up from his seat and walked down the aisle towards the front of the room. He stood beneath the massive screen showing John's trial and faced the audience. His eyes turned to the one who had just asked the last question. The youth shrank back in his seat under the Grandmaster's glare, feeling completely tiny and embarrassed at his previous outburst. "Pain has two aspects," the Grandmaster said, voice soft yet powerful. "Intensity and duration. Most think of intensity when they think of pain, but duration is just as dangerous, if not more so." His words received several dubious glances from the youths in the audience, who clearly doubted his words. They would rather experience weak pain for a long time than strong pain for a short time. Think of an itch, the Grandmaster continued. Us cultivators don't get itches anymore, but when we were still young and mortal, we all experienced itches and all remember them. They were nothing more than a temporary nuisance, giving no pain at all, and only minor discomfort until scratched. And yet, something as minor as an itch, if left unstretched, can eventually build to a point of driving one insane. Duration is something that can turn something minor into something significant just as much as intensity can. His trial is to test his resistance to both kinds of pain. It would do you all well to remember that. The Grandmaster sighed, closing his eyes for a brief moment. And the pain this boy is feeling right now is unlike anything you could possibly imagine. Just existing in that realm pushes one to the brink of insanity. You are unable to think, unable to move, unable to do anything but feel overwhelming pain, pain so excruciating that you start to consider death a more appealing solution. Surely waiting in comfort for a month while this boy suffers isn't so bad when you compare your current situations, he continued. Fill the time with mediation and cultivation. This month does not have to be a wasted one. You can all. The Grandmaster cut off as he opened his eyes and saw weird expressions on many faces. He frowned, as his words had not been that unreasonable, but noticed their gazes were focused above his head on the screen. He turned around and looked up at the screen. Didn't you say it's impossible to move and think? One of the youths asked. Then why is he meditating calmly, as if the pain trial does not even exist? Chapter 977, the Tao of Pain. John closed his eyes, assuming a seated meditative position, and focused on the mental image of the Asura's aura domain during that hellish battle. The pain of the trial rained down on him ceaselessly, making it nearly impossible to think about anything other than the pain. It was all-encompassing, all-consuming. John took a deep breath and held it in while he focused on stabilizing his mind and pushing out the pain. He exhaled a while later, feeling a sliver of thought created in his mind, one that could ignore the pain and focus on the Asura domain. The Tao of Pain. That was most certainly one of the Taos I felt from the Asura's aura. It wasn't that the aura was strong enough to cause pain, but that it emanated the actual Tao instead. Then why did it take me so long to realize that? His experiences with pain, as well as his experience with the world dimension seed, had raised his Tao comprehensions significantly. It wasn't at the level of actively using the Tao, but he could at the very least detect when pain was caused by the Tao itself, or some other reason. This trial has a multitude of Taos working together to cause pain. The Tao of illusions, the Tao of heat, the Tao of space, the Tao of blood. All these Taos are being used to torture my body, filling it with pain. But the Tao that is making the pain beyond excruciating is the Tao of pain, which seems to not only cause pain itself, but heighten the pain caused by other things. And yet, the Asura's Tao of pain felt different compared to the Tao I feel now. It's not just the strength that's different, but the very nature itself. How can the same Tao feel so different? It was the first time John had experienced this bizarre truth. Stumped by the answer, his will exploded with resolve, setting his mind to work through the pain. A week passed by, which felt quite quick for the spectators, but a lifetime for John. The pain never stopped, never lessened in intensity. It was already present, always piercing deep into his body and soul. And yet, he resisted, and even somewhat ignored the pain as he focused on the task he set for himself: figure out the truth of the Asura aura domain. If he could do that, he would potentially have another powerful trump card to use in the future. A week in, he had made some progress in solving the riddle, but had not figured it out fully just yet. The pain raining down on him slowed his mind, making it nearly impossible to think. And yet, it also aided him, as the Tao of pain enveloping him gave him a direct and clear method of studying the Tao. A few days into the trial, he had shifted from trying to figure out the truth in one go, and instead started from the base of the issue: the Tao of pain. Studying the Tao and becoming proficient in it was incredibly hard to do, as one needed to not only subject themselves to horrifying pain to study it, but also needed to meditate and comprehend the Tao through the pain as well. The Tao of pain was an incredibly fearsome Tao, one that would cause the hearts of men to shudder if going against it, and yet it was incredibly rare to encounter someone using it. Such a dangerous and useful Tao would only be so rare in one case. It was incredibly difficult to cultivate and comprehend. This trial used formations to unleash the Tao of pain, but formations were not the same as comprehending the Tao itself. The one creating the formations only needed the formational skill to craft the appropriate runic patterns, as well as knowledge of the correct runic patterns associated with the Tao itself. As such, a skilled formation master could create a formation to unleash the Tao of pain without having comprehended the Tao themselves. It was one of the reasons formation masters were held in such high esteem. The only downside was that, when compared to a true expert that confronted the Tao directly, the Tao from the formations would be lacking. That is, unless the formations master also comprehended the Tao itself, at which point they could infuse their Tao comprehensions into the formations, elevating its level to its true potential. Based on the potency and quality of this Tao of pain, I'd bet that whoever made this trial has also comprehended the Tao of pain to a decent extent. John mused for a moment before returning to comprehending the Tao himself. Another week passed by, at which point a heavenly aura descended down on John for a moment, even piercing through the veils of the trial to reach him. It was a sensation he had felt many times before. The sensation of breaking through to the Tao adept stage. John's eyes snapped open, a grin appearing despite the pain he felt, which he could ignore a bit better than when he first entered the realm. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. After 2 weeks of torturous meditation, I have finally grasped the fundamentals of the Tao of pain. After basking in the sensation for a brief time, his eyes closed once more, returning to solving the mystery of the Asura aura domain. John spent the next 2 weeks studying the Tao of pain from the trial, from himself, and from his memories of the Asura's aura. Panda's novel, Calm. A ball of black and red chi swirled above his palm, glowing with a malevolent glint. It was as if red eyes of devils and demons were appearing and fading away, waiting to spring out of the ball of chi and cause pain to everything around it. John studied the ball of pain chi, formed by his essence chi, for a long time. Everything from the aura to the sensation of pain it gave was studied as he tried to mimic the Tao of pain that permeated the Asura's aura domain. It's no good, he grimaced, letting the ball of pain fade away. Despite the ball being of his own creation, it still caused him pain when near him, surprising him slightly. I figured grasping the Tao would make me mostly immune to its effects, but that's not the case. While I can withstand the pain better, the level of pain I feel from it is no different to what others would feel. Does that mean the Asura is affected by his Tao of pain as well the entire time? And why does my Tao feel so different? John recalled the battle, of the Asura grinning with malicious glee as he fought Rajan and the others. If he does, he showed no signs of it. John shook his head and formed a new ball of pain chi above his palm. He studied the Tao endlessly, mind focused on one thing alone, until suddenly, the pain suddenly vanished. John blinked after a few seconds, slow to react to the unexpected change. He frowned as he felt his focus and insights slip away. What the hell? John grumbled loudly, although he was greatly relieved that the horrifying pain had stopped. I was making good progress. Despite feeling agitated, he also breathed out loudly in relief. Despite being a prodigy when it came to withstanding pain, and despite his advances in the Tao of pain, the trial had been an absolutely brutal one. It had pushed him to the edge several times, and he knew it would have eventually driven him mad had it never stopped. He felt as though he had gone from being in a hellish inferno to a cool spring breeze, invigorating his exhausted body and strained soul. While basking in the sensation, he felt a strong energy wrap around him, pulling him through space. Flash. The scene before him instantly changed, and John's guard raised instinctively. His guard relaxed slightly as he heard amused laughter come from his left. He turned and quickly spotted the source of the laughter. You, John said, staring at the mysterious old man who had appeared during the trials. He also noticed another man sitting nearby, younger in appearance compared to the old man, but also mysteriously powerful. "Congratulations," the old man said, smiling as he held a bottle of wine in his hands. "You have passed the heavens' shadow trial. Come, sit down and have a drink of celebration with us. We have much to discuss." Chapter 978, Drunken Celebration. John blinked a few times, his vision steadily growing hazier. Exhaustion quickly embraced him, as the effects of all the trials finally caught up to him. Instead of fighting it, he let it take a hold of him. He didn't know who these men were, but he could tell he was not in any danger. Bang! John fell sideways, falling asleep before he even hit the ground. The Prime Shadow and Guildmaster looked at him with raised eyebrows for a moment, at which point the Prime Shadow started laughing. "Gehaha, I guess I forgot this child has been in that trial for over a month without any rest. And to think he didn't recover his strength between any of the rounds, and also cultivated during the final trial. The fact that he could last thing long going like that is already a miracle," the Guildmaster added. "Come, pour the wine. The boy is here so the celebration can commence," the Prime Shadow said, handing the bottle to the Guildmaster. "And don't spill a single drop. This wine is worth more than you." Rambunctious laughter entered John's ears, stirring him awake from his deep slumber. Cultivators didn't need to sleep to live, but when overworked and overstressed like he had been, it was the best way to fully recover one's mental state. Feeling quite refreshed, he opened his eyes and sat up. "Ah, you're finally awake," slightly slurred speech came from his left. John turned to see the same two men, faces red, indulging in a very potent-smelling wine. He wrinkled his nose at the scent, which wasn't unpleasant, but was a bit too strong for his liking. Come, join us," the elderly man said, patting the ground next to John. The table the two men sat by was low to the ground, and so the two of them were sitting on some mats near the table. Eyebrows raised at this strange, elderly man's antics, John moved to the table and sat on the mat the man had patted. An invigorating sensation flowed through him as he sat on it, calming his mind, trying to lull him into a pseudo-meditative state. "Nice mat," John said, pushing the sensation from the mat away. Now was not the time for meditation. "Here, have a drink," the elderly man said to John, then gave a pointed glance at the other man seated opposite him. That man sighed and poured wine into a cup, then moved it towards John. "Pouring wine for a youth of my guild," the younger man sighed. "This is beneath me. This youth is now my disciple, so if anything, it should be your honor to pour him wine," the elderly man said, while a frown appeared on the other's face. John looked back and forth between the two, not sure what was going on. "Disciple," John asked, "what are you talking about, and who are you two?" "Come now," the elderly man waved his hands in a dismissive manner. "There's time for questions later. Right now, we celebrate your successful completion of the Heaven's Shadow Trial. It's a momentous occasion after all, one worthy of jubilant celebration." John eyed the bizarre, elderly man with a strange expression on his face, then sighed and picked up the cup of wine. He could tell there was no danger here, and the wine had started to call out to him for some reason. He inspected it for a moment, then took a sip. A profound, invigorating, and pleasurable energy surged through his body as the wine hit his stomach, making him feel incredibly relaxed, and also made his mind swirl with new insights and comprehensions. His eyes lit up with delight, realizing this wine had similar properties to his tea leaves, although not nearly as potent. "I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." Still, it was incredibly intoxicating, and he quickly finished his cup, embracing the pleasurable state of body and mind he felt. "Gahaha, you're quite the drinker," the elderly man said, flicking a gaze to the other man again. The man sighed and refilled John's cup, who took another long sip, saving each and every moment. Compared to the hellish pain trial he had just been in, this was like being in heaven. Several hours later, the guildmaster held the wine bottle upside down, showing that it was finally empty. As the elderly man had said, they were only going to drink and celebrate, not talk and ask questions. John had eventually accepted this, allowing himself to fall into a rare state of pure relaxation. Belly full of wine, his mind and seemingly the room around him spun, but that altered state of mind gave him insights he never would have considered, making the entire process both pleasurable as well as beneficial. The elderly man nodded his head at the sight of the empty bottle, smiling with satisfaction. "That was a worthy celebration," he said, still slightly slurring his speech. Suddenly, the old man's chi flared, then faded away. His reddened face returned to normal, and the hazy look in his eyes cleared up. "All right, lad," the elderly man said, no longer slurring. "We have celebrated your success, and so now we can talk." The other man's chi flared as well, wiping away the effects of the alcohol. John felt hesitant to do so, as he was still receiving insights from the wine, but followed along. His chi flared and surged through his body, wiping away the lingering effects of the alcohol, mind becoming clear once more. "You probably want to know who we are," the old man said, getting straight to the point. "Pandus novel," calm John nodded silently. "Well, this man here is the current guild master of the guild," the old man said, gesturing to the other man. John nodded respectfully, slightly surprised to have already met the guild master. He looked towards the old man, who was even more mysterious than the guild master. "As for me," the old man said, "I'm known as the Prime Shadow, the creator and first guild master of the Shadows of Death Guild." "So you're not dead," John blurted out, recalling his discussion with Zuri about the first guild master and the rumors around his death. He was slightly surprised to find out the man's identity, and yet at the same time was not surprised at all. The old man was even more powerful than the guild master, and his brief conversation with John during the trial had given a hint into the man's background. "Gehaha, not yet," the Prime Shadow laughed loudly. "Now then," the Prime Shadow said after reining in his laughter, face becoming ever so slightly serious. "You know who we are, so it's time we learned who you are." "I'm John Fenix," John said, introducing himself. He knew that's not what the Prime Shadow meant, but decided to only answer questions directly, as to not give up too much unneeded information. "You know that's not what I'm interested in," the Prime Shadow said. "What I really want to know is, what world are you from and why have you come to this world?" Chapter 979, Fringe World. John maintained a calm expression, but groaned internally. He had been expecting this question to arise, but had hoped it would not. "Fury said my chi would fully replace itself after a few weeks, and it's been a few months now, so it can't be that. It can only be my answers during the verbal trial that aroused his suspicion. Do I feign ignorance, or should I be forthright with the truth?" "There's no point in lying, child," the Prime Shadow said calmly. "I have been the guild master and Prime Shadow of this guild for tens of thousands of years. It is my job to know every single power that exists on this world, from the smallest village to the strongest individual. I have visited every corner of this world and have never heard of the Fenix clan or the Heavenly Lighting sect." John pursed his lips, thinking of how to best reply to the question. "On top of all that," the Prime Shadow continued, "there is no way a prodigy such as yourself could grow to this point, unnoticed by me or the guild master. With all this taken into account, there is only one answer to the questions surrounding you, and that is you are not of this world." John shifted his gaze between the Prime Shadow and the guild master, who looked at him with curious expressions. It was clear they didn't really care where he came from, and were only curious, at least he hoped so. "So which world are you from?" the Prime Shadow asked curiously. "Are you from one of the hegemon worlds, or perhaps one of the great worlds?" John frowned in confusion, having never heard of those worlds before. However, he felt a bit surprised, as it seemed like the Prime Shadow was incredibly knowledgeable about the worlds outside his own. John yearned greatly for such information, and with the Prime Shadow potentially able to offer such information, it made him antsy with anticipation. He buried that anticipation for now. "First, I need to figure out how much I can trust these two," he thought. "I have no idea what a hegemon world or great world is," John said, shaking his head. The two men shared a look, one of doubt and confusion. "Child," The Prime Shadow said firmly, tone a bit heavier than before as if he would not accept any lies. We know you are from another world. That much is a fact, so there's no point in lying. I'm not lying, John said firmly. You're right, I am from another world, but not from one of these or great worlds you speak of. Then what world are you from? Thea asked. I have no idea, John said, shaking his head. The world I come from doesn't have an official name, and if it does, I do not know what it is. Doesn't have an official name? The Prime Shadow mused, slightly surprised to hear that. Almost all worlds have official names. The only worlds that don't are the fringe worlds, the ones that everyone ignores these days. Surely your world must have had a name. Fringe world? Is my world a fringe world? John wondered. He didn't know what a fringe world meant exactly, but he could take a guess based on its name. Like I said, if it had a name, I didn't know it, John replied firmly, crossing his arms over his chest. I think you should take a look at. The two older men shared another glance for a brief moment, before looking back at John. How much stronger is your compared to our world? Thea asked. What is the stronger? John said, laughing lightly. You've got it all wrong. The world I come from is most definitely weaker than this world, and by a decent margin. Based on what he knew of this world, it had holy manifestation cultivators by the dozens, and late world expansion cultivators by the thousands. On the divine martial continent, the latter was considered the pinnacle of power, with only ancient monsters like the Jade Dragon Emperor and Grand Abbot breaking through to the holy manifestation realm. While he couldn't compare those two monsters to the holy manifestation cultivators of this world just yet, as far as everything else was concerned, his was far, far weaker. Surely you're lying, the said. One with your level of talent must have come from a great world at the very least. It's all right, the Prime Shadow said, quieting this boy is not lying. They gave the Prime Shadow a questioning glance. Then that means. Yes, the Prime Shadow nodded. As hard as it is to believe, this boy comes from a fringe world. What exactly is a fringe world? John asked, curious about what it meant exactly. The two other men fell silent for a short while, clearly thinking things over. Eventually, the Prime Shadow spoke up, an almost relieved look on his face. If you are not from a or great world as I had suspected, then that makes things a lot less complicated, he said, sighing with relief. Then nodded his head, clearly agreeing with the Prime Shadow. John glanced at the two, so many questions burning in his mind. Before he could ask any, the Prime Shadow spoke again. Child, if you are truly from a fringe world, then you need to tell us how you got here, and what you are doing here. Only then can we decide on how to move forward, the Prime Shadow said, then smiled lightly. And do not be afraid to reveal the truth. You already passed the trial to become an official member of the guild. From this point on, you are a true member of the guild and are now under my protection. John studied the two men for a long while, then sighed. There was no helping it after all. He would need to reveal the truth of his past, as he had done with, to fully gain the trust of the men before him. And at this point in time, with Lillian's whereabouts unknown and her potentially in danger, there was no other way. I guess it's story time again, he sighed internally, then started to explain the events that had led him to this world. Chapter 980, the true extent of the ancient war. The Prime Shadow and sat in curious silence, letting John explain the events of how he arrived at this world. They would occasionally ask questions or ask for clarifications, but for the most part just listened. Their expressions changed several times, ranging from curiosity to amusement to disbelief. Their strongest reaction had come when John had revealed the existence of the Asura and the reason for his escape. And that's how I found Hideout, which eventually led me here, John said, wrapping up his long, detailed story. He had kept out the most important secrets, but had explained enough that the two men had a good grasp of the events that led him here. Silence filled the room for a long time, before they sighed deeply. To think Asuras still exist in this universe, he said, almost unable to believe it. It's not unheard of, the Prime Shadow said, but for one to live this long, this boy can only be from a fringe world. For you to have your level of talent from a fringe world, there seems to be a lot you're leaving out of your story, but that's all right. Everyone has their secrets. I've answered your questions, John said, mind burning with questions he needed answers. Now I think it's time you answer some of mine. The raised an eyebrow at John's overzealous attitude, while the Prime Shadow hummed with amusement. All right, the Prime Shadow said. Ask your questions. What is a fringe world? John asked, getting directly to his first question. He had no idea how to get back to his, but maybe the answer to this question would help him. Do you know anything about the world structure of this universe? The Prime Shadow asked, to which John shook his head. The Prime Shadow nodded, then waved his hand outwards. Chi flowed from it, swirling in the air above John, coalescing to form a miniature world. This is the world, the Prime Shadow said, then added more chi to the three-dimensional image. The world shrunk in size and other worlds appeared, as if the image was being zoomed out of. More worlds appeared by the dozens, then hundreds, dotting the image like stars above John's head. John's eyes widened as he watched more and more worlds appear, until they were too small and too many to count. It was like grains of sand flowing above his head, stunning him completely. The image eventually stopped moving, forming a sphere in the air several dozen yards wide, dotted with countless tiny worlds, containing hundreds of thousands, or perhaps even millions of worlds. This isn't entirely accurate, but it's good enough for a brief explanation, the Prime Shadow said, then pointed to the very center of the massive sphere. This is the universe, or at least what I know of it. In the very center are the worlds, great worlds, and other pinnacle worlds that dominate all of creation. His words stunned John completely, who felt as if he were nothing but an ant at the moment. Think you should take a look at. As one stays from that center, the natural chi of the universe lessens, and worlds become lower and lower in potential, with some exceptions here and there. The Prime Shadow continued, then pointed to a certain part near the exterior of the massive sphere, only a foot away from its edge. This is approximately where our world, the world, is, he said, his words stunning John once more. There were thousands, tens of thousands of worlds between those worlds and this one, a gap so vast he couldn't even comprehend it. Our world is close to the edge of this sphere, and as a result, the natural chi of the universe here is rather thin, he said. When compared to the worlds existing at the center, it's a night and day difference. How, John muttered, lost in chaotic thought. He had gone from knowing next to nothing about the universe outside his, to learning that compared to what was out there, his was nothing more than a speck of dust. As if wanting to add to the shock, the Prime Shadow changed the image slightly, expanding it even further. The massive sphere of worlds grew smaller, and an endless sea of dots appeared around the sphere, as if encompassing it. Outside this sphere, which you can consider the known universe, is the void of death, the Prime Shadow said. Void of death? John asked, still trying to process everything he was told and shown. The name is one inherited from an ancient time, an ancient war, the Prime Shadow said, his expression hardening. The war with the Asuras. The Prime Shadow paused for a brief moment, as if to let John process it all, before continuing. I don't know much about the ancient war, as it was before my time, but the war was the most devastating war to ever touch this universe, the Prime Shadow continued. From what I've been told and read, the universe, or the worlds you now see, were far more plentiful when the Asuras waged war. They enveloped the outer worlds first, consuming them, destroying them, until nothing of them was left, not even the world themselves. These smaller dots surrounding the sphere of known worlds are fractured remnants of the worlds that fell in that ancient war, now drifting in space around this sphere, an ever-constant reminder of the Asura's devastation. Devastation that completely destroyed more than 50% of the worlds that existed in ancient times. John breathed in deeply, calming his mind as best he could. He knew about the ancient Asura war, mostly from what it had done to his homeworld. He never knew that war had such a wide reach. His mind raced with chaotic thoughts, making him almost unable to focus at all. After a short while, he breathed in deeply and calmed his mind as best he could. Chaos still swirled within, but he could maintain his composure once more. The Prime Shadow nodded, impressed at how quickly John took in all this information, then continued. He pointed to the chaos that surrounded the sphere of countless worlds, the fractured remnants of ancient worlds now reduced to stone and dust. The Asuras expanded their void of death until one day, the war ended, the Prime Shadow continued, then gave John a pointed look. And don't ask me exactly how or why it ended, as even I don't know the truth of that matter. John forced down the question he was about to blurt out with great disappointment. The Prime Shadow continued, pointing to the void of death that encircled all the worlds. When the war ended, so did the destruction, for the most part at least, he continued. Within this place of destruction, this void of death, exist some worlds that were barely able to escape their utter destruction before the war ended. Worlds that were ruined to the brink of annihilation, and now exist at the edge of what is considered the new universe, where parts of space still remain shattered from the ancient war. This is where your homeworld, no doubt a fringe world, exists. Chapter 981 Hegemon Worlds. John stared at the image, mind nearly blank from the sheer amount of unbelievable information he had just been given. In mere minutes, his grasp on the fundamental makeup of the universe had been completely changed. It was like going from swimming in a puddle to being immediately dropped into the depths of an endless ocean. There was too much out there. The universe was far too large for him to comprehend. Countless worlds, some so powerful that they existed at the pinnacle of the universe. His world, which was revealed to exist in a space that most didn't even bother with, had just escaped utter annihilation in the past and was considered something so unimportant that it didn't even have a name. He had assumed that the Nine Tao world was a powerful work in the grand scope of things when arriving here, but had been informed that it too was relatively unimportant as well. How do you know all this? John eventually asked. How can you be certain this is correct? This information was given to me by my master, many, many years ago, the Prime Shadow said, a slight reminiscent look in his eyes. My master was much more of an explorer and scholar than myself, and obtaining such information was his life's goal. It's something he gave to me with confidence, so there can be no doubt of its veracity. Pandas novel. Calm John cleared his throat, still staring at the sphere of countless worlds. The sphere was easy to comprehend, but it was just a depiction of the universe at large. Just how large was it in actuality? Just how many words were there truly? How long would it even take to reach the center of this incomprehensible universe? Have you been to other worlds? John asked, shifting the topic. I've been to a few, the Prime Shadow nodded his head. Mostly the ones near the Nine Tao world. How do you travel to other worlds? Do you take transportation formations like I did? John asked. The Prime Shadow shook his head lightly. Formations such as the one you took are incredibly rare. Some worlds have them, linking them with other worlds, but most do not. I have to say, I'm surprised to find out this world is linked to yours through that formation. I never knew such a formation existed, and can only wonder if the formation on this world still exists. That could be the reason for your spatial tunnel collapsing, or it could have been hit by a spatial storm and shattered. There are too many unknowns to be certain. So how did you travel to other worlds? John asked, eager to obtain some information on how to potentially get back home. There are two ways, other than using transportation formations, the Prime Shadow said. The first is to have a ship capable of traversing through space. These ships are incredibly rare and incredibly expensive. In fact, only a few such ships exist on this world, and their design is quite limited, so it's only feasible to travel to nearby worlds. The second method is to use your own power to travel to other worlds, but that is even more difficult and dangerous. One can only attempt to consider such a thing upon reaching the holy manifestation realm, and even then, there are dangers out there in the void of space that can cause holy manifestation cultivators to lose their lives. He paused, glancing at John with a pointed gaze. That's even more so for traveling to worlds in the void of death, he emphasized. The spatial chaos still lingering from the ancient war is incredibly lethal. Only the highest quality of spacefaring ships dare enter such a place without care, and only those above the holy manifestation realm dare enter using their own power. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Above the holy manifestation realm, John exclaimed internally. It was the first time he had heard the mere concept of the realm above the holy manifestation realm brought up. He kept his question to himself, opting to ask about this mysterious realm at a later time when the important things were already discussed. So, do you have one of these spacefaring ships? John asked with slight anticipation. Not anymore. The Prime Shadow shook his head, his answer disappointing John. I used to have one capable of reaching the worlds closest to this one, but that was a long time ago. I'm old now, so I decided to settle down on my homeworld permanently and do what I can in the time I have left to help the guild and humanity. How common is it for those from other worlds to arrive here? John asked, trying to get as much information about the topic as possible while it was still being discussed. Not very common, the Prime Shadow answered. At least in this part of the universe. I've heard it's more common near the great and hegemon worlds, where profound flying ships are more abundant and cultivators more powerful, but I have not seen that with my own eyes, so I cannot be certain of that. So you haven't been to the hegemon worlds? John said, slightly disappointed. He was going to ask about that next, but it seemed that the Prime Shadow's knowledge on that subject was limited. You make it sound as if it's a simple stroll to get to the hegemon worlds, the Prime Shadow laughed. Even if I had my flying ship, at the speed it was capable of reaching, it would take thousands of years, if not more, to reach the hegemon worlds. As for using my own power, I'm afraid I would die before I ever reached them. John's eyes went wide with surprise, not expecting to hear the Prime Shadow's answer. That's disappointing, John sighed, then thought of something else. Wait a minute, when you asked me about my origins, you asked if I was from a hegemon world. If it's so hard to get there, then why did you think someone at my level of power could come to this world so easily? Like I said, the hegemon worlds have spacefaring ships far beyond our comprehension, so what's impossible for us isn't impossible for those from those worlds, the Prime Shadow said. But most importantly, your level of talent is far beyond anything I've ever seen. I could only assume you were from a hegemon world. I've heard rumors and fables of geniuses of those worlds being sent to other worlds for training purposes, but I'm not certain how true that is. I see, John said, closing his eyes, trying to process everything he had seen and heard. His mind swirled with questions unanswered, questions that had been burning within him for years. He recalled being in the great desert, meeting the soul form of his true mother beneath the sands of that desert. He recalled the vision she had shown him, of sending him off in a cocoon of space and time when he was just a baby, no more than a few days old. After doing so, a group of cultivators, so powerful that he still couldn't gauge their cultivation level, surrounded her, and her fate after that was unknown. However, he knew she was still alive. Somewhere out there, waiting for his arrival. Great world, hegemon world, is that where you are, Mother? Chapter 982. Memories of the Prime Shadow's Master. John remained silent for a long time, digesting everything. He opened his eyes a while later, looking at the Prime Shadow and Guildmaster, who sat there silently, allowing him to process everything. I have a few more questions, John said, to which the Prime Shadow nodded. I'll answer them if I can, he said. John smiled a thankful smile, appreciative of how much this mysterious old man was willing to tell him, despite the fact that they had just met. You mentioned the ancient war, and that the war ended suddenly. Panda's novel, I did, the Prime Shadow nodded. After the war ended, what happened to the Asuras? John noticed the Guildmaster perk up slightly at the question, as if he too wanted to know the answer. Based on the Guildmaster's reaction, it seems that information regarding the ancient war and the Asuras is incredibly rare. If someone as powerful as him doesn't know, then I'm assuming most of this world is ignorant of the past as well. The Prime Shadow frowned slightly, shaking his head. I'm not 100% certain, he said, but according to rumors of ancient times, the war suddenly ended and the Asuras just left. They just left, John exclaimed with great surprise. So they weren't defeated, exterminated. No, not at all, the Prime Shadow laughed lightly, as if John's question was completely ridiculous. He paused for a moment, a deep, reminiscent look appearing on his face. Everything I know about the ancient war and the Asuras comes from my long-deceased master, the Prime Shadow said, who fought during the ancient war. Your master was alive during the ancient war and fought in it, John exclaimed with shock. Indeed, the Prime Shadow nodded. He was a middle-aged man, as far as cultivators are concerned, when the war happened, and through circumstance, he arrived on this world, injured and crippled to near death, unable to return to his real world. I was just a boy when I found him, near his death, alone in a remote area. At that time, nearly 100,000 years had passed since the ancient war, and he was then an old man near his deathbed when I first met him. He took me in and gave me tutelage, accepting me as his disciple, so that his techniques might pass on into the future. The Prime Shadow paused for a moment, several emotions appearing on his face. John sat down and settled in, as he could tell the story was going to be an interesting and important one. My master was far more powerful than I am now, but was crippled to the point of barely being a cultivator, the Prime Shadow continued. During the days, he would instruct me in the ways of cultivation and assassination, and at night, he would teach me about the universe, the ancient war, and many other things. He left many things vague and unanswered, most likely to shield me from the karmic ties knowing too much would bring, but explained enough that I have a vague idea of what happened. According to him, the war was a brutal one, with death and destruction beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Before anyone realized, the Asuras had encircled everything and started their campaign of devastation from the outside in. The various powers of the universe united and set out to meet them in battle, but most were completely outclassed. They soon learned of the horrors of the Asuras and how impossible they were to battle. Their bloodlust was horrifying, their ferocity and combat prowess unmatched. For every Asura, dozens, and sometimes hundreds of cultivators in the same realm would be needed to take them down. Only the pinnacle geniuses and sovereign races of the universe were able to stand on even ground against an Asura, but their numbers were too few to turn the tides of battle on the grand scale of the war. For you see, the ancient war contained not only Asuras, but countless demons as well. Demons, John chimed in. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. Yes, demons, the Prime Shadow nodded. If you consider Asuras the generals of the war, then demons were the soldiers. Weaker, but far more numerous. And even then, weaker is a relative term because most demons are far more powerful and horrifying than an average cultivator, making them nearly as hard to kill as Asuras. John thought back to his battle with the abyssal demon and just how horrifying that creature had been. If those were considered the regular soldiers of the Asura army, then the enemy force as a whole must have been an absolutely horrifying, impossible to resist force. No wonder that demon hated me and my Asura blood so much, John thought, recalling that demon's hatred for his Asura transformation. It was most likely forced into that ancient war by the Asuras and was then captured. Its hatred was understandable. Worlds fell one by one, and just before the war ended, over half of the worlds in the universe had been consumed and then annihilated by the Asuras. The Prime Shadow paused for a moment, then sighed as he said something that sounded unbelievable. Then, according to my master, one day, the Asuras just left. They just left? You mean retreated? John asked curiously. Ha 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 ha, the Prime Shadow laughed lightly. Child, you've faced an Asura before. Would you ever imagine that such a creature would retreat from battle? John fell silent, thinking back to the times he had come face to face with the Asura. The Asura had fought with a smile on his face the entire time against Rajan and the rest, its battle and bloodlust thicker than anything he had ever felt before. He shook his head lightly. I can't imagine it would ever retreat from battle, John said softly. And from what my master told me, you would be correct, the Prime Shadow confirmed. In the ancient war, he fought against many demons, and one time, a singular Asura. He, alongside 3 others, fought against that Asura in a battle to the death. Their battle determined the fate of an entire world, and in the end, they were crippled and defeated, unable to withstand the might of a single Asura. The Prime Shadow's gaze hardened as he stared at John. "You must remember, my master was considered a genius of his time, and had far greater power than I could ever hope to have. And yet, he, alongside 3 others of similar prodigious skill, were unable to kill the Asura in the same realm as them. My master was an assassin, and against the near-indestructible bodies of the Asuras, his assassination arts faltered. He recalled that battle with shame in his eyes, as if it was his greatest failure." The Prime Shadow sighed softly. "In his defeat, my master accepted his death, awaiting the final strike to come," the Prime Shadow continued. "But that final blow never came." "It didn't. The Asura just let him live?" John asked, unable to believe an Asura would show mercy. "No, the Asura showed no mercy," the Prime Shadow shook his head. "Instead, it paused, as if it was listening to something or feeling something, and then just left, flying away from the world and vanishing into the dark of space. It didn't even spare my master a second glance, as if it was beneath him entirely." "The Asura just left like that?" John asked, eyes wide. "Not just that Asura, but according to my master, every Asura, and even most of the demons. With the war going their way, with the forces of the universe falling one by one to the Asura and demon horde, the enemy suddenly and without warning left." John was stunned silent, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. The Asuras, the horrifying creatures that lusted for death and destruction more than anything else, just left, while seemingly dominating everything that stood in their path. It was impossible to believe. Chapter 983, The Prime Shadow's Condition. The Prime Shadow paused for a moment, letting John digest the information. "The world my master was defending was this world, the 9-Dao world," the Prime Shadow said, his words surprising even the Guildmaster, who was clearly also hearing this story for the first time. He received sound transmission from the war communication channels for some time, detailing that the Asuras had all seemingly left and that the war was over. A collective effort was carried out after that to exterminate all lingering demons, and some Asuras who were for some reason unable to leave with the rest of their horde. My master settled down on this world shortly after, and with his cultivation mostly crippled from that battle, cut off all communication with the outside world and settled down. He never did learn why the Asuras suddenly left, and wanted nothing to do with them anymore either. He lived in seclusion for all those years until I stumbled upon him. And the rest is of little importance. Silence filled the room for quite some time, the heaviness of the story weighing down on everyone. John's mind continued to race with unanswered questions, ones he knew he couldn't get answered at the moment. "Thank you for telling me the truth of the war," John said, truly appreciative of learning the truth. He could feel the weight of karma bear down on him harder, as if just knowing the truth would lead to dangers in the future, but at this point, he didn't care. Knowing the truth was far more important to him than avoiding the dangers it would bring. The Prime Shadow nodded. "With all that said, it's time to return to the matters that still need to be resolved," the Prime Shadow said. "What matters are those?" John asked, although he had a vague idea of what it was. "The matter of you becoming my successor," the Prime Shadow said, then sighed. "When I heard that you were not from a great or hegemon world, I had intended to make you my successor as Prime Shadow of the Guild. But now, upon hearing your story and the future that awaits you, I know your journey will not be limited to just this world." John nodded silently, but sighed with relief internally. The Prime Shadow had most likely realized that he would refuse the offer based on what he still needed to do, and not having to actually reject the offer was something he appreciated. "However," the Prime Shadow continued with some vigor in his tone, "that does not mean the business between you and myself is concluded." "What business is that?" John asked curiously. "While you would most certainly reject my offer of discipleship, while you are part of the guild, you will still enjoy all its benefits," the Prime Shadow said, smiling at John's surprised reaction. "You will have access to everything you would have had you accepted to become my disciple. The finest battle arts, the pinnacle resources of the guild, all of this will be available for you to use." "What's the condition?" John asked, knowing there was more to this deal, as it was too good to be true without some kind of condition. While he would be able to help the guild complete some missions while he was still on this world, he would eventually leave, and with it, take the resources the guild spent on him with him. It seemed like a bad investment to him, and he knew there was more to the deal than the Prime Shadow was revealing. "Ah, you saw right through me," the Prime Shadow said, smiling as John rolled his eyes, knowing there was a condition to meet. "And the condition is," John asked, "you will have access to the things I mentioned earlier, on the condition that you agree to learn a single assassination art from me and master it fully. If you agree to that, the guild will support you as much as possible. You want to teach me assassination art, which I'm assuming is quite profound, and want to reward me with resources and treasures on top of that. How does that make sense? What's in it for you?" John asked, tilting his head to the side. "The assassination art is one of 2 assassination arts that my master created," the Prime Shadow said. "You are not suitable for the first one, but the second one, I do not think I could find a better suited candidate even if I looked for one my entire life." He paused, noticed John's questioning gaze, then continued. "My master had hoped to hone his assassination arts to the pinnacle, and have his arts known and feared throughout the entire universe," the Prime Shadow said, then shook his head ruefully. "However, the war stopped his aspirations before he could reach them, and so instead he imparted those assassination arts to me, hoping I could achieve what he could not. Unfortunately, I was not able to live up to his standards, but that does not mean I failed. As long as you agree to learn this art, and in the future, hone it to a level that the entire universe comes to know and fear, then I shall spare no resource to help you achieve that goal. Ensuring the legacy of my master is everything to me." John felt a weight on his shoulders upon hearing the grand aspirations of the Prime Shadow and his master. However, compared to his other tasks, like finding his mother, or returning the dragon egg to the ancestral origin of the Jade Dragons, this task, while difficult, actually seemed quite reasonable for him. After a moment of consideration, John nodded his head, agreeing to the terms. With the weight of the guild behind him, not only would his cultivation speed up, but he would also be able to search for Lillian with much more resources had he not agreed. And to top it all off, he was going to be taught some ultimate assassination technique. It was an obvious decision, one so good that he would be an absolute idiot to refuse. "I accept," John said. "I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." "Excellent," the Prime Shadow said, a wide, relieved smile appearing on his face. He turned to the Grandmaster, who had remained silent for a long time, listening to the 2 discuss various matters. "Those who witnessed his trial are still in the viewing room, per the instructions I gave Grandmaster 3, the Prime Shadow said. "Go there and explain personally to everyone who witnessed John that what they saw is of the S-tier classification. They are to treat any information regarding John with that classification going forward as well. Failure to comply with these mandates will result in immediate termination." The guild master nodded his head, stood, and then vanished in the blink of an eye. John didn't even see the man move, he just disappeared so fast. "The holy manifestation realm is something else," he thought, turning his head to the Prime Shadow. The Prime Shadow walked over to him and placed his hand on John's shoulder. "Come, your training starts now." "Wait," John said, his words causing the Prime Shadow to pause. "My main intention of joining the guild is to find someone important to me," he explained, wanting to have the guild start its search for Lillian as soon as possible. "Zuri said that she can post a high-priority mission, or something like that, to have the GUI." "Zuri, huh?" the Prime Shadow mused while scratching his chin thoughtfully. "That girl, yes, she's quite impressive. I have high hopes for her." The Prime Shadow shifted his gaze to John. "Zuri is the one who found you and brought you into the guild, correct?" John nodded silently. "And she knows of this person you're looking for?" John nodded again. A metallic object suddenly appeared in the Prime Shadow's hands, which he infused with his chi. It then vanished in the blink of an eye. Zuri sat silently in the audience room, waiting for the word that they were allowed to leave. A flash of light appeared before her without warning, startling her and those around her. The light faded, revealing a metallic object hovering before her, an official seal of the guild. Zuri inspected the seal with a confused expression, then reached out, took it, and inspected the contents contained within the seal. Her eyes went wide, and lips began to tremble with emotion as she saw her new rank. "Congratulations," the Grandmaster next to her said, smiling lightly. "It seems the Guildmaster is pleased with your contribution of finding the boy." Back in the room far beneath the guild headquarters, the Prime Shadow looked back at John. "For her contribution of finding you, Zuri's rank has been increased, from Shadow Captain to Shadow Master. She now holds sufficient authority to mobilize a good portion of the guild to search for this person you seek, and has also been instructed to take care of this mission personally. Does that take care of that matter?" John nodded silently, relieved to hear the importance the Prime Shadow placed on finding Lillian. "Good, then off we go." The Prime Shadow's chi flared briefly. John felt himself wrapped up in the Prime Shadow's power, pulled through space without being able to resist. He appeared in a new location a moment later, the bright light of the sun beating down on him. "Try not to die during this training," the Prime Shadow said, standing behind him. "That would be awfully anticlimactic. With your talent, you should be fine, I think." Chapter 984 Assassination Theory. John ignored the Prime Shadow's comment and looked all about, assessing the place he had been taken to. Surprise appeared on his face as he saw the mountain-sized skeletons dotting the landscape. Some were a few miles away, others seemingly hundreds of miles away, appearing like mountain ranges on the horizon. The skeletons were humanoid in shape, with 2 legs and a long, slender body. However, the 4 arms and body tail jutting from each skeleton indicated that they were not human at all. Although most of the skeletons were shattered and parts destroyed, enough were intact to notice that they were all of the same race. 3 holes on the sharp skulls indicated that the creatures had 3 eyes when they were alive, and 2 sharp fans protruded from wide, open maws, adding to the ferocious look. Some of the skeletons were sliced cleanly in half, as if a sword has cut through them in one stroke. Others were shattered into pieces, like a mountain-sized hammer had slammed down onto them. The land beneath the skeletons rose and fell unevenly as far as the eye could see, as if the land had been broken apart by an ancient battle. A murderous aura lingered in the air, making the place feel quite dangerous. There was some vegetation visible, but all the vegetation he could see was red in color, as if the murderous aura had stained the color of everything around it. Even the land was an off-red color, like blood had coated every inch of it, and then dried, settling in permanently. "What is this place?" John asked with cautioned awe. "An ancient battlefield," the Prime Shadow said, "one my master fought on." "Your master fought here, against these creatures?" The Prime Shadow nodded. "Before that Asura arrived, a horde of demons were sent to this world as a vanguard," the Prime Shadow said. "The demons that invaded this world were the 3-eyed Titan demons. My master, along with some allies, fought them here and slew them after a brutal battle. This place is now a dangerous zone of death that almost none dare to enter, as the corpses of the demons became sustenance for powerful creatures in the years after the battle. Those creatures, or their offspring, dominate this land, so none dare to enter." The Prime Shadow smiled, shifting his smiling gaze from the skeletons to John. "So, this is the perfect place to practice an ultimate assassination art, without any spying eyes watching." "Perfect place, huh?" John rolled his eyes. "Other than the creatures that can most likely kill me without much effort at all." "Gehahaha," the Prime Shadow laughed heartily. "I hope the creatures do come here. Their corpses are quite valuable after all, so I can not only teach you the assassination art, but make some good money on the side. It's a win-win as far as I'm concerned." "Is that so?" John said slowly, eyes scanning the horizon for these creatures, but saw nothing moving at all in this graveyard of titans. "Now, let's get to it," the Prime Shadow said, after surveying the area and finding no immediate danger. "As I said before, my master created 2 ultimate assassination arts, each utilizing the opposite theories of assassination. Theories of assassination? John asked curiously. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Com. There are many theories and ideas when it comes to assassination, but my master only considered two to be important, the Prime Shadow said. There's the theory that assassination must be undetectable, stealthy, and precise. It's what most people think of when they think of assassins. Showing up undetected, landing a precise and silent lethal attack, then leaving undetected. John nodded his head, as it was what he thought of as well when he thought of assassins. While this is the true assassin way, that does not mean there are not other ways, the Prime Shadow continued, then gave John a questioning glance. What is the most important thing of all when it comes to assassination? Killing the target, John answered after a moment of thought. Exactly, the Prime Shadow nodded, satisfied with John's answer. And while the first method of assassination allows one to kill the target and leave undetected, that method is not always suitable. Why's that? John asked curiously. Although he could think of a few reasons, he wanted to hear the Prime Shadow's thoughts on the matter. There could be 100 reasons why a stealthy assassination is not possible, the Prime Shadow said. For example, if the target is fully alert, divine sense spread out, and other measures for detection taken as well, stealthily sneaking towards the target can be impossible. Another reason could be location. If one finds themselves in a chaotic, dangerous place, carefully navigating through that location without being detected may be impossible. If the assassin runs into danger, they would need to use their chi to defend themselves, at which point their presence would be revealed. Another reason could be if the target is in a group, slipping stealthily past everyone's guard could be too difficult. There are countless situations where a stealthy and careful assassination cannot be performed. The first assassination art my master created employed this method, which would not be suitable for you given your areas of talent. John nodded his head, as the examples the Prime Shadow gave all made sense. So, if stealth cannot work in a situation, what could? The Prime Shadow asked John. Brute force, John answered after thinking it over. Exactly, the Prime Shadow exclaimed, satisfied with John's answer again. Where calm and precise cannot work, brute force can shine, the Prime Shadow said, then pointed at John, tapping him on the chest with a finger. And when it comes to brute force, you are a heaven-defying prodigy. As I said, I could think of no better successor for this assassination art. If you manage to master this art, the mere mention of your name will instill crippling fear into all your enemies. The Prime Shadow took a step back, then surveyed the area once more briefly. Use that draconic transformation you used earlier, the Prime Shadow said, to which John frowned. Why, he asked, are we going to fight or something? Gahaha, fight. No, the Prime Shadow said with much amusement. But I'm about to demonstrate the assassination art to you. And although I won't hit you with it, just being close to me when I use it will kill you if you do not protect yourself fully. Chapter 985, The Assassination Art Demonstrated. John raised his eyebrows at the Prime Shadow's claims, although he didn't doubt the man's words. The Prime Shadow was in the holy manifestation realm, although John didn't know which minor realm exactly. The Prime Shadow had yet to reveal his aura to John, and so he could only tell the man's general cultivation, but not the exact level. However, the natural feeling of danger the Prime Shadow gave off was no less than the Grand Abbot, and John wouldn't be surprised to find out the Prime Shadow was even stronger. In fact, he gave off the same lethal feeling that the Jade Dragon Emperor gave off. Although where the Jade Dragon Emperor was like a blazing sun, completely powerful and unstoppable, the Prime Shadow was like a hidden dagger, so sharp that it could cut through anything. Let's see, the Prime Shadow said to himself, walking about 100 yards away from John. He nodded to himself and stopped walking. This spot will do, he said, as an object suddenly appeared before the man. A corpse, John said, raising his eyebrows once more. The Prime Shadow had taken out the dead body, and upon quick inspection, John realized it was the body of a devil, one similar to the formation-formed creature he had recently fought. However, this was a true devil, only dead. Vibrant vitality still emanated from the body, revealing that the devil had been killed recently, most likely less than a few months ago. John felt the trace aura of the corpse, revealing its cultivation when it had been alive. Late world transformation, he said with surprise. That was the same level of cultivation as the Grandmaster or Thunderzen. And the danger he felt from the corpse, although dead, was no less than a powerhouse like Thunderzen. John studied the corpse and noticed a thin, razor-sharp wound on its forehead. It was so thin that it was hardly noticeable. "Did you kill this devil?" John asked with awe. "Sure did," the Prime Shadow said, nodding as he fiddled with the corpse. "It had snuck onto this continent and was secretly wreaking havoc, no doubt instructions from the devil higher-ups. Unfortunately, I happened to be passing by the city it was hiding in, and well, let's just say this fellow had quite a bad day that day." John smirked, amused at how nonchalant the Prime Shadow was about killing something so powerful. "How powerful are devils?" John asked curiously, while the Prime Shadow fiddled with whatever he was doing. "Are they all the same talent level as the devil I fought?" "Just like us humans, the devils vary greatly in talent level," the Prime Shadow said. "They are half human after all. The devil you fought was of average talent, nothing exceptional, but also not weak either. If you were to fight against a true early world expansion genius of the devil race, let's just say that your battle would have resulted in a quick death for you." "Is that so?" John replied, musing it over. "Devils are half human, half demon. So their bodies are also naturally stronger than an average cultivator, and are more akin to body cultivators naturally," the Prime Shadow added. "So they can be quite fearsome in battle." He thought back to his fight against Asuros, who had only been 2 minor realms above him, and yet had put up a strong fight. Against true geniuses, his ability to jump realms was cut down drastically. "I guess I need to be a bit more careful in the future," he mused. "If I blindly assume someone is of average talent and fight against them using my normal thinking, and they turn out to be a true genius instead, I could find myself in a bad situation quickly." "There we go," the Prime Shadow said, stepping back with a smile on his face. John inspected the corpse, which stood upright as if alive. Its feet were bound in a powerful energy, pinning it to the ground. "If I don't bind this devil to the ground, it's going to go flying off into the distance once I unleash my assassination art on it," the Prime Shadow explained, noticing John's questioning gaze. "Since you are too weak to withstand this art, I'm going to use the corpse of a late world expansion devil to demonstrate the killing capacity of this art." "Pandas novel, calm, I see," John nodded his head, then frowned. "If the art is too dangerous for me without me using my Dragon God shift, shouldn't I just move farther away to a safe distance? I think you should take a look at Pandas novel, calm." "Gahaha," the Prime Shadow laughed. "How will you feel about the nature of the assassination art if you're far away? I want you to feel this art personally, so that your body will remember it, down to your very bones. Only by experiencing the true terror of this art will you be able to grasp it yourself." John sighed, then nodded his head. "I'm ready when you are," John said firmly, ready to unleash his Dragon God shift. "Good," the Prime Shadow nodded, then disappeared. John noticed the man instantly appear several miles away, appearing like a dot on the horizon. He was awed once more by the power of a holy manifestation cultivator, able to move so fast instantly, without John being able to detect him at all. "I'm going to demonstrate this art first, without explaining anything, and I want you to pay careful attention and spot as much as you can," the Prime Shadow sent John a sound transmission. "We will discuss your thoughts on the art afterwards." John nodded his head, then unleashed his Dragon God shift. His chi churned within his body like a tsunami, fortifying his bodily defenses, augmenting his physical strength to incredible heights. The surge of power made John want to speed forward and fight something immediately, but he held back that feeling and focused instead on the distant Prime Shadow. With John's body defense pushed to an incredible level, the Prime Shadow began. John paid careful attention, studying the Prime Shadow with both his eyes and his divine sense. He spread his divine sense over the entire area as well, using it to study the art he was about to see. His eyes widened with shock as he felt the prime shadow vanished within his divine sense, and then against all odds, vanished visually as well. In the blink of an eye, the prime shadow completely disappeared, but John could tell the man had not moved. Despite still being in the exact same location, he was unable to see or feel the prime shadow at all. I thought this art wasn't a stealthy assassination. Boom. A beam of something, so fast that he couldn't even see it all, raced by him, faster than the time it took to think a single thought, and zipped off into the horizon like a beam of light. A moment later, John's instincts started screaming, yelling at him that death was approaching, and that it was unavoidable. His eyes went wide with stunned surprise, as for the first time in his life, his instincts had failed him, only warning him after the danger had already arrived. The world before him then exploded, erupting into a fiery explosion that radiated outwards from that beam. It enveloped him in an instant, bathing him in its calamitous power, one that he needed his full defensive power to withstand. Unable to resist, John was thrown into the air, tumbling head over heels within the fiery explosion. His body ached with pain and skin charred over as the power of the blast nearly overwhelmed him. His heart raced furiously in his chest as he fought back against the explosion. However, his heart was not racing from fear or panic, but of complete awe. In the moment it took for the explosion to appear and then reach him, a time no longer than blink of an eye, he saw something incredible. The corpse of the devil, sliced cleanly in half as if it had been nothing more than paper. The horrifying explosion that enveloped him was not the assassination art, but a byproduct of the assassination art's monstrous power. Chapter 986, discussing the assassination art mind. Still awed by the brief glimpse of the assassination art's power, John stabilized himself within the explosion. It faded away after a short moment, returning the now charred battlefield to its relative calm. Having been thrown a good distance away from his initial position, he flew back towards the spot of the attack and landed near the corpse of the devil that had been used as a target. That corpse was now half a corpse, with only its legs and lower waist still visible. The top half had been cleanly sliced in half and then blown away by the explosion that had followed. John stared at the severed corpse, then reached out and touched it. It felt as hard as the most durable metals he had ever touched. Lightning flickered onto his hand as he tried to damage it, but to no avail. It resisted taking any damage at all, and yet had been sliced cleanly in half by the prime shadow. The power of a holy manifestation cultivator is something else, he mumbled softly. Gahaha, it's not that impressive. A rambunctious laughter came from the prime shadow, who had suddenly appeared nearby. John turned to look at the man, amusement and surprise appearing on his face. The prime shadow's hair was frazzled up in a mess, no longer neat and tidy as it had been before. Even his pointed beard was now a frazzled mess, making the prime shadow look more like a homeless beggar than a holy manifestation powerhouse. The prime shadow noticed John's peculiar gaze, then laughed again. Gaha, this assassination art is quite unruly, he laughed, chi flaring for a moment, instantly fixing his hair and beard into a neat and orderly fashion. John stared at the man for a moment, then returned his gaze to the devil corpse. What was that assassination art? He asked, still awed by what he had seen. In fact, he hadn't really seen anything, as it was too fast to see. The prime shadow had disappeared, then a short while later, the devil corpse had been cleaved in two, instantly followed by a powerful explosion. Was that a weapon art that hit the target, or did you move that fast yourself? John asked. Of course it was me, the prime shadow said. Why else would my hair become such a mess? John's eyes flicked to the prime shadow's hair for a moment, which was now neat and orderly. I don't understand anything that happened, he said, frowning. All I know is that my instincts kicked in after the art had already landed on the corpse, which is the first time it's ever been late like that. The prime shadow smiled, inspected the bisected devil corpse, then turned to John. Let's break what you saw down piece by piece. Perhaps you can figure out some parts of what happened by talking things over. John nodded, then repeated what he had seen, which wasn't much at all. Let's ignore the disappearing part for now, the Prime Shadow said, then pointed to his now neat hair. You noticed my hair was a mess after I used the assassination art. Why is that? Your hair, why is that important? John asked, tilting his head to the side. Then let's take a step back from that subject and talk about flying, the Prime Shadow said. What about it? John asked curiously. How does a cultivator fly? The Prime Shadow asked. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. John didn't know why the Prime Shadow was asking such an obvious question, but played along, as he knew the Prime Shadow had a reason for bringing up the subject. Well, there's a few ways, John said, thinking the question over. When I first started to fly, I used my chi as a propulsion mechanism, pushing me through the sky. However, after reaching the heaven tribulation realm, I started wrapping my body in chi instead, and then used my control over that chi to pull myself in whatever direction I wanted to go. Wrapping one's body with chi to fly was not only more efficient, but also allowed the cultivator to ignore the effects of the air for the most part, parting it much easier. And also reducing the effects of wind resistance. With chi around one's body, it was almost as if the air around them didn't exist. That is the order in which most cultivators learn to fly, the Prime Shadow nodded in agreement. And when you wrap yourself in your chi to fly, what happens to your hair? My hair? I guess nothing really happens to it, as it's protected by the layer of chi around my body, John answered. Exactly, the Prime Shadow exclaimed, while John realized what the Prime Shadow was getting at. Panda's novel, Calm, so you weren't covered in chi at all when you moved. Then how did you move at all? John asked curiously. Without using chi, the only way to move was through physical power, and while the Prime Shadow was incredibly strong, he was obviously not a body cultivator, so moving that fast with his own physical power was not possible. That's one of the secrets of the assassination art, the Prime Shadow said, a wide smile on his face, then asked another question. On to the second topic of discussion. When you or your instincts detect someone who is targeting you, what do you detect? The Prime Shadow asked. Their aura or killing intent, John said after thinking it over. Exactly, the Prime Shadow agreed. Instincts are triggered by the intent of the enemy, usually killing intent, which manifests through the cultivator's aura naturally, allowing your instincts to feel it. As for detecting an enemy directly, you normally notice their aura, typically from when they're using a battle art or using their chi to move around. John nodded, although that was all common sense to any cultivator. Now, what would happen if someone approached you with no aura at all, using no chi at all? If you were not looking at them, and your divine sense was not spread out, would you be able to notice them at all before they reached you? I guess not, John replied. Exactly, at the speed cultivators move, even sound is slow in comparison, the Prime Shadow nodded. In that case, someone moving with no aura at all would arrive at their target with absolutely nothing giving away their position, other than being spotted visually, or detected by divine sense. My master mused over these things, and came up with a battle art that was able to not only fool one's sight and divine sense, but was also able to approach a target without releasing any aura at all. If done perfectly, the art is practically unavoidable by the enemy. But how can one move that fast physically without giving away their location? John asked curiously. An essence cultivator needs to use chi to move, which gives off an aura. Even body cultivators use their chi to augment their speed. So just how did you move that fast, that quickly, without giving off any aura at all? The Prime Shadow grinned, then handed John a jade piece that had appeared in his hands. Take a look and see for yourself. Chapter 987, Shadow of Death. Form 2. John took the jade piece and sent his divine sense into it, reading the contents within. An incredible amount of information flooded into his mind, too complicated for him to understand immediately. Descriptions of an assassination art, the fundamentals behind each aspect, and then the methods to accomplish each step. It started off simple, but quickly reached a level that made his mind spin. John eventually stopped reading the contents within, as it would take quite some time to comprehend even the basics of what he had seen. However, While he couldn't yet comprehend or use the art, he could understand the underlying fundamentals of how it worked. His eyes went wide as he stared at the smiling man before him. "This is insane," John mumbled with disbelief. "Gahoha, you can say that again," the Prime Shadow laughed loudly, rubbing the back of his head. "I can't count the number of times practicing this assassination art almost killed me. In fact, if I'm not careful and mess up too much, it could still kill me now." The Prime Shadow then patted John on the back forcefully, laughing while doing so. "Gaha, don't worry, this assassination art was practically made just for you," he said exuberantly. "When my master created this assassination art, his greatest regret was that he was not an essence cultivator and body cultivator at the same time. I don't know how you've managed to cultivate both to such an incredible degree, but regardless of the reasons, someone like you is the absolute perfect fit for this assassination art." John remained speechless for a short while, then looked at the grinning Prime Shadow. "If this assassination art is so self-damaging, then why are you unharmed?" he asked, noticing that the Prime Shadow showed no signs of internal or external damage at all. "Oh, that's because I only used about 30% of my power to show off that attack," the Prime Shadow said. "When I'm forced to use this art with my full power, I'm sometimes out of commission for a few days after that. In fact, one time I used a bit too much power and nearly killed myself. I've made sure to avoid that mistake ever since that day, that's for sure," the Prime Shadow said, then laughed at himself again. John stared silently at the old man, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape. 30% power. That was only 30% of what he was capable of. He thought back to what he had seen, then shuddered. This old man before him, with the stupid, disarming grin on his face, was far more dangerous than anything he had ever seen, other than the Asura, and perhaps the Jade Dragon Emperor. "I think I'd rather face the Jade Dragon Emperor, actually. At least a battle with him would be straightforward." He shuddered at the thought of being the target of the Prime Shadow's full-powered assassination art. If he was, he would be dead before he even knew what hit him, and was sure that would be the case even when he reached the early world expansion realm. John shook his head, then studied the jade piece for a moment. "Shadow of Death, Form 2, huh?" he said out loud, reading the name of the assassination art. "So that's where the guild name comes from." The Prime Shadow nodded. "My master was known as the Shadow of Death, and every self-created assassination art of his was named as such, only differentiated by the form," the Prime Shadow said. "He created 6 assassination forms, but the first 2 are the most lethal by far. When it comes to compatibility, the second form suits you the best by far, and that is what we will focus on entirely. Any questions?" John shook his head, ready to get started on learning this dangerous, yet incredibly lethal assassination art. "Good, then let's get started," the Prime Shadow said. "What's first? Am I going to learn the Meridian Pathway routes, or perhaps The Prime Shadow cut him off with a laugh. "Gaha, the first thing you're going to learn is how to avoid bats." Bats? Roar, I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm." A powerful roar in the distance shook the entire land, its power making John's body groan with pain. Half-step holy manifestation, John wondered, trying to gauge the strength of the source of the roar. Whatever realm the beast was in, it was far beyond his ability to fight against. The Prime Shadow looked towards the direction of the roar, then laughed. "Gaha, we've been discovered already. I don't feel like killing innocent beasts today, so let's get moving." John was suddenly enveloped by the Prime Shadow's power, unable to resist at all. The scenery before his eyes instantly changed, going from a bright, open field of skeletons to a dark, gloomy underground cavern. The cavern was quite large, with glowing spirit crystals naturally embedded in the wall at different parts, giving a soft light to the otherwise dark cavern. John looked all around quickly, but found nothing of note other than the Prime Shadow. "What are we doing down here? Avoiding bats?" he asked skeptically. He didn't know how avoiding these bats the Prime Shadow mentioned was going to help him. "Exactly," the Prime Shadow said, then pointed forward. John looked in that direction and spotted the mouth of a tunnel that led to somewhere unknown. That tunnel is the only way out of this cave and is filled to the brim with toxful bats. Toxful bats, John repeated, having never heard of such a creature. The Prime Shadow nodded. Pandus novel, calm, and how is that going to help me learn this assassination art? John asked again. What was the very first thing I did when I utilized art? The Prime Shadow asked. You disappeared somehow, John answered, to which the Prime Shadow nodded his head. I didn't so much as disappear, but instead became invisible to your senses. Is there a difference? John asked skeptically. A massive difference, the Prime Shadow said. Not even I can completely disappear, but to hide myself from someone's senses. That is something I can do. And this training is part 1 of 2 of learning to hide from an enemy's senses, tricking their brains and souls into thinking you do not exist. In order to use the assassination art to its fullest, you must learn to disappear from an enemy's senses, and to do that, you must learn how to fully conceal your presence. I can do that already, sort of, John replied. He had trained with Lillian a while back to conceal his aura and presence, but had not much practiced it since. Still, he considered himself quite adept at concealing his aura. Good, the Prime Shadow exclaimed. Then you should have no problem getting through that cave. The toxful bats within that cave are blind and deaf, but are quite sensitive to auras. All you need to do is conceal your aura well enough to get through the cave undetected, which means your aura and presence concealment has reached the appropriate level to move on to the next step of training. That's all I have to do, is get through that cave, John asked. The nodding smile the Prime Shadow gave him sent a shiver through his body. It was the smile of a man about to watch and enjoy the suffering of another. This isn't going to be easy or enjoyable, is it? John asked gloomily. Not at all, the Prime Shadow smiled, then suddenly vanished. Good luck, his voice sounded out from all directions, while John groaned softly. It's just bats, he groaned to himself and moved towards the tunnel entrance. It can't be that bad, can it? A flurry of loud screeches soon came from the tunnel, followed by yelps of disgust and pain. Chapter 988 Toxful Bats. John returned to the cavern he had started in a short while later, gasping for breath. It wasn't gasps of fatigue or breathlessness, but gasps of disgust from the foul odor that surrounded him. His body was covered in a horrifyingly foul-smelling slime that nearly caused him to faint from its stench. Pain rose from his body as well as the slime corroded his skin, racking his body with pain. And worst of all, the slime clung to his skin in spite of his chi, refusing to budge. It even permeated his chi when he tried to push the smell away, making it impossible to escape. Only with great effort was he able to get some of it off, although a great deal remained lingering behind. The trial was even worse than he could have imagined. What the fuck is this stuff? John cursed through the gags. While the corrosive slime did cause him pain, it was not enough to endanger him. It was the foul-smelling slime that was the worst, which was easily the worst smell he had ever encountered in his life. Before entering the tunnel, he would have never imagined such a smell existed. Gehahaha, I see you didn't make it through on your first attempt. The Prime Shadow suddenly appeared next to him, laughing loudly. I warned you, the bats are very sensitive to auras, and yet you barged in there with your aura flaring that powerfully. What did you expect? I was hiding my presence, not flaring my aura, John rebuked loudly, stifling some gags in between his words. The Prime Shadow waved his hand in front of his nose and took a few steps back, face scrunched up from the smell. If that's what you call hiding your presence, then you're going to be down here for quite some time, the Prime Shadow said, shaking his head. John grimaced, then grumbled audibly. Does the aura hiding portion of the assassination art even matter? Just teach me the killing portion. I don't need to hide my presence, John grumbled. His words caused Prime Shadow's laughing face to instantly change to a serious one that caused John to hold his tongue before speaking more. If I did that, then it would be no different than a normal battle art, the Prime Shadow said, voice very serious. My master created this art as an assassination art, and it will only ever be used either completely or not at all. So pick now, learn the entire thing or give up entirely. John sighed, then stood up, doing his best to ignore the putrid smell. I'll learn the entire thing, he grumbled. Good, the Prime Shadow said, his cheery attitude returning. He shifted his gaze to the tunnel entrance, where the Toxfall bats lived. Those bats only dwell in that tunnel and don't come into this cavern, so if you get ambushed, you can always safely retreat here and recover. John thanked the Prime Shadow for his obvious advice, as he could already tell the bats had not followed him when he retreated earlier. The Prime Shadow ignored his obviously sarcastic tone, opting to give him more advice. Oh, and don't try to outrun the bats either, he said warningly. The Toxfall bats aren't very strong or dangerous, but they're far quicker than you. And once they lock onto you, they spit their slimy bile all over you as a defense mechanism, as you've now found out. Oh, and don't try to kill them either. They just explode when destroyed, and then their slime gets everywhere anyways. Regardless, I'll only count this trial as being completed when you successfully sneak past the bats without disturbing them. If you play any tricks, I'll bring you right back to this point to start all over. John grumbled again, then nodded his understanding. He stood up and looked towards the tunnel entrance, then sighed and moved towards it. Withdrawing his aura as best he could, he entered the tunnel again, moving more carefully this time around. Gah! Another cry of retching disgust bellowed out within the tunnel a short while later. The Prime Shadow shook his head in light disapproval and waved his hand to the side. A comfortable chair suddenly appeared, which he sat on, lounging back on its backrest. That boy didn't grow up as an assassin, so his ability to hide his presence and aura is quite lacking, he said to himself, listening to the cries of disgust coming from the tunnel. We're going to be here for quite some time, it seems. I suppose I'll make myself comfortable. Days past quickly turned to weeks as John spent his life within the dark tunnels, trying to hide his aura enough to sneak past the Toxfall bats. Thousands of attempts later, progress had been made, but he had yet to successfully withdraw his aura enough to sneak past all the bats unnoticed. After being covered by the bat bile thousands of times, he had expected to develop some sort of tolerance for the soul's smell. However, that had not happened, and it still affected him just as much as it had the very first time he had been discovered by the bats. In some ways, the smell of the slime was more torturous to him than any pain trial he had endured in the past. There's millions of them in there. How the hell am I supposed to get past all of them? John grumbled loudly after another unsuccessful attempt. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. You're getting better, the Prime Shadow said, still lounging on his chair. Shouldn't you be doing something else? John said to the man. Like what? The Prime Shadow asked, giving him a questioning glance. I don't know, like running the guild. Surely you can't stay away from it this long. That's what the guild master is for, the Prime Shadow grinned. Now get back to it. You're getting better despite the thousands of failures. John frowned and wanted to make a snarky remark, but held his tongue. The Prime Shadow was right. He was most certainly getting better, and at a much more rapid pace than he had expected. Panda's novel. Calm John had at first questioned the old man's methods, and grumbled that he could learn to conceal his aura in other ways that were less disgusting. But after a few weeks of this, he couldn't help but admit the Prime Shadow had a good reason for having him train here. Without the horrible slime, the bats covered him with each failure. His motivation to pass the trial as quickly as possible would have been much less. The foul smell of the bat bile was so putrid that it ignited his instincts much the same as a life and death battle did, pushing his comprehension level to a higher level than normal. However, despite improving at an incredible pace over the last few weeks, it was still far from enough. John grumbled once more before returning to the tunnel. He took a deep, depressed breath and then entered once more. The silence lasted for longer than any other attempt, causing the Prime Shadow to stop his comfortable lounging on the chair and peer into the tunnel, a curious look on his face. Is this the... A commotion broke out within the tunnel, indicating another failure. The Prime Shadow shook his head and then leaned back once more, comfortably lounging on his sofa. Another 2 weeks passed by, marking over a full month since John had first been taken into the dark tunnels. The Prime Shadow continued to lounge on his sofa, basking in this rare opportunity to truly relax. He suddenly sat up on his seat, then smiled. He touched the chair, storing it in his spatial ring, then vanished. He reappeared above ground, hovering in the air a few dozen yards above the ground. John turned his gaze upwards to meet the man, still covered with the foul slime from trials previously failed. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first part of your training," the Prime Shadow said approvingly. An object appeared in his hands, which he tossed to John. John caught it and gave it a questioning glance. "Soap," he asked. "Soap that can take the slime of a Toxfall bat off you immediately," the Prime Shadow said, a cheeky grin on his face as he noticed John's displeased look. A look that screamed, "You had this soap the whole time and didn't bother to give it to me earlier. I've been covered for a month straight in this horrible stuff." "There's a very refreshing natural spring over that hill," the Prime Shadow said, gesturing to his right. "Go clean yourself up. Once you're done, we start the next part of your training." John grumbled again at the troublesome old man, then made his way towards the spring. "Oh, and when you're done, I have some information for you," the Prime Shadow said. "Information?" John stopped and asked. "Information regarding that missing companion of yours. Chapter 989 Rule of the Three Tao Sects. Ah, that feels great," John exclaimed with a relaxed, satisfied smile on his face. After learning the Prime Shadow had information regarding Lillian, he raced over the hill to the nearby natural spring. Pandas novel. The spring was nestled in between hills and cliffs, making it easy to miss unless stumble upon. Crystal blue water fell down from holes in the cliffside, crashing gently down onto the spring below. The spring itself was also crystal blue, and the water contained properties that made it far more refreshing and invigorating than normal water. John had paused for only a moment to take in the beauty before jumping into the spring, crashing beneath its surface. After enjoying the sensation for a short while, he got to work, using the soap to wash the toxic slime off his body. That had been several minutes ago. Now he floated on the water's surface, staring up at the blue sky above. "After the month in the damned cave, I want to just relax and float here for the entire day. But I can't," John said, frowning. The Prime Shadow had information regarding Lillian, which he was desperate to hear. Relaxing like this also nagged on his mind, as he couldn't fully relax while Lillian's fate was still unknown. "Each second not spent training or looking for her is a second wasted," he said, motivating himself to leave the comfortable oasis. The water exploded a moment later as he mustered his chi and shot into the sky, appearing high above the oasis. He gave it one last look of yearning, then sped towards the Prime Shadow who stood nearby. "All cleaned up?" the Prime Shadow asked, looking John up and down. John only wore a simple pair of pants, while he kept his top half exposed. It was rare for him to be so isolated, and took this rare opportunity to bask his body in the warm sunlight as much as possible. "Quite a powerful build you have there," the Prime Shadow noted. "The information," John said, shifting the subject to what truly mattered. "Ah yes, the information regarding your missing companion," the Prime Shadow said. "I'll keep the details brief, but the important parts are that the Guild has established a special, covert group to infiltrate the auction, led by Zuri herself. She managed to infiltrate them several days ago, and has learned a bit about them, and also about your companion. According to her, the auction is a very new, very mysterious group that popped up recently. Their goals are unclear, but from what Zuri can tell, they are working on acquiring as many resources as possible. Right now, that means spirit crystals, and so they are reaching out to hold their auctions, much like the one your companion was a part of. Zuri is working to infiltrate deeper into the workings of the auction, which may give more insight into who they are and what the status of your companion is. However, she did manage to acquire this one piece of information regarding your companion. The winning bidder was someone from one of the three Tao sects, although she's not sure which one just yet." "The three Tao sects," John repeated, surprised to hear them be part of this conspiracy. The three Tao sects were the strongest powers of the human race, the Sword Dao sect, the Mage Dao sect, and the Yang Dao sect. The 3 Dao sects deal in slavery, John said loudly and with great displeasure. His opinion had been neutral regarding them, but instantly soured as he heard this. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. I'm not sure how it works on your world, the Prime Shadow said, his expression also clearly disapproving of the practice of slavery. But on this continent, the 3 Dao sects are essentially the law of the land. They consider themselves to be above everyone else, with their subsidiary sects akin to second-class citizens. As for those that are not a part of either, they are considered third-class citizens, which the 3 Dao sects consider to be so far beneath them that even slavery isn't a big deal for them. Obviously, members of my guild are considered exceptions, beyond the boundary or rule of the 3 Dao sects, but that's the only exception. As for your companion, she is not a part of the 3 Dao sects or any of the subsidiary sects, so her being sold and bought would not be considered a taboo thing in their eyes, the Prime Shadow said, a thoughtful look appearing on his face for a moment. Especially the Sword Dao sect. If your companion was sold to someone in that sect, then we have a headache on our hands. Why is that? John asked, frowning. Because not only is the Sword Dao sect the strongest of the 3 Dao sects, they also live by the rule of strength, the Prime Shadow said. That strength is the only law that matters, that the strong rule while the weak are ruled, and that the sword is the ultimate strength, and therefore the ultimate rule. They are an egotistical bunch of sword maniacs who consider anyone not of the Sword Dao to be lesser than them. If your companion is there, freeing her from that place is going to be tricky. John frowned, while anger boiled up within him. Once I found out who has her, I'll make sure they regret even laying eyes on her, John promised himself, doing his best to contain his growing rage. But getting angry right now won't solve anything. What I need now and always is strength. Only when I have the proper strength will I be able to change these circumstances. After each training portion you successfully complete, I will give you the latest information I have about your companion, the Prime Shadow said. John took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, his eyes and face becoming firm with resolve. Let's continue the training, he said, to which the Prime Shadow nodded approvingly. Good, then the second training regimen will now begin, the Prime Shadow said, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he wrapped John with his chi. John noticed the smile, a bad feeling creeping within as he felt himself moved through space. He reappeared an instant later, finding himself standing in a dark, familiar place. He frowned, shifting his gaze to the Prime Shadow. Is this a joke? He asked, noticing he was back in the cavern, standing before the tunnel in which the Toxfall bats lived. I'm afraid not, the Prime Shadow said. Your first training was to successfully hide your aura from the bats, but that much is easy when all you're focusing on is hiding your aura. The assassination art requires you to be able to hide your aura while activating the art, which is much more difficult. As such, the next trial you need to pass is this. You are to sneak past the Toxfall bats once more, only this time, you must be channeling your chi internally to a level at least 50% of your full strength. Chapter 990 Strange Fruit. What? That's impossible, John exclaimed with much frustration. When using battle arts and moving chi throughout one's body, the powerful surge of chi naturally flowed out of a cultivator's acupoints, surging into the air as an aura. The more powerful the chi circulating within a cultivator's body, the more powerful the aura would be as a result. While an aura was technically a sign of wasted chi, there was not much that could be done about it. For all cultivators, the chi surging through their body was powerful to a point that trying to contain it all was a waste. Not only would it require more attention to ensure no chi escaped from their acupoints, it would also increase the attention, or soul power needed towards balancing their internal chi. Chi leaking through acupoints was akin to a pressure regulator, ensuring that the level of chi within the cultivator's body didn't grow to a level that was harmful to themselves. It was the natural design of a cultivator, one that ensured powerful battle arts could be used without the internal chi destroying them from within. Going against that natural design was not only incredibly difficult, but also dangerous. When he had withdrawn his presence and aura during the first trial, he had been using almost no chi at all, making it possible. However, to use 50% of his chi output, all while keeping his aura to a level that the bats couldn't detect, that was beyond difficult. Is it truly impossible? The Prime Shadow asked amusingly. No, John sighed eventually, recalling when the Prime Shadow had shown him this assassination art. He had not detected the Prime Shadow's aura at all, indicating that it was possible to channel chi while hiding one's aura. Good, then you may begin, the Prime Shadow said. Why did you let me wash myself if I'm just going to be covered in that shit again? John grumbled, mostly to himself. He sat down, not bothering with the tunnel just yet, as his ability to withdraw his aura was not nearly at that level yet. His aura began to surge powerfully, which then slowly lessened as he struggled to keep his chi from leaking out. The pressure within his body quickly grew, making him feel like a balloon that was about to pop. After a long struggle, his chi vanished, not from hiding it successfully, but from feeling like he was about to explode from within. Not only do I need to regulate my chi from escaping, I need to learn to reintegrate it into the chi I'm currently using. Balancing the chi from two directions, one from my and the other from my closed, is going to be incredibly difficult. 2 months later, the Prime Shadow stood up from his comfortable chair he had taken out once more, looking towards the cave. A smile appeared on his face a moment later, followed by a nod of approval. 2 months. It took me 6 months to pass this trial. This boy is truly something else, he said to himself, then vanished. John looked up at the Prime Shadow, who had appeared before him in the same manner when he had passed the first trial. The Prime Shadow nodded, then tossed John another bar of soap to wash the slime off his body. John grumbled as he grabbed the soap, then sped towards the natural spring. He returned a short while later, body cleaned, mind refreshed. He looked at the Prime Shadow pointedly, awaiting the most up-to-date information regarding Lillian. Ah, yes, the information regarding your companion, the Prime Shadow said, frowning. It seems like the auction keeps a tight lid on information, but has managed to learn this. Your companion was purchased by someone from the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect, John repeated with narrowed eyes. Did you find anything else? Who has her? What her condition is? The Prime Shadow shook his head. The auction's information regarding your companion ended there, the Prime Shadow said. The team I have already established within the Sword Sect has been instructed to pursue this matter exclusively, and they have found bits and pieces of information, but nothing concrete. They should have something for us soon. John nodded his head, thankful for the effort the Prime Shadow and the Guild was putting in to help him find Lillian. Let's continue, John said firmly, ready to complete this training as soon as possible. Good, the Prime Shadow nodded, then wrapped John up in his power once more. John suddenly found himself standing in an entirely different place than before, and he sighed with relief that it wasn't the cave he had lived in the last 3 months. I think you should take a look at. Trees surrounded him in all directions, towering into the skies as far as he could see. Lush vegetation covered the ground all around him, which small animals skittered through occasionally. A forest? John asked curiously. Not just any forest, the Prime Shadow said, then began walking. John followed behind, looking all around. He spotted more small animals, bushes, trees as dozens of yards thick, flowering plants with delicious-looking fruits on them. Wait, did I actually see any fruits? John stopped and talked to himself. I swore what did I see again? The Prime Shadow stopped, smiling as he turned around to face John. What was that? He asked. I don't know, John said, shaking his head at the uncertainty he felt right now. I thought I had seen something, but can't remember anymore. Cultivators had incredible memories, to the point that they practically never forgot anything they saw, heard, read, or experienced in any way. The feeling he felt at the moment was incredibly stifling, like a hole had been created in his memories, insignificant, yet important at the same time. Did I actually forget something, or was I just imagining it? He mumbled to himself, then looked at the prime shadow, who was smiling a knowing smile. He knew what was going on. "What is going on?" John asked. To answer John's question, the prime shadow waved his hand to the side. A powerful yet gentle wave of chi enveloped the area, at which point the scene before John's eyes changed. Dozens, hundreds of colorful plants with bright, fist-sized, multicolored fruits came into view, as if an illusion had suddenly been lifted from his eyes. "What?" John said, eyes wide. "How did I not notice these fruits at all? Wait, that's what I forgot earlier, just what is happening here?" he asked the prime shadow. The prime shadow reached out and plucked one of the multicolored fruits, then took a bite of it. "So good," he said to himself, then plucked one and tossed it to John. John caught the fruit and studied it, still unsure of what had happened to him earlier. "These fruits are incredible," the prime shadow said, taking another bite. "And not just because they are delicious or that they help with raising one's cultivation. No, these fruits are incredible because of the defense mechanism they have." "Defense mechanism?" John asked with a thoughtful look. "These fruits naturally emanate one that helps them remain unnoticed, protected from harm." "The fruits naturally emanate which one?" John asked, surprised and yet not surprised at the same time. He had encountered non-sentient treasures before that also emanate naturally, although none as perplexing as this. "Your next trial is this," the prime shadow said, taking another bite of the fruit in his hand. "You are to study these fruits, meditate near them, and learn from them. When you have learned to control this to the adept level, you have passed the trial." He began to walk deeper into the forest, out of John's line of sight, his voice drifting about a short while later. "Oh, and to answer your question, these fruits emanate is the of nothingness." Chapter 991, the Tao of Nothingness. As the prime shadow left, so did his chi that was pushing aside the Tao of nothingness permeating the area. The fruits slowly started disappearing, as if they were truly vanishing, while even his memory of the fruits started becoming hazy again. John flared his chi, trying to push aside the Tao as the prime shadow had done, but to no avail. The effects of the Tao of nothingness continued to grow, forcing him to retract his chi. "I don't want to accidentally destroy these fruits, otherwise I'll have nothing to study. It's best that I take things slow. Though what was I, that's right, the fruits, I can't forget about them," John rambled to himself, doing his best to maintain a silver memory regarding the fruits. If he lost that sliver, he would completely forget about the fruits, and who knew if he would be able to detect them after that. John's soul flared with its full might, maximizing his divine sense, soul defenses, memory, and comprehensions. He burned the memory of the fruits into his mind and soul, and then focused on nothing else. Perched on a tree branch high above John, the prime shadow peered down, curious at how well John would do in this unique trial. He took a bite of the fruit he had plucked, a satisfied look appearing on his face. "For a fruit called the fruit of nothingness, it sure is flavorful," he said, taking another bite. He quickly finished the fruit, then flicked the core into the air. "It took me a full year to comprehend the Tao of nothingness to the Tao adept stage. This boy is a true genius when it comes to combat and cultivation, but I wonder what level his comprehensions are at. Is it at the same level as his heaven-defying combat talent, or is it lacking? Surely the heavens aren't so unfair as to bless him with prodigious-level talent across the board." The prime shadow mused it over for a while, studying John's struggle to remember the fruits. If his comprehensions are genius level, it should take him a year. A year to 9 months would put his comprehensions at a similar level as the top geniuses of great worlds, and 6 to 9 months would put him on the same level as a hegemon world genius. For this child to be able to master this assassination art to its fullest, and have the potential to complete it as my master had intended, he will need hegemon-level comprehensions. So, which will it be, child? The battle between John and the Tao of nothingness continued on for a long time, with John struggling just to remember his task at hand. The memory of the fruits ebbed and flowed in his mind, sometimes a strong memory, other times barely a memory at all. Each time the fruits nearly slipped from his mind, he focused everything he had on maintaining that sliver of memory. The Tao of nothingness may be impressive, but so am I, John said to himself, trying to maintain his confident composure in such an unusual battle. After a full day of struggling to maintain the memory of the fruits, John established that permanent sliver he had fought for. The fruits were hazy in his mind and translucent, almost invisible in his vision, but they were still there, still remembered. That's good enough for now, John said to himself, finally sitting down on the ground in a meditative position. His soul ached from using it as he had for a full day, and so he focused on recovering his mental wits for a while before continuing. Soul refreshed and recovered several hours later, John resumed his task of studying the fruits and the Tao they emanated. However, every time he tried to focus on the Tao and not the fruits, his thoughts would slip away, fading into nothingness. John clicked his tongue in frustration. Focusing on a Tao that doesn't want to be felt is beyond frustrating. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel, Calm. He continued to focus on the Tao of nothingness from the fruits, but made almost no progress at all despite several days passing by. Every time he started, he forgot about the Tao a short while later, resetting his progress. Unlike other Taos, where studying it was additive, and each second spent studying it added to the comprehensions already built up, the Tao of nothingness seemed to erase all progress, resetting his comprehensions to zero whenever he forgot about it. Will I have to comprehend the Tao to the Tao adept stage all in one go, without forgetting once? Just how long will that take? John mused, thinking it over instead of trying to brute force the issue. Night fell on the forest, bathing it in darkness, followed by a bright rising sun. This process continued several times as the days passed by, with John doing his best to study the fruits and the Tao of nothingness. However, his progress was very slow, frustrating him greatly. At this rate, it would take months for me to even have a chance at comprehending this Tao, and that means months of not cultivating, not battling, not raising my combat prowess. That is unacceptable. Frustrated by his slow progress, John decided to take a break, focusing on other things. Forcing himself wouldn't do him any good, and would only make him frustrated, which was not good for meditation, when a calm mind was needed. John spent the next day cultivating instead, slowly but surely raising the chi in his danshin, edging it closer to the middle Tao transformation realm. His primordial lightning examination technique created thousands of mini whirlpools within his body, which greedily sucked up the dense chi around him, then funneled it towards his danshin. High above, the prime shadow watched with surprise as John cultivated. What cultivation technique does this boy have to disturb the chi around him so fiercely? It's as if he's a world expansion cultivator with the amount of chi he's drawing in, and not an early Tao transformation child. The secrets this boy holds are countless, it seems, he mused, equally surprised and impressed. Panda's novel. Calm John felt his essence danshin swell with chi, and following the principles of his primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique, he used that chi to not only strengthen his danshin, but also slowly change its very nature from an unaspected danshin to one that naturally favored the lightning Tao. While he was still able to generate chi in all its forms, when wanting to, his danshin naturally turned his chi into potent, destructive lightning chi, allowing him to skip the step of using his comprehension to change his base chi into lightning chi. This allowed him to unleash more powerful lightning at a much quicker speed than other lightning cultivators, giving him a great advantage in combat. John basked in the feeling of growing his cultivation, which now teetered on the edge of the middle Tao transformation realm. It's only been 5 months since I stepped into the Tao transformation realm, and I'm ready to break through to the next realm, and I haven't really focused on cultivating these last 3 months either. Had I focused entirely on cultivating, I would already be in the middle Tao transformation realm. At this pace, I might be able to reach the world expansion realm in less than 2 years. The natural chi thickness of this world really is amazing. John was now 19, and reaching the world expansion realm at the age of 21 would stun his homeworld completely. It would definitely cause a storm back home, but I wonder how it compares to this world. At what age do the geniuses of this world step into the world expansion realm? I suppose I'll ask the Prime Shadow when I finish this training. With his cultivation close to breaking through, John decided to focus on that instead for the moment. A few days later, the world around him erupted with power for a brief moment as his essence Danshan broke through the barrier, stepping into the Middle Tao transformation realm. A short while later, his body Danshan broke through as well, putting him firmly in the Middle Tao transformation realm. John smiled as he inspected his progress, satisfied with the increase in strength he felt. After savoring the feeling for some time, he calmed his mind once more, returning to the important task, comprehending the Tao of nothingness. Chapter 992, Becoming Nothing. With his cultivation level raised, John set his mind on the task of comprehending the Tao of nothingness. He continued as he had done before breaking through, and while he was slowly making progress in being able to study the Tao for longer before it slipped his mind, it was still not fast enough as far as he was concerned. It's been a week, and I'm still nowhere near comprehending this Tao, he grumbled to himself. At this rate, it will be months, maybe even half a year before I reach the required level. I need to find a way to speed things up. His mind raced with possible solutions, and he eventually arrived on one that might help him slightly. My world dimension seed, he thought. When I cultivated before the world dimension seed, I comprehended the initial stages of more than I can remember. Maybe one of those is similar enough to give me insights into this. John quickly went through his memory, recalling the countless he had grasped the initial concepts of. Most of them were low-level and easy to grasp, which is why he had been able to learn so many so quickly, but some were higher level. A displeased look appeared on his face as he realized none of those could help him. The of nothingness is just too unique. None of the I know can provide any insight into it. Stumped once more, John fell silent, thinking of more solutions to this problem. I feel as though my current method is working, and that I'll have a breakthrough in the next few months that will help me comprehend this, but that's so slow. At this pace, it will take half a year to complete this trial. Is it truly the only way forward, though? John felt like he was missing something critical in his approach, but he couldn't pinpoint it exactly. Much like the itself, every time he felt like he was closing in on the solution, it faded and vanished like smoke in the wind. I can't think of any other way, so I'll just have to keep studying it until I grasp the fundamentals, regardless of how long that takes, he grumbled, calming his mind to prepare for the next meditative session. His eyes suddenly snapped open, wide with shock, as he heard a voice boom within his mind. Darkness cannot exist when there is light, just as nothingness cannot exist when there is something. To understand nothing, you must become nothing. John's mind trembled with shock as he heard the voice, a familiar yet completely unexpected voice, one he had not heard for many years, the voice of his mysterious father, who's dwelled deep within the palace realm. His father had ignored him completely over the years, even when he stood before the holy gate and asked questions directly, and yet he had decided to speak to John now. He wanted to appear before the holy gate once more and ask why he had been ignored all this time, and why his father had decided to speak to him at this one, seemingly unimportant moment. And yet, his mind raced with sudden comprehension, the comprehension he knew he had been missing, which had been slipping from his mind whenever he started working towards it. That's right, the of nothingness is the true concept of nothingness. Something cannot be nothing, and when I try to study my thoughts are something, the antithesis of nothing. It's like trying to learn about fire by studying water. It's just impossible. I must become nothing in order to understand nothing. Spurned by this insight, John felt a wave of excitement wash through him, as this was the insight he needed to make real progress. This was the insight that would have come to him eventually, but months down the road. Thanks, Father, John roared within the palace realm, then focused on his task while his mind was still fresh with the sudden insights he needed. He breathed out deeply, then calmed his mind. While I can't truly become nothing, as that would mean death, I need to become as close to nothing as possible. Then let's get started. Nothing cannot have an chi or an aura. That must be erased. The chi naturally circulating within his body slowed and then ceased, like rivers drying up. He had never truly emptied his meridians as he was doing now, and it made him feel as if he were a man starving and dying of thirst, but he ignored that feeling. Nothing cannot feel, nothing cannot desire. Feelings cast aside, he moved to the next thing he could think of. I think you should take a look at. Nothing cannot move. His chest stopped moving, stopping his breathing. While cultivators did not need to breathe at all to live, it was natural for humans to breathe, regardless of cultivation status. After stopping all movement, the last thing he could think of entered his mind. His concentrated face relaxed, becoming perfectly neutral. His mind, which had raced with countless thoughts since becoming a cultivator, slowed. Nothing cannot think. To understand nothing, my thoughts must be nothing. And with that, like a switch his thoughts ceased. Blankness entered his mind, and even his soul seemed to switch off, going from vibrant chaos to stilled nothingness. Sleeping within his soul was stirred awake by the sudden change. John's soul was so still as if it had suddenly died. Startled, was about to ask about what was going on, then stopped. He noticed John was still fine, only blank in both body and mind. Confused, yet realizing John was doing something important, he remained quiet, and then fell asleep once more. Still lounging on a tree branch high above, the prime shadow suddenly sat upright, peering down towards John with widened eyes. Already found the path forward? It's only been a week. It took me 9 months to figure this step out, and then another 3 months to learn thee of nothingness. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. Darkness, empty darkness. John's mind, body, and soul was an empty husk, devoid of thought, movement, and energy. It was as if he was a living corpse, unmoving over the days and weeks. As he remained in this state, unaware to even himself, he began to resonate with of nothingness, as if he were slowly becoming one of the fruits himself. He remained like this for a full month, an entity of nothingness. An energy suddenly descended on the area, breaking the quiet nothingness of the last month. The energy rained down on John, flooding into his body and soul, filling his husk of nothingness, making it become something once more. The energy of the heavens, blessing those who had broken through the comprehension realms. His thoughts began to stir, slowly at first, then racing as it had always been. His chi began to circulate within his body, filling it with powerful energy. His eyes opened slowly, blank at first, then focusing with a profound light. He slowly raised his hand before his face, mind focusing on the nothingness he had become, the nothingness his body had instinctively remembered. The heavenly laws around him began to change, twisting and turning, changing from something into the of nothingness. While it was not on the same level as the prime shadow, or even the fruits around him that he could now see and remember without trouble, it was still impressive. Once one has become nothingness, one can remember and even create nothingness, He turned his head to look at the prime shadow, who had suddenly appeared before him. The elderly man studied him with a peculiar expression, as if he were looking at something he couldn't comprehend. Based on the man's expression, John realized the speed at which he passed the trial must have been astonishing. I had a lucky break, John shrugged, giving a vague answer into how he passed the trial so fast. What would have taken him up to half a year on his own had been cut down to 5 weeks thanks to the help of his father. The prime shadow remained silent for a long while, then sighed, shaking his head. You truly are an enigma, child, he said, then touched John on the shoulder, wrapping him with his power. With thee of nothingness comprehended, it's time to move on to the next part of your training. 993 training completed. John reappeared a moment later, finding himself standing where this training had started, in the graveyard of the demon titans. The sun beat shone brightly from above, baking the arid, cracked land beneath his feet. Before we start the next part, do you have any more information regarding my companion? John asked curiously. He was hoping the prime shadow would provide him with some good news this time. Ah, yes, I do, the prime shadow said, a complicated expression forming on his face. Your companion has been acquired by the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint, impressive sounding name, John said. That's because the Sword Saint is an impressive man, the prime shadow said. The Sword Saint is the second highest-ranking member of the Sword sect, just below the Sword Sovereign. His cultivation is in the early holy manifestation realm, making him one of the true powerhouses of this world. John frowned at this news, which was not good. The more powerful the person who had Lillian was, the more trouble it would be to free her from their clutches. "Do not worry too much," the Prime Shadow said, noticing John's expression. "Why is that?" John asked. How could he not worry about Lillian's situation? "Because my spies have heard rumors of the reason the Sword Saint obtained your companion, and her current situation as well. Let's just say, you shouldn't worry about her too much right now." "What's her current situation?" John asked, anxious to hear the answer. It was good news that the Prime Shadow seemed to be unconcerned, but he still wanted to hear about her situation himself. The Prime Shadow smirked lightly, then patted John on the shoulder. "I'll tell you when you manage to successfully unleash the assassination art a single time," the Prime Shadow said, smiling as if he was oblivious to the serious frown John was giving him. "Use it as motivation for completing this training as fast as possible. I don't want too many distractions in your head at the moment. All you need to think about right now is successfully unleashing this assassination art. Just know this, her situation is quite amusing, and is one that you'll be involved with before long," the elderly man added. Still frowning with displeasure, John took a deep breath, then sighed deeply. He had plenty of dealings with these powerful, elderly cultivators, and they were all frustratingly stingy with their information at times. No amount of pestering would change the man's mind either, so John decided to focus on the task at hand, mastering the shadow of death, Form 2 assassination art. "So what's next? More concealment training?" John asked. "No," the Prime Shadow shook his head. "You've completed all the aura and presence concealment training. Now we move on to the fun stuff. That is, mastering the final part of the art, then putting all the pieces together." 2 months later, John stood calmly in the graveyard of Titans, eyes closed, mind focused on one task, successfully unleashing the assassination art he had trained in for the last half-year. It was the longest any art had ever taken him to successfully grasp, a testament to its profundity. After standing there for some time, John breathed out, stilling his mind, body, and soul. In mere moments, it was as if he had become a lifeless rock. As he did so, the laws of the universe around him, the heavenly Taos, began to twist and turn, changing into the Tao of nothingness. The Tao of nothingness permeated outwards, wrapping all around him like a blanket. The Prime Shadow stood nearby, watching intently as John started the process. He nodded his head in approval, as although he could still peer through the shroud of nothingness and see John within, those around John's level, and even slightly higher, would have a hard time doing so. Wrapped in the layer of nothingness, John's eyes suddenly snapped open, flickering with powerful intensity. His essence Danshan exploded with power, sending powerful essence chi surging through his body. The powerful chi tried to pierce through his acupoints and flare into the air around him. His chi slammed into the acupoints, but was unable to pierce through, causing his body to tremble slightly from the growing pressure. While some of the chi returned to his meridians, much of it remained within his muscles, flesh, and bones, growing every second, making it feel like he was going to pop like a balloon at any moment. Ignoring the sensation, John focused his mind on the thing he had been training for the last 2 months, the meridian circulation pathways of the shadow of death, Form 2 assassination art. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. When he had first started training them, he had been shocked and awed that some would not only be crazy enough to come up with such a dangerous art, but also figure out how to make it work in the first place. The meridian pathways for this art was the most complicated he had ever encountered, rivaled only by the divine reaping scythe. However, as his divine reaping scythe only went up to the heaven tribulation grade, it had fallen behind this art in profundity. The meridian pathways of the assassination art were so intricate and complicated that it had taken days just to memorize the pathways needed for the art. Successfully navigating his chi through the correct pathways without error was even harder, taking him over a full month before he finally managed to do it successfully. He had made errors along the way, sometimes with disastrous consequences. The assassination art was akin to a channeled art, only that it used the body's meridians to store the growing levels of qi, instead of the danshan itself. When it came to meridians, a single mistake could lead one becoming crippled, and the level of qi within his meridians quickly reached a level that even he would be harmed if he made too great a mistake. It was truly an insane assassination art, one that had the user on the edge of catastrophic failure the entire time. However, that danger was not without reward, as the power it unleashed was incredible. Circulate the qi through my meridian pathways, recirculate, 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 then explode. The qi within his meridians pulsed with a rhythmic beat. The thousands of meridian pathway loops linked up perfectly each pulse, the timing exact, reinforcing one another, growing in strength. The pulsing, circulating qi quickly grew to a level that made his meridians strain, nearing the brink of collapse, finally reaching the point of unleashing. Now, Rho Alpha Pi Alpha's new Omicron Vepsilon. C Omicron, part of his qi surged within, forming a thin but sturdy wall of defensive qi within him just below the skin, stretching from his feet up towards his neck, covering the front of his body. The pulsating qi that flowed through his meridians exploded towards this wall of qi, like 1,000 tiny battle arts being unleashed within him. The front of his body, his chest, legs, arms, and shoulders felt like that had been slammed into by a mountain, one coming from within. His body groaned from the ruinous power blasting within him. His muscles neared tearing, bones neared fracturing, and skin neared tearing as his own power slammed into himself. Ignoring the pain as best he could, John gritted his teeth and focused on keeping the exploding power contained entirely within his body, allowing none of it to leak out as aura. This only added to the pressure and pain within, causing muscles to finally start to tear and his skin to crack. Boom! He pressed off the ground with his full physical power, which exploded behind him like a battle art had struck it. At the exact same time, the blast of qi circulating within slammed into his front half, propelling him forward like a beam of light, his speed instantly reaching a level that would take him several seconds to reach when moving normally. He reached his target several miles away in the blink of an eye, the land racing past him like a blur. Using no qi externally to shield himself to minimize his aura and presence, the air blasted into him with its full strength, ripping at his skin with a surprising power. Qi. His arm pierced into the target dummy, carving through it easily with the momentum and power he had. A blink later, he was already miles away, the speed of the assassination art carrying him forward like an unstoppable meteor. Boom! The air behind him exploded into a small explosion of fire from the heat of compression his unshielded body had created, radiating outwards in all directions. The explosion washed over the prime shadow, who batted it aside with a flick of his wrist. A large, pleased smile appeared on his face as he vanished, reappearing a short distance away. He stared down at John, who was splayed out on the ground. His skin was cracked, looking like bloody spiderwebs, while blood leaked from his mouth. His long hair was frazzled in all directions, making him look like a beggar. John groaned from the pain as he sat up, then looked towards the target that was now cut in half. He shifted his gaze to the prime shadow, who reached out to lend a helping hand. I now know why your master wished he was a body cultivator when he came up with this crazy assassination art, John grumbled. Well done, child, the prime shadow said, smiling widely. You have successfully completed your training. From now on, any cultivator at or below the world expansion realm will come to fear you, with many dying before they even know what hit them. You are now without a doubt the most dangerous youth on this world, a world which will soon learn to fear the power of the new shadow of death. Chapter 994, Astral King. A piece of jade, one high in quality and aura, appeared in the prime shadow's hands. John eyed the piece curiously, eyes drawn by its wondrous aura. It was the highest quality piece of jade he had ever seen, one that would not only last for millions of years, but remain completely intact that entire time. That looks important, John said. That's because it is, the prime shadow nodded, then handed the piece to John. John took it and sent his divine sense into it, surprise appearing on his face a moment later. That is the true shadow of death, Form 2 assassination art, the Prime Shadow said. The original source, created by my master himself. What I showed you earlier was just the basics. This jade piece contains the true art in all its power and beauty. This has been in my possession since my master's death, and now it shall be in yours. Information flooded into his mind as his divine sense scanned the information contained within. His surprise grew as he continued to read, making him realize he had severely underestimated this assassination art. While it was already incredibly profound and lethal, what he had learned was just the tip of the iceberg. I had assumed the art would just level with my cultivation by using the more powerful chi each higher realm provides, but that's not true at all. There are 4 stages to the shadow of death, Form 2 assassination art, the Prime Shadow said. What you have learned is the first stage, the stage meant for a Tao transformation cultivator. Each stage requires a certain level of body constitution, meridian toughness and chi output, and soul power for fine chi control. So when you advance your cultivation, you become capable of unleashing the next stage. You're a little different though, so perhaps you can successfully reach the second stage, the world expansion stage already. John remained silent, studying the jade piece in his hand. Stage 2, world expansion. The information within contained the next advancement in the art, including an even more complicated meridian pathway configuration. Just reading the art made John's mind swirl, as not only were hundreds of new meridian loops added, but the timing of each loop became more complex. There were also insights into the Tao of nothingness, thoughts and notes from the Prime Shadow's master himself, although those insights were too complicated for John to immediately understand. The nature of the art remains the same, but each new stage is much more profound, allowing this art to remain incredibly lethal though multiple cultivation realms. How amazing. Most battle arts fell off after a few major realms, requiring one to learn a higher-level art to replace it. The Prime Shadow's master clearly intended for this art to be used for a long time, as indicated by the number of stages, which John read, although other than the initial titles, he didn't understand anything. The forms were too complex, the meridian pathways too advanced, the comprehensions too abstract. He ignored the profundity of it all, and focused on the stage titles instead. Shadow of Death, Form 2. Stage 1, Tao Transformation. Stage 2, World Expansion. Stage 3, Holy Manifestation. Stage 4, Astral King. His eyes remained glued to that title, mouth sounding out the cultivation realm he had seen for the first time. The Astral King realm. The name of it sounded grandiose beyond compare, making him not only yearn to learn more about it, but reach it as quickly as possible. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. He remained silent for a long time, eyes glued to that name. Eventually, he peeled his attention away from it and stored the jade piece away. Astral King, have you ever met an Astral King? John couldn't help but ask. Only one, the Prime Shadow said, a reminiscent look on his face. Your master, John asked. My master, the Prime Shadow nodded. Although by the time I met him, his cultivation was crippled from his battle with that Asura. His strength was no longer at the Astral King realm, but his bearing and natural aura was. When looking at him, it felt as though you were looking at an entire world, one beyond your comprehension. John felt wondrous awe upon hearing this. His thirst for strength was ever growing with each new bit of information he learned about the world of cultivation. After daydreaming for a short moment, he collected himself. Thank you, John thanked the Prime Shadow, understanding the gravity of receiving this treasure. This was the true form of his master's assassination art, which he was now entrusting John with to carry on his legacy. As long as you manage to reach the 4th stage eventually, I will be the one in your debt, the Prime Shadow said, smiling with deep emotion. John nodded his head and took a deep breath, calming himself. Now then, on to the next matter at hand, the Prime Shadow said, instantly getting John's full focus. There was always one thing they discussed after each successful training completion: information regarding Lillian. "Have you found out more regarding my companion?" John asked eagerly. "I have," the Prime Shadow said, an amused smile appearing on his face. "This companion of yours, Lillian, is quite an interesting person. I've never told them Lillian's name, so there's no doubt he's found the right person," John thought, his hope growing. "Interesting how?" John asked curiously. Based on the Prime Shadow's amused smile, he guessed the situation Lillian was in was not a dangerous one. Otherwise, the Prime Shadow would most likely have a more serious expression on his face when discussing her whereabouts. Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas Nu Omicron Vepsilon Letter 188 Omicron. Your friend, Lillian, was purchased by the Sword Saint for a very specific reason, the Prime Shadow said, pausing for a moment as if wanting to be more dramatic. John sighed but remained silent, allowing the Prime Shadow to have his fun. "Marriage," the Prime Shadow said with grandiose emphasis, as if he were the one proclaiming the marriage himself. "Marriage," John exclaimed with slight anger. "The Sword Saint wants to force Lillian into marriage with him. How the hell is that an amusing situation?" Now, let me finish," the Prime Shadow said, smiling. "By the time I'm done explaining everything you need to know, you'll find your friend's situation as amusing as I do." Chapter 995, Lillian's Bet. "All right," John nodded, still unconvinced but willing to listen. "To clarify, the marriage is not to himself, but to his fifth son," the Prime Shadow said. "His son, how does that make it any better?" John asked. "His fifth son, Jihin, is 22 years of age, with a cultivation at the half-step world expansion realm. He is considered the #1 human genius of this world below the world expansion realm, and is without a doubt the #1 prodigy of the Sword Dao sect," the Prime Shadow explained. "The Sword Saint must have learned about the talent and beauty of your friend through the auction, and acquired her at great expense for his son." "You still haven't explained how this is an amusing situation," John said, frowning. "Ah, yes. Well, your friend Lillian has been nothing but a headache for the Sword Saint," the Prime Shadow said, the amused smile returning. "At first she was controllable, but after healing, her power returned to full. Her command over the spatial Dao is prodigious to say the least, and the Sword Dao sect has been having trouble controlling her. With the Sword Saint wanting her to become his son's wife, he has avoided using heavy-handed methods to keep her under control. However, he refuses to set her free, resulting in a stalemate between the two of them." "At least the Sword Saint doesn't sound like a true asshole," John grumbled, thankful to hear that Lillian hadn't been treated too poorly. This back and forth of her escaping, of the Sword Saint capturing her, and returning her to the sect played out numerous times, until one day, your friend proposed a bet with the Sword Saint. "A bet?" John asked. "What kind of bet?" "An amusing kind," the Prime Shadow said, smiling lightly. "You see, the 3 Dao sects hold a tournament, called the 3 Dao Tournament, every 3 years, for the geniuses of this land to flaunt their strength and bring honor to their sects. The tournament ranges from the Mist Creation realm all the way to the Dao Transformation realm, with each cultivation realm being its own bracket." "Dao Tournament? This must be the same one Fury wanted me to enter, to obtain a holy transcendence pill for him," John thought. "The Sword Saint's son, Jihin, has won every Dao tournament he has taken place in, being undefeated since he was 10. At 10, he won the Mist Creation bracket, at 13, the Core Formation bracket. At 16, the Heaven Tribulation bracket. At 19, the Dao Transformation bracket, and now at 22, he is expected to win this year's Dao Transformation bracket again." "Okay," John sighed, "and all this is related to the bet, how?" "The Sword Saint is very proud of his son Jihin, to the point that everyone on the continent knows of his love for his son. To him, there is no star brighter, no youth more prodigious than his very own son. In fact, he's raising his son to eventually replace him as Sword Saint, and hopes that his son will even claim the Sword Sovereign title for himself eventually, proclaiming himself as the #1 sword cultivator of this world." "Become the Sword Sovereign?" John asked, his curiosity getting the best of him. "Isn't the Sword Sovereign the leader of the Sword Dao sect? How can he just take that title?" The Sword Dao sect believes in the strength of one's sword above all else. Every rank, every position of power is obtained through strength. If one is strong enough, they are allowed to take that position for themselves by challenging the one holding it, which even includes the position of Sword Sovereign, the Prime Shadow explained. Despite his disgust towards them, John couldn't help but nod in approval at the way the Sword Dao sect valued strength. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, see Omicron. No wonder they're the strongest human sect on this world, he thought. Anyways, the Prime Shadow continued, getting to the main point. Your friend smartly used the Sword Saint's confidence in his son's strength to create the bet, and her bet was this. As long as she was showered with cultivation resources and treasures in the meantime, she would agree to marry the winner of this year's Dao tournament. With the confidence the Sword Saint has in his son, that bet to him is the same thing as your friend agreeing to marry his son. The Sword Saint agreed to the bet instantly, as you can guess, as he has no doubt in his mind that his son will win the tournament. John remained silent for a short while, then started laughing lightly. And I'm assuming with your status, you can get me into this tournament, he asked. I can, the Prime Shadow nodded, a wide smile forming on his face as he knew John finally realized the amusing part of Lillian's situation. With your friend proposing this bet, she must have no doubt in her mind that not only would you find a way to join the tournament, but would also have a good chance of winning it. And in the meantime, she is being showered with treasures and resources beyond counting by the Sword Saint, who considers these resources to be an investment in his son's future wife. Ha 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 ha! John started laughing loudly, half from amusement in the situation, the other half from relief that Lillian's situation was far better than he would have guessed it was. I don't know why I worried about her in the first place, he said through laughter. Of course she would not only be able to handle herself, but find a way to turn whatever situation she found herself in to her advantage. Are you not worried that this Jihin has the strength to defeat you? The Prime Shadow asked curiously. Much like yourself, he is capable of jumping realms. I heard he defeated an early world expansion cultivator the moment he stepped into the late Dao transformation realm. He's that strong? John asked, shocked to hear such a talent existed in this world. That was akin to jumping 2 minor realms. The only other cultivators he knew who would be able to do such a thing was Lillian, as well as the now-dead Asuros. He is, the Prime Shadow nodded. Not only is Jihin a prodigious talent with the sword, but he also has 2 innate advantages that sets him apart from the other genius of this world. And what are those? John asked curiously. Jihin has a flame attribute body, giving him a terrifying command over the flame Dao, the Prime Shadow said. And on top of that, he also has a king-grade innate variant body. He's most certainly a 1 in 100,000-year talent, one worthy of his reputation as the #1 young genius of this world. Additionally, with the way the tournament is set up, you will be fighting with a considerable disadvantage, making him even more of a threat. Even for you, he is a genius that you cannot look down on. The good news is that word of this bet has already spread across the land, no doubt by your friend's design, which not only serves as a way for you to discover her location, but also reveals the bet to the entire world, making it so that if Jihin doesn't win, the Sword Saint can't deny or back out of the bet. If you manage to win, your friend escapes the Sword Saint's clutches without question, all while collecting countless treasures and resources beforehand. I must say, it's quite a brilliant move, so long as you manage to win. If both you and her are confident in your strength, then I'm guessing there's more to you than you have revealed. Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas, Nu Omicron Vepsilon, letter 188 Omicron, John smiled confidently, his expression unwavering. Even if I have to use my bloodline ability, even if I have to reveal my Asura transformation, I'll win. I'll win. Chapter 996 Combat Bottleneck Good. The Prime Shadow nodded his head, approving of John's confidence. The more confident John was, the more secrets he most likely had, and the more heaven-defying he really was. The Prime Shadow had placed all his bets on John carrying his master's legacy to the pinnacle of the martial universe, and so was pleased to find out there was more to him than he had revealed. Now that I've bet everything important to me on you, I will support you as much as I can to ensure your growth is as optimal as possible, the Prime Shadow said, surprising John slightly. I knew his master's legacy was important to him, but I didn't know it was this important to him. He's acting as if I'm more important to him than his own guild, John thought. I won't say no to your help, John said despite his surprise. Strength was everything, and he would seize every opportunity to advance his strength, and this was an opportunity he could not say no to. Good, the Prime Shadow nodded. Then tell me this, when it comes to your combat prowess, what is the one thing that you would like to improve? Is there something holding you back from reaching your true potential? Something holding me back, John said thoughtfully, thinking over his combat talents. My muscles, bones, and flesh are of both Asura and dragons, so there's not much room for improvement there, and if there is, I highly doubt it would be on this world. As for my Danshin, it's as strong as it can possibly be, and the Prime Shadow would not be able to do anything with my body Danshin. John thought over his situation, his eyes lighting up a moment later. I suppose the thing holding me back the most are my meridians, John said, after assessing the situation. Both his Asura and draconic augmentation aided in strengthening his meridians, but the focus was mostly on his muscles, blood, and bones. As such, his meridians had been strengthened the least, and was often a bottleneck, especially with his heaven-defying Danshin. Your meridians? The Prime Shadow said with some surprise, clearly not expecting to hear this answer. For most cultivators, their meridians were the least concerning aspect of their cultivation, as they could not come close to generating the amount of chi needed to damage them. John nodded his head. It was a problem that had plagued him since the start of his cultivation. 2 Danshins, both heaven-defying, and only one set of meridians to handle the chi from both. The Prime Shadow reached out and touched John's wrist, placing his index finger on the veins of his wrist. Let me inspect your meridians, he said, asking for John to allow his chi to enter his body. John nodded and allowed the Prime Shadow to do so. The man was powerful enough to erase him with a wave of his hand if he really wanted to, so if he secretly wanted to harm John for some reason, he would be able to do nothing to stop the man. With the Prime Shadow's importance he placed on his master's legacy, John was confident the man valued his safety above all else, most likely even his own life at this moment. John felt the Prime Shadow's chi enter his body and start to snake through his meridians, testing their quality and durability. A moment later his chi was withdrawn. A surprised and also skeptical look appeared on the Prime Shadow's face. Child, your meridians are the most impressive meridians I've ever seen from a Dao transformation youth. In fact, it's practically equal to a middle world expansion cultivator's meridians. How are your meridians your bottleneck in combat? You've shown incredible combat prowess, but not to the level that you would need stronger meridians, the Prime Shadow said skeptically. A wry look appeared on John's face, while he debated whether or not to tell the Prime Shadow the truth. I'll have to use my Asura transformation eventually, and the Prime Shadow will learn about it then. It's most likely best to reveal it now. With the fact that Zuri was all right with my transformation, it shouldn't be a complete taboo on this world to use the powers of enemies. It's just, his master was crippled by an Asura. How would he react to knowing I can use their powers? I can see you're debating whether to reveal some of your secrets to me, the Prime Shadow said, a soft smile appearing on his face. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I have placed my greatest burden, the legacy of my master, on your shoulders, and as I told you, will support you with my fullest power. Your life is now more important than my own. So tell me what weighs so heavily on your mind. Think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. John felt true sincerity in the Prime Shadow's words, as if he was a grandfather speaking to his most cherished grandchild. It was a startling thing to become so important to the man so quickly, but he understood the reasoning. It wasn't John the Prime Shadow cared about, but the legacy he now carried. Instead of telling you, it would be easier to show you. Boom. The ground shook and air trembled as John activated his Dragon God shift, unleashing his aura into the sky. Undisturbed by his strong aura, the prime shadow watched on silently with a curious expression. John hesitated for only a single moment, then unleashed his true power. Boom! The ground exploded beneath their feet, unable to withstand the power of John's aura. The sky seemed to twist and turn as his golden aura was stained blood-red, infused with the sinister and malevolent powers of an Asura. The prime shadow stared at John with a stunned expression, eyes wide as he took in the John's Asura form. Blood-red eyes, 2 pitch-black horns, a dark red body bulging with muscles and true, physical power. It was as if a true Asura had appeared before him, and although the prime shadow had never met an Asura personally, he instantly knew the source of the power. The aura suddenly faded away as John undid both of his transformations, returning to his normal form. There was no reason to hold that exhausting combination of dragon and Asura powers any longer than what was needed, as even a few minutes of using both took a toll on his body. The prime shadow stared at John silently, a complicated expression on his face. John remained silent, allowing him to process whatever emotions he was feeling. Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas Nu Omicron Vepsilon Letter 188 Omicron, thankfully. I feel no bloodlust, so that's good, John thought with relief. I see, the prime shadow eventually said, exhaling a deep breath he had been holding. No wonder you were so confident against the devil during that battle. You had this trump card up your sleeve the entire time. No wonder your friend has placed so much faith in you. John remained silent, as he could tell the prime shadow was still processing everything. It took the man a few minutes to gather his wits, at which point he seemed to have accepted John's powers. I won't ask you to tell me how you came to obtain this power, the prime shadow said, eyes slightly narrowed. I only want to ask this, do you have full control over this power of yours, or does it control you? I have never lost control of this power, if that's what you're asking, John replied truthfully. The prime shadow fell silent for another short while, then nodded his head, a small smile appearing on his face. I had thought finding you gave my master's legacy a chance to rise to the top of this universe. Now that I know your full strength, as long as you do not perish on your climb to the top, there is no doubt in my mind that you will spread his legacy to every corner of the universe, the prime shadow said, sighing with obvious relief. It seems I have chosen my successor well. Still, with that level of power, I think your meridians should be fine. There is one place on this world that could help meridians of your level, but the risk isn't really worth it considering what I know. Your meridians should be strong enough to withstand the chi you use going forward. Relief by the prime shadow's acceptance of his powers, and also wanting to learn of this opportunity to potentially fortify his meridians. Another wry look appeared on John's face as he scratched the back of his head, laughing lightly. HAHA, actually, that's not my full strength, John said wryly. What? Chapter 997, The Devil Continent. The wry laughter was followed by wide-eyed silence. He had already revealed his Asura transformation, so anything else was of lesser importance to hide. That's not your true strength, the prime shadow asked with both disbelief and skepticism. What I've shown you of my essence power is only about half of what I can truly unleash. Just using my full essence power puts my meridians on edge. When using my transformations as well, I need to be careful of how much chi I use, otherwise I could damage my meridians. And when I truly use my full power, my meridians become so damaged that I cannot use that full power again for half a year, John said, revealing the truth. As for my bloodline ability, I think it's fine to keep one secret to myself, just in case. The essence chi you've revealed is only half of what you can generate, the prime shadow asked, still skeptical. John didn't blame the man, as his essence Dantane had reached 20 compressions in the core formation realm and 20 full cycles in the Tao transformation realm. It was the most heaven-defying thing about him, and was not something that could be believed unless seen. Realizing this, John sighed, then turned around. He pointed outwards with his right hand, then focused as he activated his essence stanchion. His essence stanchion began to surge with might as he pushed it to its absolute limit. His stanchion churned and churned with power, brimming with chi until it was about to explode from within. The torrent of overwhelmingly powerful lightning chi burst out of his dantian and into his meridians, snaking through them, pushing against them like an overflowing river, following the pathways of his dragon-tail decimation. A mile away, the sky suddenly illuminated with a blinding light as a hole formed in the sky. Boom! Lightning in the appearance of a massive dragon's tail slammed down onto the ground, erupting an instant later with an apocalyptic blast of power. The land shattered and broke beneath the might of the battle art, shaking the land for tens of miles. The sky erupted as an explosion of lightning radiated outwards, destroying everything in its path. The explosion quickly reached John and the Prime Shadow, its power great enough to swallow both of them in it. It expanded outwards even more before fading away, returning silence to the now charred and ruined land. John looked at the aftermath of his attack, then shifted his gaze to the Prime Shadow. The Prime Shadow stared outwards at the ruined land, eyes wide with disbelief. It was a look John had seen on many faces before, the look of someone seeing something that they had previously considered impossible. A look of a person who had their knowledge of the cultivation world thrown into chaos. Even for someone as powerful as the Prime Shadow, John's feats were just too heaven-defying to believe unless seen. How many dantian compressions and dantian cycles did you manage? The Prime Shadow said, his voice mumbling. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, John shrugged. There was no way anyone would believe he had achieved 20 in both, even with what he had just shown. It was just that impossible of a thing. Silence filled the scorched land for a short while, at which point the Prime Shadow exhaled heavily once more. He shifted his gaze to John, clearly seeing him in a new light. His blank look quickly faded away, replaced by loud, boisterous laughter, surprising John. Gehahaha, the Prime Shadow laughed for quite some time, almost like a madman. He stopped a while later and placed a hand on John's shoulder. You are truly full of surprises, child, he said, smiling. Now that I know the true extent of your talent, I think it's time for us to take a little trip. A trip? To where? John asked curiously. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C Omicron. To the only place in this world that has something that can improve meridians of your level, the Prime Shadow said, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. The Devil Continent. The Devil Continent, John repeated, completely surprised. Aren't they mortal enemies with all humans on this world? They are, the Prime Shadow nodded, his mischievous smile widening. So why don't we take this chance to not only improve your strength, but also land a crippling blow on them? That sounds a bit dangerous, John said, frowning. Anything worth doing is dangerous, the Prime Shadow said, his power suddenly flaring. John opened his mouth to say something, but he was wrapped up in the Prime Shadow's power before he could react. The world around him went black, as if he was wrapped in a cocoon of pure blackness. He tried to move, but couldn't move at all, despite struggling with all his might. What the hell? What's this crazy man doing? He grumbled, realizing he was fully at the Prime Shadow's mercy. Time moved on, with John wrapped in this cocoon of black chi for hours and hours. He had become accustomed to it by now, and had used this downtime to focus on his cultivation. He had just recently broken through to the Middle Dao transformation realm, and had not had much time to consolidate his foundation. This was as good a time as any he was going to get. Flash. The world around him suddenly changed again as the cocoon of chi enveloping him vanished, returning him to the real world. The Prime Shadow appeared before him, smiling with that mischievous smile as the two of them hovered in the sky a mile off the ground. What the hell was all that? John grumbled while instinctively taking in the new area. His eyes went wide as a hellish world appeared before him, one brimming with blood and fire. As far as he could see was an ocean of volcanoes, each miles high, each spewing rivers of lava, bathing the land in an orange-red glow, as well as an oppressive heat. A thick, sulphurous smell hung in the air, while the very chi of this continent seemed to be different, more malevolent. Most eye-catching of all were 3 volcanoes, located next to each other, each larger than the others stretching off into the distance. The volcanoes towered up into the sky, while rivers of liquid flowed out of their mouths and down the sides of the volcanoes, disappearing into chasms at the bottom. Rho Alpha Pi Dalphas Nu Omicron Vepsilonal. C Omicron, the liquid flowing from those three volcanoes, were as oppressive as the lava surrounding him in both temperature and aura, but were clearly not lava. One of the volcanoes spewed a thick red liquid, another a thick gray liquid, and the last, a thick purplish liquid. No, that's not lava at all, John thought, looking at the red liquid. It's blood. What is this place? He asked, eyes wide with confused awe. Welcome to the Devil Continent, the Prime Shadow said, leaning forward slightly as if whispering to John. Specifically, welcome to the ancestral grounds of the Titan Devils, home to the Titan Devil sect, the second strongest devil power in this world. Chapter 998 Ancestral Titan Devil Grounds, Ancestral Grounds of the second strongest devil race sect, John repeated slowly while staring at the Prime Shadow. The Prime Shadow met his gaze with a smile. Gahaha, you don't need to be concerned, the Prime Shadow laughed. The Devil Continent has very good perimeter defenses, and this ancestral ground is protected by even greater defenses as well, so they're confident and don't believe anything can slip past their guard. Unfortunately for them, I am their worst opponent when it comes to slipping past defenses. John studied the obviously prideful look on the man's face, then shook his head at the craziness of it all. If they were caught, that was it. They would not be able to fight their way out of this situation. The Prime Shadow has placed his master's legacy in my hands, so he wouldn't throw me into a sure-death situation. I'm sure he's in control of this situation. I hope. So what are these ancestral grounds for? John asked, ignoring the danger of the situation. He would let the Prime Shadow handle any danger that came their way. When the Asura and his horde of demons invaded this world, the horde of demons included the Titan demon race, the Prime Shadow said, staring out at the world of fire and gloom before them. Like the ones we saw at the training grounds, John asked curiously, to which the Prime Shadow nodded his head. The battle for this world claimed the lives of countless humans, and quite a few demons as well, the Prime Shadow continued, eyes scanning the horizon. This land was where the main force of the Titan demons fought. Titan demons were famed for their size, as well as physical power. They relied solely on their bodies for combat, unlike many other demon races. After the Asura left, all the remaining Titan demons were slaughtered, with most of them slaughtered here, exactly where we're at. John looked all around and saw nothing but volcanoes and fire. The Titan demon graveyard he had seen before had shown their skeletons were capable of withstanding the eons of time, but none were to be seen here. You won't find any of the Titan demon remains, the Prime Shadow said, seeing through John's intentions. Where are they then? John asked curiously. The Prime Shadow smiled, then pointed forwards, towards the three towering volcanoes before them. You mean that blood is? John asked. Yes, the Prime Shadow nodded. That fiery blood spewing from that volcano is Titan demon blood. John shifted his gaze to the blood flowing down the volcano. It was so abundant that he was sure it could fill up an entire lake, perhaps even a small sea. Countless rivers of Titan blood flowed down the side of the volcano, pooling at the bottom, seeping into chasms surrounding the volcano. After the war, humanity used most of the demon corpses for various purposes, the Prime Shadow continued, but the Titan demons were ignored. Why? John asked. Demon corpses could contain countless resources, such as his scythe blade and core from the abyssal demon. While alive, Titan demons were perpetually cloaked in infernal fire, the Prime Shadow said, shifting his gaze to John. The bodies of Titan demons are like volcanoes themselves. The very blood within their body burns at an incredible temperature, making them like walking volcanoes. When they were felled, most of the humans capable of withstanding those temperatures were either killed or left this world, and so the corpses were left to rot. However, instead of rotting, they ended up transforming this land into the hellscape you see before you, like a natural extension of themselves. John stared at the endless ocean of fiery volcanoes, awed by the Titan demon's very nature being so powerful that it transformed nature itself, even after death. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, C. Omicron. The Titan demons you saw on the human continent were weaker than the ones that were felled here, so they didn't alter the land nearly as much, the Prime Shadow continued. Millennia passed, and eventually new powers arose, powers capable of withstanding the tremendous heat of this land. Those powers eventually claimed the Titan demon corpses as their own, and even integrated the Titan demon blood into themselves, thus becoming one of the first types of devils to appear on this world. So that's how they became devils, absorbing the blood of demons, altering their bodies to become half human, half demon. It's not much different than my Immortal Asura body, other than I can control that transformation, while the devils are seemingly permanently stuck in that transformed form. Over time, the Titan devil race transformed this land into their ancestral grounds, and fully converted the corpses of the Titan demons into ancestral inheritances, the Prime Shadow said, pointing to the 3 volcanoes before them. All of the Titan demon blood was infused into this volcano to perpetually cycle and feed of the land, maintaining its power, he said, then pointed to the volcano spewing the gray liquid. The bones of the Titan demons were ground to dust and infused into that volcano, then pointed to the volcano spewing the purplish liquid. Do you know what the Titan demons are the most famous for? The Prime Shadow asked John. Their size, John shrugged. Their meridians, the Prime Shadow said, lightly smiling as he noticed John's expression become much more attentive. Due to its size, the infernal environment within, as well the amount of chi that moves through its body, the Titan demons were famed to have some of the most formidable meridians in existence. That purplish substance you see are the meridians from the Titan demons, ground down and infused into that volcano, eternally becoming Titan demon meridian essence. John stared at the purple liquid with envious awe, heart beating with desire. He also desired the blood, to see if he could use it for cultivating his Asura body, but the most important thing to him right now was strengthening his meridians. Every 5 years, the Titan devils open their ancestral grounds and bring their most promising geniuses to infuse the Titan demon blood, bone, and meridian essence into themselves, strengthening their bodies and talents to incredible levels, the Prime Shadow explained. How do they go about absorbing the Titan demon meridian essence? John asked, wondering if there was a special way to go about it. They have a special process to help their geniuses absorb the 3 Titan demon aspects, the Prime Shadow said, but we do not have access to that process. For yourself, you will have to do it the direct and more painful way, entering the meridian essence and absorbing it forcefully. I figured, John said, eyes glued to the purplish meridian essence. And if I enter the meridian essence, will my presence be detected by the Titan devils? He asked. The devils do not expect anyone to be able to enter this land without their notice. So they do not pay too close attention to this area when it's closed off, the Prime Shadow said. You should be able to enter the meridian essence and absorb some of it into your body without there. Chi. The Prime Shadow stopped speaking as he watched John instantly shoot towards the meridian essence mountain, not even waiting for him to finish his sentence. He watched as John flew to the top of the volcano, then plunged directly into the mouth at the top, disappearing within. An odd look lingered on the Prime Shadow's face as he watched this unfold. I had assumed I would have had to throw him into that burning meridian essence myself. I guess when it comes to raising his strength, this child will do anything, the Prime Shadow said softly, then smiled. He moved towards the top of the volcano, then peered within. 3 hours would be impressive. 4 hours would be incredible. Let's see how long he will last. I wonder if he'll defy all expectations once more, he said to himself, then sat in the air cross-legged, attention towards the horizons. Chapter 999, Absorbing Meridian Essence. John appeared above the Meridian Essence volcano and peered into the mouth from above. A burning lake of Meridian Essence came into view, glowing with a purplish color and aura. He widened his eyes, surprised to see such a great amount of Meridian Essence, then plunged towards it, not hesitating for a second. He shot into the meridian essence, which was much thicker than he had been expecting. Instead of it being like water, it was so thick that it was almost solid, making moving through it a bit troublesome. A world of purple enveloped him as he plunged into the lake of meridian essence, as well as a world of heat and pain. The temperature of the meridian essence was far greater than he had been expecting, so potent that his flesh began to burn and sear, exposing his muscle beneath. Roar. Dragon God Shift. John roared with pain, activating his Dragon God Shift to increase his bodily defenses. The meridian essence around him blasted a small distance away from the force of his aura, before crashing back onto him, feeling like mountains slamming into him from all directions. His body trembled with pain, but he resisted the weight of the meridian essence from crushing him. The heat all around him continued to burn at his flesh, but thanks to his Dragon God Shift, he was able to resist it a bit better. His skin still burned and charred, but his more durable body was able to withstand for long enough for his natural healing ability to heal the wounds, resulting in a stalemate between destruction and healing. After creating this stalemate, John composed himself for a brief moment. The pain racking his body was intense, almost equal to the pain he had felt during his recent trial of pain. In some ways, it was worse, especially the searing portion of the pain. Should I use this pain to meditate on the Tao of pain? John thought, teeth gritted, then shook his head. No, I cannot waste this time cultivating. I need to absorb as much meridian essence as possible first. Once that's done, I can think about doing something else. Rho-alpha-Dalpha's new Omicron Vepsilonal. See Omicron mind made up. John braced himself for the pain to come. He wanted to take a deep breath of air to mentally prepare, but couldn't as he was surrounded by nothing but scorching meridian essence. Face scrunching up for the incoming pain, he opened his acupoints, allowing the meridian essence around him to flow into his body. Searing, scorching pain flowed through him immediately, making him feel as though a fire had erupted within him. The meridian essence quickly entered his acupoints, flowing directly into his meridians afterwards. John withdrew his chi from his meridians, allowing the meridian essence to flow unimpeded. His meridians ignited with fiery pain, greater than any meridian pain he had ever felt before. The Titan demon meridian essence snaked throughout his meridian pathways, moving with the slow, slumbering pace of lava. It scorched whatever it touched, changing healthy meridians into scorched ones. John's healing ability kicked in, healing his meridians as best he could. However, as meridians were one of the hardest things, if not the hardest thing to heal in a cultivator's body, his healing was practically non-existent. Teeth perpetually gritted, John used his divine sense to guide the meridian essence through his meridian pathways, ensuring nothing was missed. Despite the fact that his meridians were being burned and injured, he continued as he could feel the meridian essence slowly, but surely start to merge with his own meridians. The process was automatic, as if the meridian essence was sentient, and wanted to merge into his own meridians, transforming it into true Titan demon meridians. The excruciating process continued for several hours, with the meridian essence snaking through his meridian channels, burning and damaging them, but also infusing and strengthening them. The process was one of the most painful things he had ever had to endure, but endure he did. After 4 hours, John's divine sense and chi flared through his body, flooding into his meridians, pushing out the Titan demon meridian essence. After a brief but excruciating battle, he succeeded, then closed off his acupoints. His body trembled with the lingering pain within, and he calmed his mind for a moment before inspecting the results. His divine sense scanned over his meridians, inspecting the changes. My meridians are at least 20% stronger, and also seem to have changed in nature, so this 20% extra durability should continue to persist for many major cultivation realms, John thought as he gauged the changes to his meridians. I think you should take a look at Rho-alpha-Dalpha's novel, See Omicron. Just like they were next to impossible to heal, meridians were also incredibly difficult to strengthen. It took something as heavenly as the Immortal Asura body and Dragon God Shift to strengthen them a bit, but even then, it wasn't enough. Stacking both arts together gave him problems, and when using his bloodline ability on top, complete destruction of his meridians was possible if he used the art for more than a few dozen seconds. As such, a permanent 20% increase in durability was beyond amazing, something anyone in the cultivation world would be elated to achieve. With his meridians as his bottleneck at full power, that was 20% more chi throughput, 20% stronger battle arts. That was an incredible boost to obtain in just 4 hours of cultivation. And yet, it wasn't enough. And yet a frown lingered on John's face as he studied his meridians. 20% is great, but I had hoped for more, he thought, wincing occasionally from the pain. Despite the process infusing Titan Demon Meridian Essence, thus strengthening his meridians, the damaging process was far more severe. He had reached a point where if he had continued, his meridians would have been scorched to a point of being half-crippled, and if he wasn't careful, fully crippled. Compared to the damage the meridian essence did, his healing ability was practically nothing at all. And worst of all, John was certain that this was not a place he would be able to return to anytime soon. Despite the Prime Shadow's insistence, this was a dangerous, closely guarded place. The Prime Shadow had been very hesitant to come here before finding out about John's true talent. The devils would surely notice the missing meridian essence before long, and at that time, place a more careful guard around these ancestral grounds. It would be impossible to return after that, and so he needed to take advantage of this moment as much as possible. Even if I become strong enough to return here without danger, the meridian essence will be a lot less effective at that time, maybe even useless depending on my cultivation realm at that time. Much how world expansion blood would be useful for by body danshin cultivation right now, but useless when I'm at a higher cultivation realm, this meridian essence is the same. The earlier I absorb this meridian essence, the greater the results will be, establishing the most powerful foundation possible. But how? Even with my incredible healing ability, the damage to my meridians will take at least 2 to 3 weeks to heal, John thought, grumbling internally at just how difficult meridians were to heal. Once I leave this place, I'll most likely not be able to return. I can tell my body would be able to withstand having much stronger meridians, but if I continue any longer, I'll end up crippling myself. Is this really all I can do? A thought entered his mind, one too crazy to consider, but also one he could not ignore. There was only one thing in his possession that could potentially heal meridian damage. A debate formed in his mind as he balanced the pros and cons of what he was contemplating, the pros winning out in the end. Face scrunched up with pain and uncertainty, John sighed, then committed to the crazy plan. A ball of powerful chi was created on top of his right palm, forming a small area shielded by his chi. That sphere of chi suddenly sprang to life with a brilliant, green glow, as if the most vibrant thing in existence had appeared there. If there's anyone that can out-heal this meridian damage, it's you. I'm counting on you, Leia. His body shuddered as John started to siphon a stream from the orb of vital life, essence Leia had gifted him, the most precious and valuable thing he had on him at the moment. He had been planning to save it for a moment of life and death, but this had instead decided to gamble it all right here to seize as much of this opportunity as possible. The potent healing vitality from the orb flowed into his body, which John directed to focus solely on his meridians. He held his breath as he waited to see the outcome, as he did not know exactly how well Leia's healing energy would heal his meridians. Even he was unable to heal them at any visible speed, despite having his limiter of healing and limiter of life unlocked, despite having a formidable natural healing ability with his Immortal Asura body. The vital healing essence flowed into his meridians, and to his elated joy, started mending and healing the damage that the meridian essence had caused at a visible rate. With how the orb worked, John was unable to stop the process of using it once it was used. It was an all-or-nothing item, and after seeing this, he didn't hesitate to use it all. The potent, heaven-defying, vibrant life energy flooded into his meridians, infusing within, becoming a semi-permanent fixture of them, waiting to be used in the near future. I'll be sure to return the favor when I return home, John promised in his mind, eternally grateful for everything Leia had done for him, then opened some of his acupoints once more. Titan demon meridian essence flooded into his meridians, scorching everything in its path once more. The vibrant healing energy instantly activated, mending the damage as if it had never happened. John smiled as he watched his idea prove to be a success, then opened all his acupoints, allowing the meridian essence to flood into his meridian pathways. The battlefield in his meridians, one of destruction and healing, began. The only question was how long the battle would last before the healing essence ran out. The longer the healing power lasted, the stronger his meridians would become. Show me just how strong you are, Leia. Chapter 1000, using the orb of vitality still hovering above the mouth of the volcano, the prime shadow kept a close eye on the horizon, ready to move at a moment's notice if they were spotted. Despite his strength, this was a very dangerous place to be, as it was in the heart of the enemy lands. If surrounded by the experts of this place, even he would not be able to escape unscathed, or at all. With John here as well, he wanted to take no risks at all. 5 hours after John entered the meridian essence, the prime shadow frowned, shifting his focus down into the lake of fiery essence. It's been 5 hours already. He should have reached his limit by now. He isn't dead, is he? The prime shadow said worryingly, then sent his divine sense into the lake of meridian essence. He instantly spotted John, eyes going wide with surprise. He's still absorbing the meridian essence? How is that? What is that healing energy? The prime shadow said, focusing on the ball of vital essence in John's hand. He inspected it for a moment, becoming more and more awed by the second. I've never felt such potent healing energy before, he said softly. The quantity of chi isn't that profound, but the quality is absolutely breathtaking. I've never felt such high-quality healing chi before. It's as if the heavens itself created it. How did this boy come into possession of such an incredible healing source? After inspecting the healing orb, the prime shadow inspected John to ensure he was all right. A surprised look appeared on his face as he realized what John was doing, which was replaced by a smile shortly after. Crazy boy, the prime shadow shook his head, laughing lightly. Just as a body has its natural limits, so does a cultivator's meridians. This limit is different within each cultivator, but for the most part scales with constitution and latent body talent. I wonder what will happen first. Will that marvelous healing chi run out, or will he hit his natural meridian limit? The prime shadow watched John steadily increase the durability of his meridians, then shook his head, shifting his focus to the horizon once more. Well, whatever the case, absorb as much as you can. The most optimal realm to absorb this meridian essence is the Tao transformation realm, so you won't get another opportunity like this for a long time, if ever. As the battle of healing and destruction took place within his body, John was surprised to find out one thing regarding meridians that he had not been aware of before. No wonder I couldn't ever heal my meridians at any decent speed. Unlike the rest of my body, meridians do not care about healing quantity, only quality. While my healing factor from my Immortal Asura body, limiter of healing, and limiter of life is amazing, that's only regarding his quantity. In terms of quality, my healing chi is a far cry from Leia's healing chi quality. Everything makes sense now. After realizing this, a large smile appeared on his face, his confidence in this idea growing. Meridians care more about quality than quantity of healing chi. While the quality required to heal is a lot higher than the rest of my body, the quantity required is much less. Since I focused all of Leia's healing chi on my meridians, from what I've just learned, the healing chi should last for a considerably long time. This is the absolute perfect use for Leia's healing orb. My decision was the correct one after all. Comforted by his decision being the correct one, John returned his full focus to absorbing the Titan demon meridian essence. The essence ceaselessly flowed into his meridians through his acupoints, damaging wherever it infused with his own meridians. Leia's healing chi worked ceaselessly to eliminate that damage, allowing him to continue the process without stopping. Slowly but surely, he felt his meridians grow in durability. After a long time, he could tell the rate of improvement was starting to slow down, as if his meridians were starting to approach a physical limit he would not be able to go beyond. Still, that seemed to be a while away, and Leia's healing chi was still quite strong, indicating it would most likely last longer than what he needed the healing chi to last. I think you should take a look at Rho Alpha Pi Dalphus novel, see Omicron. John smiled lightly, ignoring the searing pain. It seems like you are quite strong after all, Leia. Thank you for this marvelous gift. Rho Alpha Dalphus, New Omicron Vepsilon, see Omicron. 2 days, the Prime Shadow mumbled, both in surprise and awe. Even with the healing energy he felt, he had expected John to reach his natural meridian limit in a day or so. It had been 2 whole days of ceaseless meridian essence absorbance, meridian essence from ancient Titan demons. That alone was an incredible feat, once again reminding him just how much of a monster John really was. The meridian essence lake itself has lowered by a visible amount already, the Prime Shadow mused, staring at the boiling lake of meridian essence beneath him. The lake was absolutely massive, so for it to visibly change and lower, the amount of meridian essence John had absorbed had to have been beyond massive. That level of meridian essence would have caused any Dao transformation cultivators' meridians to explode from the sheer amount of demon meridian essence within. But John was comfortably increasing his meridians without any sign of failure. The Prime Shadow watched on with odd curiosity, a small, approving smile on his face. He hummed, gaze snapping towards the horizon. An instant later, he rushed into the meridian essence lake and scooped John up with his full power. Before John could protest, he wrapped him up with his shrouding chi and sped into the sky, figure disappearing a moment later. An instant later, 2 figures appeared like flashes of light from over the horizon, their speed incredible. The figures were quite large, standing over 15 feet tall. They had blood-red skin, yellow eyes, powerful muscles, and a long red tail that whipped behind them. Their shoulders and the top of their head were covered in short, sharp spikes, making them look incredibly menacing. Most eye-catching of all was the natural aura of flames surrounding their body, as if they were the incarnation of heat and fire. The very air seemed to burn in their presence, unable to withstand the scorching inferno around them. Both of them were in the half-step holy manifestation realm, powerhouses of the Titan Devil race. They stopped directly above the Meridian Essence volcano, eyes wide with surprise and anger. The ancestral grounds have been tampered with, one of them said angrily, and crushed a formation disk that had appeared in his hand. 10 seconds later, space twisted and turned as a figure stepped out of the void, appearing before the other 2. The one who had stepped out of the void was even larger than the 2 devils before him, standing 20 feet tall. Not only was his figure much more intimidating, the fiery aura around him was on a completely different level. It was as if the devil was a star himself, capable of reducing everything around him into cinders regardless of what it was. His fiery aura was contained to just a few feet around his body, as if willingly withdrawn and contained by the devil. Despite the fiery aura being contained, the 2 half-step holy manifestation devils felt as if they were burning alive, almost unable to withstand being in the presence of the newcomer. Both of them immediately bowed their bodies, prostrating themselves before the horrifying devil. "We greet the Titan Devil Lord,"